In the gloomy night, a single room remained lit. Late at night, a pleading voice echoed, "Can I borrow 100,000 won? I know it's tough. That's why I'm asking you. I paid back on time last time. I'm trustworthy. I swear I'll repay by the 15th. I feel bad always troubling you." A scruffy-bearded, disheveled young man spoke sheepishly over the phone. "Thanks, I'll send my account." "Thanks a lot." He recalled, "I'm an utterly unfortunate guy, surrounded by people like me. Even falling backward, I'd break my nose. But why am I the living proof of at least I'm better off than that guy?" He was a web novel author, scraping by month to month. A 29-year-old begging friends for 100,000 won to cover rent. The young man stretched, cracking his joints, grumbling, survived another month. That was me, Lee Min-chan. When readers finished his story, they left scathing comments. Reading them, he cursed inwardly, "The comment section's a mess. These idiots, it's all foreshadowing. I'll handle it, just watch quietly." Sighing, he glanced at a novel beside him, muttering, "Seriously, thought writing web novels was easy." Propping his chin, he mused, "Fair point, readers don't have it tough." Min-chan's face was weary, a nosebleed dripping from overwork. If only I could write like that. Dive into a character, rampage freely. Tasting the metallic blood, he realized, "Oh, nosebleed. Tissue. Suddenly, someone approached, offering a pack of tissues. "Looking for this?" Min-chan, unfazed, said, "Thanks." But looking closely, he froze. He was in the underworld. A servant in ancient garb spoke, "Lee Min-chan, 29, web novel author." Then came a bombshell. Cause of death, overwork. Stunned, Min-chan stood frozen. A commanding figure above, exuding authority, spoke gravely, "Pleased to meet you. I am Yama Resetsu, known as King Yama." Coldly, he added, "Welcome to the underworld." Still reeling, Min-chan stammered, What?" Yama explained, "Literally, your life has ended. But don't curse the heavens too harshly. You're actually quite lucky." Impatient, Min-chan pointed at himself, "Lucky? I've never touched luck in my life." Yama insisted, "No, you are lucky. You're the 7,777th soul to cross the underworld's gate, a fated jackpot number." Seizing the chance, Yama offered, "With this prize, I'll grant you one wish." But he warned, absurd wishes like becoming a god are off limits. Min-chan scratched his head, dazed, still disbelieving. This is too sudden? I was finishing a draft." He pressed, "If it ends like this, my readers." Irritated, Yama snapped, "I'm not one for waiting." Sensing the menace, Min-chan panicked, terrifying. Mustering courage, he shouted, "Then let me live in a novel's world." Yama, intrigued, asked, "Oh, why?" Min-chan blurted, "Harem, adventure, harem." Yama stroked his beard, chuckling, "Fascinating. Got a novel in mind? By the way, not one you wrote." Min-chan flinched. How'd he know? Writing his own would be like godhood. He recalled staring at that novel on his desk, contemplating it. A spark of hope hit him. Min-chan thought, "Wait, I don't remember it all, but I know enough. The protagonist lives carefree, right?" Confident, he clenched his fists, shouting, "I choose to be a notorious failure at a hunter training school." Yama snapped his fingers, grinning slyly. "Live in a novel? It's been ages since such an interesting wish. I'll grant 2 minor wishes too." A light appeared beneath Min-chan's feet. He yelped, "Really? Then first, send me 2 years before the novel's story starts." In those fleeting seconds, he reflected, a notorious failure at a hunter school, hunter dropout for short. The story begins when the protagonist enters high school, right? I know the plot. Clenching his fists, Min-chan anticipated his new life. But the real troublemaking was in 2nd and 3rd year of middle school. He'd worked hard to erase that loser image. Handling it early would make things easier later. Yama, stroking his beard, observed, "Fine, live happily there. Your final wish?" As his body faded, Min-chan, startled, yelled, "Wait, give me time to think." Panicking, he screamed, "Make me a peerless handsome face. Mix the eyes, nose, and lips of famous celebrities onto my face." Before he could say more, he was whisked away. In an instant, only a faint glow remained, and silence fell. The servant sighed, "Quite a unique soul." Yama replied, "Indeed, beyond my expectations." Min-chan's body floated midair. Yama mused, "Looks are a form of talent, but I didn't expect such emphasis. Usually, They'd asked to possess the protagonist, no? Min Chan's soul merged into a new body. The system chimed, replacing character's soul, transferring Lee Min Chan's soul. Consciousness stirred, eyes slowly opening. The system announced, entering become the infamous dropout of Hunter Academy. Opening his eyes, Min Chan, naked, surveyed his surroundings. This feels like a dream. I must be dead. The system confirmed, soul transfer to Kang Shin-hyuk's body complete. Noting the unfamiliar name, he thought, right, I'm in Kang Shin-hyuk, the protagonist of Hunter School Delinquent. But a realization hit, and he screamed, the protagonist's name is Lion Song. Who's Kang Shin-hyuk? The system displayed, retrieving Kang Shin-hyuk's memories. A headache surged, making him groan. A memory flashed. And become the infamous dropout of Hunter Academy. Hunter talents emerged at age 10. Passing a talent test with a low rank or higher granted entry to a Hunter Academy. A frail boy cowered in a corner. But Kang Shin-hyuk's test was skipped because the orphanage director hid the testing device, reporting all children as lowest ranked, forcing them into regular schools, far from Hunter life. The system continued. Later, revised laws allowed retesting, but with a talent in the top 15%, he didn't qualify for Hunter school. Graduating regular school at 20, Kang Shin-hyuk worked as a porter for hunters. Eventually, his powers awakened, becoming a hunter and joining a guild. It paused. To prevent overload, Kang Shin-hyuk's memories will unlock in specific future scenarios. Recalling everything, Min Chan clutched his head. This guy's as unlucky as me. Stroking his hair, he muttered, feels like a scam. I got scammed. Growing angrier, if I asked to live in a novel, possessing the protagonist is obvious. At this rate, my second life will be just as miserable. His eyes dimmed. From those memories, I know who Kang Shin-hyuk is. He's the homeroom teacher of the neighboring class, teaching swordsmanship, a side character's side character, barely in the novel. Frustrated, Min Chan flailed, punching the air. If I'd known, I'd have wished for heaven. Calming down, he sat, pondering, I want to confront that dragon, but dying's the only way back to the underworld. Recalling Yama's deadly glare, he shivered. Suicide to argue would land me in hell. The system chimed, you'll awaken soon. Good luck, Kang Shin-hyuk. Bitter, eyes blazing, he roared, don't mess with me. Live as Kang Shin-hyuk? Absurd. No choice left. Lee Min Chan awoke in Kang Shin-hyuk's sturdy body. He shouted, face pale, sweating, gasping. Sitting on the bed, scanning the room, he concluded, not a dream. The phone rang loudly. Seeing Kang Shin-hyuk, he hesitantly answered, hello? The caller said, hello, Mr. Kang Shin-hyuk. This is the finance team from Che. We're confirming your severance payment. For issues or inquiries, contact us here. Shin-hyuk scratched his head. Oh, okay. The call ended, and a ding sounded. Frowning, he checked. Wazin Bank deposited 3,887,463 won. Che severance. Balance 309,532,485 won. Eyes wide. He stared, exclaiming, huh? Counting. Tens, hundreds, thousands. Realizing he was secretly rich, he sprang up, yanking open the curtains. Chin high, basking in sunlight, he laughed joyously. I'm Kang Shin-hyuk. From today, I'm Kang Shin-hyuk. Ecstatic, he thought, hunters are hunters. A 300 million won balance. His life's like mine from those memories. Elated, Shin-hyuk crossed his legs, striking a pose. To some, 300 million's nothing. But for a third-rate writer scraping by till death from overwork, it's a dream. Growing excited, he danced. What's whining solve? Looking outside, he planned. Despite monsters, portals, and hunters, it's modern Korea. In the bathroom, he freshened up. I'm 25 now. In Korea, 25 with over 300 million. Admiring his chiseled, handsome face, he preened, stunningly hot. So thrilled. Checking his B-rank hunter license, he marveled. Youth, looks, decent skills, and wealth. But recalling the novel's protagonist, he judged, per the setting, he's not as rich as the tycoon protagonist. Due to power inflation later, he fades into obscurity. His face darkened, then lit up, but that's perfect. In become the infamous dropout of Hunter Academy, there were two protagonists, Kim Do-hin, a cold original hero, and Lee Hae-sung, a red-haired, smiling youth possessing a rich heir's body. Lai Haisong, knowing the original plot, preempted the hero's opportunities, guzzling elixirs with his wealth, matching Kim Do-hin's talent. Shin Hyuk mused, as Kang Shin Hyuk, my starting point differs from theirs. No need to compete or oppose them. I never had reason to compare. Wanting to be the protagonist was just for an easy life. Clenching his fists, determined, Shin Hyuk thought, a life of casual work and play is doable. He envisioned portals opening, monsters emerging. As global crises hit, hunters fought. Kim Do-hin and Lai Haisong united against armies. Behind, hopeful crowds shouted, can those kids save the world? We can only trust them. A blond man barked, they're our last hope. Our job's to cheer. Fans roared, go, Lai Haisong, humanity's light. Go, Kim Do-hin, save the world. Amid the crowd, Shin Hyuk calmly tapped his phone, smirking, charge. Seconds later, he frantically stared at it, yelling, charge, Samsung. Keep soaring, blah. Tapping feverishly, bottom fish. This is doomsday trading. He affirmed, those two will save the world. I'll just scoop up crashing stocks. Checking his account, he gasped, my money's doubling. Savoring the thrill, I see the future. A comfy, worry-free life. Is this what winning the lottery feels like? A message arrived. I'm your contact. You've passed the final evaluation for the top hunter position you applied for. We've emailed welfare agreement details. Please review and respond. He grinned wickedly. Until the portals erupt, I'll live by my principles. Time to rake in capital. The first day of work arrived swiftly. In the novel become the infamous dropout of Hunter Academy, Kang Shin Hyuk was a swordsmanship instructor and a B-rank hunter. Fortunately, I transmigrated at the moment Kang Shin Hyuk left the Chase Guild. At the Hunter Academy, this was when he assumed his new role. Before starting, I had free time, so I investigated Kang Shin Hyuk. After checking all verifiable personal info, contacts, transaction history, etc., I rubbed my chin, exclaiming in shock, what? Is this guy in some kind of trouble? I discovered Kang Shin Hyuk's social life was utterly desolate, like an outcast. His contact list had only 2 names. Shin Hyuk couldn't believe it. I spent all day writing at home, so no socializing makes sense. But this is the contact list of someone who's chosen to abandon the world? He recalled his past life, mocked by female friends. There goes your boyfriend. Oh, damn it. Shin Hyuk trembled with anger, tears welling up, feeling wronged. In my previous life, I gave up so much. Pulling himself together, he sighed, those with good lives always overdo it. In his past life, I abandoned love and marriage. With a timid personality, Shin Hyuk would drink with friends, lamenting, am I married to web novels, or what? To others, I called it bothersome, but alone, I felt freer. That was nonsense. Despite many reasons, including family issues, I never rested. Back then, the PD constantly nagged for draft revisions. Yes, PD, I'm out for a bit. Oh, okay. I'll fix it now. He could only curse the heavens. Why's my luck so rotten? A third-rate writer, barely surviving 3 days. Dating? Min Chan cried out, unwilling, unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. Waving off drinking buddies, he headed home. Right, unacceptable. But now it's different. Though not the protagonist I dreamed of, I'd been given much. Standing before the staff room door, Shin Hyuk steeled himself, thinking, I'll pour everything into gradually reclaiming what I missed in the past. With resolve, he flung the door open, striding in with a radiant smile, introducing, hello everyone. I'm Kang Shin Hyuk, appointed as the first-year swordsmanship instructor starting today. The room fell silent, no one responding. Embarrassed, Shin Hyuk blushed, overdid it, feeling awkward now. A voice broke through, come in. A teacher by the entrance stood, greeting, you must be the new Kang Shin Hyuk, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Park Yun-suk, you'll sit next to me. Nodding, Shin Hyuk smiled. Thanks, please guide me. Suddenly, fangirl teachers rushed over, teacher. No. Are you really a teacher or an actor? The kids will go wild today. Shin Hyuk scratched his head, grinning brightly. Not that big a deal. Thanks. Inwardly, he gloated. Of course, this face was worth my life. A curious teacher asked, where were you before, Teacher Kong? He replied quickly. Oh, I was with Chase before this. Their eyes sparkled with admiration. Chase? That's a prestigious guild. Amazing. You still look young enough to be an active hunter. So cool. For the first time across lives, praised by women, Shin Hyuk puffed up, beaming. It's nothing. But inside, he preened. Hear that? The sound of fame. A man approached from behind the teachers, engaging. Wow. The principal finally snagged talent. He placed a hand on his chest, feigning sincerity. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Young Hyun-sik, teaching spearmanship for second years. From Warrengild, graduated from Hunter School 6. Laughing, he tapped Shin Hyuk's shoulder, asking bluntly, which hunter school did you graduate from, Kong? A handsome guy like you must be famous. Shin Hyuk hesitated. Before he could answer, a pink-haired girl interrupted. Let me guess, Hunter School 7? Hyun-sik chimed in. I bet on School 4. Another teacher joined. If it was my school, I'd know. I'll say School 5. Shin Hyuk spoke up. Teachers. Candidly, with no guard, he smiled. I didn't graduate from any hunter school. The trio froze, stunned. The pink-haired teacher's tone shifted. Huh? No hunter school. Then how'd you become a hunter? Another pride. Did you study abroad? Dual citizenship? They gossiped. Can dual citizens apply for teaching? Shin Hyuk raised a hand. I'm pure Korean. Some hunters don't graduate from hunter schools. Honestly, I'm one of them. His words drained the color from their faces, realization dawning. Hyun-sik dropped his hand from Shin Hyuk's shoulder, revealing his true colors, brushing it off disdainfully. So that's it. Should have said sooner. Turning away, he sneered. I'm off for a smoke before the meeting. Waste of time. The two teachers followed. Wait, Teacher Young, we're coming. Unrestrained, they mocked, heard chase and got excited. But a non-hunter school grad? Their attitudes flipped, shocking Shin Hyuk. Turning, he saw Yun-suk's sigh in disappointment. The trio continued sneering, isn't it? Non-hunter school quotas are ridiculous. Pointing at himself, Shin Hyuk blinked. Non-hunter school? The system chimed, detecting user discomfort. It announced, recalling Kong Shin Hyuk's memories. The hunter aptitude test device, using salamine monster bodily fluid, worth 100,000, is the most accurate method. The orphanage director embezzled it, reporting all children's aptitudes as lowest, leading to their arrest. With Chong-su's help, Shin Hyuk left the orphanage and retested. However, non-hunter school graduates like Kong Shin Hyuk and Chong-su couldn't integrate. Unlike hunter school graduates with systematic education, their skill gap was inevitable. The system added, they rallied, protesting for anti-discrimination laws. The non-hunter school discrimination ban passed, mandating hidden origin details during hiring. It prioritized national contributors, disabled persons, protected employees, certified professionals, experienced candidates, and non-hunter school graduates for administrative roles. Yet, some public institutions reserve quotas for non-hunter school grads, putting hunter school graduates at a disadvantage. Resentment against non-hunter school grads intensified, countering the law's intent. It warned, avoid revealing your non-hunter school background. The info overload gave Shin Hyuk a splitting headache. He grumbled, say that sooner? Recalling their faces, he sighed. I get their stance, but I feel wronged. Per memories, I never protested or signed petitions. Seeing Shin Hyuk dazed, Yun-suk comforted, geez, rough first day. Please understand, that's the climate now. Shin Hyuk accepted inwardly, what can I do? For a comfy retirement, I'll endure. He replied calmly, it's fine. From their perspective, hating me's natural. Smiling awkwardly, non-hunter school quotas. How could they not resent that? Yun-suk scratched his head, puzzled, huh? Quotas? What's that? Shin Hyuk froze, staring, then sheepishly pointed at himself. Didn't I get in via quota special admission? Yun-suk clarified, what? You passed the teacher exam and were invited. This isn't a regular school, it's a hunter academy. Quotas or bonus points for non-hunter school grads. No such thing. He suggested the others misunderstood. At the smoking area, smoke swirled as the three gossiped. Thought he was a quota hire. The school must be broke. Hyun-sik, cigarette in hand, slicked his hair, smug. First years only teach fitness and basics, so it's fine. The school's smart, assigning him there. He grudgingly admitted Shin Hyuk's looks. Pretty face, though. The brunette teacher, smoking, teased. Oh, Teacher Young, interested? The other, hands on hips, scoffed. What's a pretty face worth? Non-hunter school grad. We know his level. The brunette flicked her cigarette. No hunter school? Probably an orphanage kid, right? All face, no roots, pity. Snapping her cigarette, She tossed it. Gotta tell the kids to find private swordsmanship tutors. Gossiping as they left. Anyway, graduates risked their lives working. Learning from a quack like that? Who knows what'll happen? Unaware, someone approached. Shin Hyuk stepped up. Teachers, you're here? Scratching his head, he smiled awkwardly. I asked Yun Suk. He said this is the smoking spot. Seems there was a misunderstanding earlier. He asked, are you free before class? A teacher snapped, free or not. What? Eavesdropping on us? Shin Hyuk bristled but restrained himself. No, I didn't mean to. Inwardly, two-faced jerks. Hold it. Think of investments. Swallowing pride, he mediated. I'm worried your misunderstanding might affect the kids. I didn't get here via quotas or non-hunter school bonus points. Smiling warmly, just wanted to clarify. Please support me going forward. The two teachers, embarrassed, found his words grating. Hyun Sik, annoyed, stepped forward. Teacher Kong, you're misunderstanding something. Hands in pockets, sneering, quota, bonus, or backdoor. That's not the issue. It's whether you're properly trained. Don't butt in, non-hunter school trash. He strutted off, waving mockingly, I'm out. Don't sneak around silently from now on. There's regular subject teachers. Try mingling with them. The teachers followed, irritated, scoffing. Jung's harsh. Still, a swordsmanship instructor needs at least B rank. A non-hunter school grad at B rank? Shin Hyuk stood frozen, pensive. Emboldened, Hyun Sik taunted. Hey, Kong Shin Hyuk, if you're upset, file for an honor duel. Confident, beat me, and I'll qualify for an A rank evaluation. File after I rank up. It'll save you some shame. Was this why Shin Hyuk was ostracized? He recalled his past life. This piece looks decent. Min Chan had enthused, really? My work's getting published? But the PD sneered, published? It's just better than average. You didn't attend my school or take extra classes. He spat. Don't dream of publishing. Write for fun. If you knew writing as a career, you'd hate it. A year later, that guy debuted with a story identical to mine. My work was branded a ripoff, plunging into oblivion. Past memories surged. Shin Hyuk forgot this guy was as unlucky as him. Letting it slide would repeat his past life. As the trio walked off gleefully, Shin Hyuk called out, Teacher Jung, wait. Just this once. Hyun Sik paused, turning what? Come at me. Furious, Shin Hyuk clenched his fists, deciding. With a confident face, he declared, let's have an honor duel. What's there to fear? Inwardly, he vowed, for a comfy future. Hyun Sik, stunned by Shin Hyuk's words, asked, are you serious, Teacher Kong? Smirking mockingly, he added, if you're offended because the ladies are here, I'll let it slide this once. Shin Hyuk, dead serious, retorted, I mean it, Teacher Jung. Let's have an honor duel. In the hunter world, an honor duel was a system where a one-on-one fight settled disputes. Typically, refusing brought significant shame, but not if the challenge was baseless or one side was clearly wrong. Shin Hyuk pressed with a perfect solution. If this is bias because I'm not from a hunter school, the only way to prove myself is through the duel you suggested. Taunting Hyun Sik, if you're scared, no problem. Will you accept after ranking up? Hyun Sik, listening to the tirade, gave a cold laugh. You're insane. Teacher, ever fought an honor duel? His face brimmed with menace, voice low. It's an honor duel, but you know everything's allowed except killing, right? If injuries happen, I'm not responsible. Shin Hyuk replied coolly, staring him down. How generous of you. His next words twisted Hyun Sik's face. Must be because you teach spearmanship. Ignoring Hyun Sik's mood shift, Shin Hyuk proposed, 1 week from now, next Friday, at the spearmanship training ground. These two teachers will witness our agreement. Hyun Sik's face showed fear and worry, muttering, no idea what he's so confident about. He'd better start job hunting this week. Shin Hyuk stood silently, watching them leave. The day passed emptily. In the morning, students gazed at him with admiration. A group cheered. That's Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk, starting today? The biggest concern was the swordsmanship class. Oddly, wielding a sword felt natural. Kong Shin Hyuk's memories surfaced conditionally, swordsmanship ingrained in his body. Shin Hyuk trained seriously, his moves radiant. Like this, easy, right? The female students screamed wildly. First-year classes focused on basic swordsmanship and fitness, so they were manageable. But the real issue was, his gentle voice rang out, I'm Kong Shin Hyuk, starting today. Let's support each other. The students' atmosphere suggested they were looking at a doomed man. As he turned to write on the board, a hesitant student asked, "Teacher, is it true you're dueling in spearmanship next week?" Shin Hyuk whispered. Rumors spread fast. Huh? The result's obvious, so those two must have blabbed. The students, concerned, said, "Are you okay, teacher? He's an elite hunter specializing in spearmanship." Shin Hyuk, eased by their care, explained, "Elite? We can't falter before such things. What matters is a heart that never gives up." Seeing their worried eyes, he reassured, "The rumor's out, everyone knows." As a swordsmanship teacher from a non-hunter school, his face darkened, whispering, "I can't feel inferior, not at all." His expression shifted from sorrow to boldness, laughing heartily. "I mean, no shame in losing." The students rallied at his words. He calmed them. "We'll see the result next week. Focus on class." If asked if this was psychological tactics through students, it was half true. Morning confidence created an odd aura. That afternoon, at the city bus stop, Shin Hyuk's voice rang. "Chang Sude, 1 ticket to Dizongyang." He boarded quickly as the driver urged, "We're leaving. Hurry up." Half sincere. Surely, after tonight, much would change. Night fell, the bus reached its destination, and Shin Hyuk stepped off, thoughts in turmoil. If they look down on others just for coming from elite hunter schools, I can get elite training too. Before him loomed an endless, towering mountain. The protagonist's first opportunity in Become a Hunter was an internal energy technique. I'll claim that technique. Though far from a Transmigration Academy novel, the protagonist's first opportunity was a martial arts technique. If it were an elixir or item, I couldn't touch it, as Lee Ji-sung, who knows the future, would suspect. Holding a flashlight, Shin Hyuk ventured into the forest, muttering, but Lee Ji-sung in the original also stole Kim Do-hyun's opportunity. A manual doesn't diminish by being read, so we can share the good stuff. Outside a cave crevice, he continued, "My goal isn't to be a world-saving hero, so I don't need to match the protagonist's strength." His hand rested on a rock, whispering, "Before me is a teleportation glow in the mountain crevice. I just need enough power to win the duel." Observing the glow, he assessed, found it. The first opportunity, a hidden internal energy technique, and spell beyond that gate. Determined, he stepped through. "Excuse my intrusion." His face and body passed through, entering another realm. Eyes wide, he scanned the strange world. Shin Hyuk gaped at the snowy landscape. "Snow?" Confused, the original didn't describe this, so I'm clueless. Such a stunning place. Didn't know Korea had this. Slapping his cheeks, he shouted, "Not now? No time for sightseeing. Grab the technique and go." Suddenly, a fierce killing intent hit him, chilling him. A massive light struck from behind, sending Shin Hyuk sprawling in pain. What was that? From the thick snowy mist, Uriang emerged, chuckling. "Though called weak, dodging my first strike proves you're no ordinary man." His sharp sword pointed at Shin Hyuk. Uriang demanded, "State your name and faction. How'd you get here?" Observing his assailant, Shin Hyuk marveled, "Chinese? How do I understand?" Kong Shin Hyuk speaks Chinese. Sitting up, he explained cautiously, "I'm a Korean hunter school teacher. I entered through a secret gate." Uriang, suspicious, frowned. "Korea? Hunter school? Gate? Nonsense." Shin Hyuk pointed at the gate. "Urgent, don't you see that white door?" Uriang snapped. "All I see is this damned snow." He glared at the beautiful scenery with utter hatred. "I've been trapped here so long, I've lost count. After you're 30, I stopped tracking days." Shin Hyuk stared, growing wary. What's he saying? No manual, just a monstrous old man. Stunned, eyeing Uriang's back. "Wait, could he be? Is your name Cho Uriang?" Uriang smirked. "Some still remember my name." Seeing Shin Hyuk kneel, he asked, "How'd you know?" Shin Hyuk, dazed, thought, "How could I not?" He left the internal energy technique the protagonist finds in this gate. Facing Uriang's stern visage, he panicked. It's really him. In the original, when the protagonist found the gate, Cho Uriang was absent, leaving only a testament and technique, claiming ascension to immortality. Shin Hyuk recalled telling Yama, "Send me 2 years before the story starts." Facing the sword-wielding man, he realized Cho Uriang hasn't ascended yet. The situation clear, he couldn't admit reading it in a book. His voice softened. "I heard a story." Uriang, curious, pressed, "What story? Tell me." Shin Hyuk recounted a prepared tale. "Long ago, a legendary swordsman appeared in the central plains, fought a ferocious dragon harming many, then vanished. Calmly, that hero's description matches you. Yuriang's lips curled. Someone witnessed that battle? Shin-hyuk thought, success. I patched together the novel's plot, and he's off guard. He must be proud of his skills. Launching his plan, he bowed, voice respectful. Sir, I heard a peerless warrior lived here, so I came. I'm not evil. Please lower your sword and teach me. Yuriang sheathed his blade, scoffing, suddenly begging for training? Ridiculous. I refuse. I'll spare you, go back. Turning away, Shin-hyuk seized the moment, shouting, spear. Yuriang spun, staring. Still kneeling, Shin-hyuk said respectfully, I have a duel against a spear user. He asked, sword or spear, which wins? Yuriang pondered, then compared to shorter swords, spears excel in reach. Properly trained, they make formidable soldiers. Their length and impact are superior. The answer is spear. Shin-hyuk, horrified, what? He admits it so easily? Yuriang waved him off, now go. Value your life. Panicking, he can't leave like that. I boasted too much. Gambling, he decided. If I should go, I wouldn't be here. Yuriang's face darkened as Shin-hyuk wailed, so swords can't beat spears. I came hoping for answers. Standing from the snow, he pleaded, next week, I face a public duel. Guess I'll practice begging instead. Acting pitiful, rubbing his eyes, how do I beg? Piss myself to show surrender, then figure it out? How do I quell a spearmanship teacher's killing intent? Yuriang listened indifferently to the lament. As a swordsmanship teacher, I acknowledge spear's superiority. Before your heavy spear, my sword's mere firewood, a toothpick. Woe begone, right, a toothpick's better. Yuriang gripped his sword, restraining himself, gritting, that's just generally. I don't know how skilled your spear opponent is. Furious, he muttered, my sword could cleave a dragon. Seeing Shin-hyuk still sobbing, Yuriang barked, comparing swords to spears before me. Ready to die? I admire your courage, so I'll help. Stop crying. Shin-hyuk hid his thrilled face. It worked. Standing slowly, wiping tears, choking. Thank you, Cho Yuriang. But what help? He hinted. A hidden manual or elixir. I'd be grateful. Yuriang cut in, puzzled. What are you talking about? Shin-hyuk's body surged with pain, screaming as meridians opened. Yuriang acted. Shin-hyuk collapsed in snow, wailing, it's burning. Like I'm being clubbed. Yuriang assessed, you're talentless, but your dantian lacks chi. Enduring pain, Shin-hyuk heard, I've infused a small amount of yang chi into your veins. In 4 days, your dantian will fully open. In 6, you'll feel bodily changes. Yuriang's steady voice echoed in the snow. I don't know your spear opponent's skill. With this, you won't be humiliated anywhere. Shin-hyuk doubted, that's it? This nonsense is the opportunity? About to protest, Yuriang interrupted. Win the duel, then return. His figure vanished in the snow, voice cold. I can't leave. When you return to your world, proclaim swordsmanship supreme. A week later, at the spearmanship training ground, Shin-hyuk and Hyunsik faced off. Teachers watched from the stands. Hyunsuk remarked, Teacher Kang's brave, not running and still showing up. Hyunsik taunted, found a new job this week. Shin-hyuk, in fighting stance, whispered, still so talkative. Let's start. Seeing his seriousness, Hyunsik laughed. I'll let Kang strike first. Thinking, spears have the advantage. Shin-hyuk gripped his sword, feeling light, charging. Thanks, I won't refuse. He thought. He meant I'm strong enough not to be crushed. But with just this, I can't beat him. Unleashing all his strength. Even if I'm crippled, my sword won't live in shame again. His powerful strike caught Hyunsik off guard, landing fully. The 2 female teachers gasped. The referee, stunned, couldn't believe it. Hyunsik's clothes tore, and he collapsed, unconscious, bewildered. Shin-hyuk, shocked by his strike's effect, stood dazed. The referee shouted, match over. Teacher Kang Shin-hyuk wins. Staggering, Shin-hyuk heard chaos. He's badly hurt. Damn, get a stretcher. Trembling, he recalled Yuriang's words. In 4 days, your dantian opens. In 6, you'll feel changes. You won't be humiliated anywhere. His hand clenched the sword, terrified. That crazy old man. What did he do to my body? The scene shifts to Lee Ji-sung, immersed in opulent splendor. Lee Ji-sung, the protagonist of Become a Hunter, achieved remarkable growth after mastering martial arts, partly due to consuming elixirs like water. Even before that, he was already formidable. Shin Hyuk, staring at his hand in awe, gasped, "I knew it. But isn't this too strong?" A voice shouted, "Teacher Kong." Suk rushed over, panting, asking worriedly, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Startled, Shin Hyuk turned. "Oh, Teacher Yun. You saw the duel?" Suk beamed, "Of course. Incredible. I didn't even see what happened. You vanished, and the wind blew my underwear up." Seeing his joy, hair oddly clipped, Shin Hyuk thought, to regular subject teachers, it must look like that. He seems oddly relieved, probably has his own burdens. Hyun-sik was carried off amid the referee's concern and Yun-suk's excitement. "You're unharmed. That's lucky. This calls for a celebration. I'm treating today." Hyun-sik's face was purple, eyes rolled back, teeth broken, nose bleeding, a pitiful sight. Cheers erupted. "Wow, Teacher Yun, I'm in. What's the menu?" The two with Hyun-sik, embarrassed, slunk away. "I'll join too." Hyun-suk faltered. "Teachers, I'm collecting 20,000 won each." Shin Hyuk basked in Hyun-suk's praise amid everyone's cheers, laughing brightly. Later, they hit karaoke, but his terrible singing made others wince, covering their ears. Drunk, Shin Hyuk collapsed on his bed, drooling, mumbling, no more drinks." Stumbling home at 4 a.m., intoxicated, his dantian glowed faintly. For an ordinary person, a brutal hangover would linger, but Kong Shin Hyuk's transformed dantian began purifying itself. Sweat soaked his shirt. Morning sunlight woke him, his face gleaming. Shin Hyuk's physical prowess exceeded expectations. A hangover? Nothing. Springing up, drenched, he wondered, what happened to that drunkenness? He couldn't confront the man who altered his body. Holding an expensive gift box, Shin Hyuk stepped through the gate, thinking, didn't expect to return here. Thanks to him, I survived, so I owe him gratitude. Snow fell, painting a serene scene. His boots trudged through the white expanse, seeing only snow and trees. Scanning for Yang. He said he can't leave this gate, right? Yang's voice rang, "You're back." Shin Hyuk spotted him meditating on a rock, back turned, exuding chill. Yang faced him. "Did you beat that spear user?" Shin Hyuk, confident, approached, boasting, "Of course. One strike, and his underwear was exposed." Yang, pleased, stroked his beard. "Really? That spear user was weaker than I thought." Shin Hyuk countered, "No, sir, he's quite respected in society. But I'm here to ask. Curious, what exactly did you do to my body?" Yang, skeptical, "Do what?" "I just opened your dantian, enough to avoid a thrashing." He asked, startling Shin Hyuk, "What martial arts did you use? How much inner energy did that spear user have? By the way, I'm bored, tell me a story." Shin Hyuk, suspicious, "Martial arts? Now I get why I'm abnormally strong." Recalling the dantian opening, why didn't I realize Yang's technique was the first opportunity in Hunter? The dantian Li Ji-sung struggled to unlock. I got opened by a supreme master. Interrupting, "Sir, sorry, but I haven't learned any martial arts." Yang, shocked, "What? No martial arts?" Puzzled, "Your dantian was blocked, but it had a trace of inner energy." Shin Hyuk glanced at his dantian. "I just swung my sword, and it built up naturally." Thinking, in wuxia, inner energy grows through martial arts, but hunters are different. Yang scoffed, "Such a crude method." Shin Hyuk approached. "Do you recall your homeland's name before coming here?" Yang replied, "Of course, the Ming Dynasty, under Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang, Yongle Emperor." Shin Hyuk's doubts cleared. No wonder. In this world, hunters only recently awakened. Yang's from another world, so he's unaware of the outside. He spoke, "I'm fascinated by ancient tales and know of the legendary swordsman Yang. Truthfully, sir, in the outside world, martial arts are gone." Yang, stunned, "What?" Shin Hyuk summarized, "Time has passed. A new power emerged, and martial arts faded naturally." Explaining it as another world wouldn't work, so he framed it thus. Yang, silent, stared at his hands. "I see. Being here so long, time feels vague. More must have passed than I thought." Seeing his loneliness, Shin Hyuk felt pity. He looks so isolated. "But don't worry, Li Ji-sung will inherit your legacy." Respectfully offering the gift, "I don't know if this comforts you, but here's food from outside." good for health. Instructing, just inhale it. Uriang tried, then spat. Pale, is a plague ravaging the outside? People use such poor quality stuff for health? Pitying, he reminisced. In my day, beggars sect masters soared with lightness skills, eating 55-year-old mountain ginseng as snacks. Pathetic. Shin Hyuk's face darkened. This old man's annoying. Still bowing, he opened his backpack. Sir, do you like sweets? Uriang closed his eyes. Humph. At my age, liking sweets like a child? Shin Hyuk calmly offered a chocolate bar. This is chocolate I eat when it's cold. Try it. Uriang, intrigued. Ho, food in such gaudy silk. Let me taste. Nibbling, the sweetness melted, satisfying him. His face conflicted. Humph. Seeing his reaction, Shin Hyuk's face fell. Uriang coughed, cough. Ack. Then reverted to stoicism. Not bad. Got more? In the snowy forest, wrappers, soda cans, and trash piled up. Uriang praised. Crumbs on my beard, delicious. The outside has wondrous foods. Shin Hyuk, packing trash, sighed. He ate all my emergency rations. Asking, Sir, how do you usually curb hunger? Uriang shook an empty chip bag. At my realm, I don't need food, just tasting. He asked, no more? Shin Hyuk, annoyed, face twisted. I want to go home. Finished cleaning. He stood. Earlier, I didn't know how to console him. But this works. Uriang, on the rock, back turned. Per your words, the Ming's long gone, huh? Reflecting, martial arts lost in a monster-filled world. Shin Hyuk tied the trash bag, looking up. Yes, sir. Instead of martial artists, there are hunters. Uriang, gazing afar, confided, I haven't tracked time here. Since arriving, I've only sought ascension. Asking, I opened your dantian. So in the outside world, you're the only martial artist? Shin Hyuk nodded. For now, yes. His sword gleamed. You felt it. The gap between those enlightened in martial arts and those not is vast. Uriang turned, asking, how will you use that power? Fiddling with the trash bag, Shin Hyuk replied, to live, what else? Just normally. No vomiting during parties, nice. Uriang smiled faintly. Shin Hyuk grimaced, later, for stocks, I need early mornings. For gaming, back health matters. This is useful. Uriang interrupted, I haven't asked your name. He answered, oh, I'm Shin Hyuk. Shouldering his backpack, I'm not ambitious. With basic martial talent, teaching kids, I won't do anything reckless. Suddenly, Uriang declared, I am Cho Uriang, the world's greatest swordsman, dragon slayer of the Central Plains. Shin Hyuk held his backpack. Yes, I know. In the snowy forest, Uriang's majestic figure stood, hair flowing, stance defiant, challenging the heavens. He said, I'll take you as my disciple. Shin Hyuk's eyes grew somber, silent. Then calmly, I respectfully decline. Uriang, stunned by Shin Hyuk's refusal, faltered, sinking into thought. Did I hear that wrong? Shin Hyuk smiled awkwardly. No, sir. I'm grateful for the offer, but I'm fine. Scratching his head, blushing, he laughed. From the start, I didn't want to be this strong. Thanks to your help, I overcame my challenge, so now I just want a normal life. Uriang, surprised. Humph. As my disciple, you could have the world at your feet. Seeing Shin Hyuk's unwavering resolve, he turned, waving lightly. Go then. I must prepare for ascension. Shin Hyuk bowed in gratitude. Haha, I'll always cherish meeting you. Uriang sighed regretfully. Such a pity. If only I could leave something behind before ascending. Shin Hyuk, silent, thought ascension? He's supposed to become an immortal now? Looking up, sir, does ascending really take you to an immortal realm? Uriang, back turned, walked off. Upon reaching the ultimate realm, or achieving certain enlightenment, or accumulating virtue. Snow fell, blanketing the lush pine forest. His voice echoed, in my case, my martial realm is near. Helping you added virtue, so a bit more cultivation, and I'll ascend. Convenient, no need for troublesome manuals. Shin Hyuk, flustered, huh? Sir, you're leaving without a manual? Uriang glanced back. You greedy kid, craving a manual? Crossing his arms, he scoffed. No one's left to meet later. Why leave one? Didn't you say martial arts are long lost outside? Even if I wrote it, no one would practice. Shin Hyuk, panicked, thought, Uriang not leaving a manual? I didn't expect this. I miscalculated. My presence here created a variable. If he leaves no manual, Lee Ji-sung won't get the opportunity, won't catch up to Kim Do-hyun. Kim Do-hyun, feeling no threat, won't grow stronger. This world will end. I thought I was just using a simple novel event, but I approached it too lightly. Shin Hyuk shouted, "Wait, Sir Cho Uriang. I was short-sighted. Please take me as your disciple." Uriang sighed, standing on the rock. "You strange kid. Changing your mind already?" Shin Hyuk approached. "Isn't it a shame? Your martial arts lost forever." Clasping his hands, resolute. "Take me as your disciple and leave your martial arts and manual." Thinking, "Only then can I live leisurely later." Uriang eyed him skeptically. "Each time I train here, I'll bring lots of food." Hearing food, Uriang's face tensed, veins bulging. "Training will be grueling. Are you ready?" Shin Hyuk shouted, feigning resolve, "Yes." But inwardly, "God, my free time." Back at the academy, the non-hunter school's swordsmanship teacher subdued an elite hunter school teacher in a flash. After the honor duel, the academy buzzed. Over the weekend, two colleagues whispered, "Teacher Young, was that SpongeBob underwear? Don't mention it. Can't believe I was looked down on by him." Though hesitant to cheer openly, they said, "Feels refreshing." On computer screens, group chats praised Shin Hyuk as super cool. The invisible wall between practical and regular subjects was noted. "Now I get Yunsuk's relieved look." The colleagues continued, "Heard there's a rumor about non-hunter teacher quotas, right? Honestly, I thought non-hunter school grads were weaker. But after Kong Shin Hyuk's duel, I've changed my mind." They chattered excitedly. "Heard he didn't claim a reward after winning? So classy." Shin Hyuk strode confidently, smiling warmly. "Forgot to claim a reward, but these admiring looks are great. I'm nearing my dream life." Opening a door, he muttered, "All right, I promise to visit the old man weekly. So weekdays, focus on living." Reinvigorated, he saw students standing straight, greeting him. Their unusual silence and the tense class leader stood out. The class chorused, "Good morning, teacher." Shin Hyuk marveled, "Wow." Students buzzed, "Teacher, we heard the results. How'd you do it? You didn't just win, you crushed him, right?" Flustered, "How do you know? Wasn't the duel for teachers only?" The class leader, cheeks flushed, "Jinsu's brother is a middle school teacher." Jinsu grinned, "Tell us the story, teacher." Speechless, Shin Hyuk smiled, placing materials on the desk. "Kids don't need to know. Open your books, today's theory." Writing on the board, he thought, "Unlike my past life, now I have a healthy body, decent job, stable life. I'll cherish and enjoy this happiness after overcoming fear." For hours later, in the cafeteria, students laughed noisily. Shin Hyuk, determined, "More, please." The worker replied firmly, "That's enough." Grimacing, he insisted. The worker glared, eyes locked. Finally, she added 2 sausages. Shin Hyuk sat happily, licking his lips, insane. Is today my do-anything day? 2 sausages. Explosive. Is the Kong Shin Hyuk era starting? A figure in a short skirt approached. Oh, an empty seat. Shin Hyuk looked up, cheeks flushing. "You're Kong Shin Hyuk, the teacher, right?" Seora, tray piled with sausages, the high school swordsmanship teacher. Thinking Sandami. Flustered, Yes. Why sausages? And you know me?" Seora smiled, sitting. "Ho-ho, you're acting still stiff." No cameras in the cafeteria, so relax. Senior Shin Hyuk. Stunned. "Senior Shin Hyuk? Someone I know?" Known people usually trigger memories, but Seora popped a sausage in her mouth. "I've changed so much, you don't recognize me? That's sad." "I'm Seora." Shin Hyuk froze. "Seora? Sounds familiar." Realizing, the phone contact, Junior? Could it be? Flustered, "Choi Seora?" Seora giggled. "Now you get it? I've changed a lot, huh? At school, as a teacher, I keep this look." Ho-ho. Shin Hyuk paled, sweating. Phone contact, Senior Junior talk. Seora kept eating sausages. Shin Hyuk thought, no memory triggered, because I already know her? Choi Seora, the homeroom teacher of the protagonist in Become a Hunter. More than that, she's a key figure in Book 2, a member of the international crime group antagonist. Kong Shin Hyuk's memories surged, causing a headache. The system announced, Antagonist, aka Antaz, an anti-hunter organization. Antaz, responsible for countless hunter massacres, is the public enemy of the International Hunter Federation. Yet, their secretive, decentralized network has few notable captures. Shin Hyuk closed his eyes, absorbing the info. Seora finished her tray, reaching for his sausages. "Senior, why that face?" "It's safe here. Under normal lights, it's dark." so relax. Flustered, Shin-hyuk thought, weird, I read to the end, but don't recall anything saying Shin-hyuk was in Antaz. He didn't notice 2 sausages taken. The system continued, side story chapter unlocked. Henceforth, the tale of Kong Shin-hyuk, Antaz assassin, will be recorded. Shin-hyuk jolted. What? Assassin? Terrified, sweating profusely, face purple, goosebumps rising. What the hell did you do? Kong Shin-hyuk. By now, the sausages on Shin-hyuk's tray were gone. Sitting silently, he thought, I read the novel carefully to the end, not analyzing deeply, but I don't recall anything saying Kong Shin-hyuk was in Antaz. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Wait, could it be that? In an author interview he read after finishing the novel, a side story was mentioned. Stay tuned, as many details not in the original will be revealed. The side story, Kong Shin-hyuk chapter, prologue was accessible. Sweating profusely, he thought, check it now? A sharp pain stabbed his head, making him wince. Kong Shin-hyuk's memories as an Antaz assassin surfaced. While in the guild, Kong Shin-hyuk had a teammate, Kim Chong-soo, who exposed the orphanage director and saved him. 2 years ago, descending Dizongyang Mountain after a routine portal mission, a nearby portal erupted, unleashing countless monsters. They requested guild support, but with other teams in crises, no help came. To protect Shin-hyuk, Chong-soo pushed him off a cliff. Tumbling down, Shin-hyuk glimpsed his brotherly figure fading. Heartbroken, he was like a real brother from the orphanage, my only family. That day, Kong Shin-hyuk lost his most precious bond. When the situation calmed, the guild's stance was, we lack the capacity to assist. At Chong-soo's funeral, guild members bowed in apology. With monsters appearing in the city, they said, sacrifice the small to save the big. But Shin-hyuk knew it was factionalism. Both he and Chong-soo, non-hunter school graduates, were always ostracized. Disillusioned and aware of the cause, Shin-hyuk volunteered for overseas missions. After a year in China, upon returning, he considered leaving the guild. Then, Choi Suora, his senior junior, suggested joining Antaz. His thoughts interrupted the memories, so that's it. The side story explains the difference. Who'd expect a minor character like Kong Shin-hyuk to have such a past? Kong Shin-hyuk, smitten with Choi Suora, joined Antaz that day. Shin-hyuk, shocked, huh? Half his income went to Suora as Antaz donations. He wondered, wait, isn't this a pyramid scheme? Kong Shin-hyuk had confessed to Suora and been rejected. To seem cool, he kept funding her and maintained a friendly senior-junior bond. Still infatuated, he applied to the Hunter Academy to be near her, studying frantically. Speechless, Shin-hyuk thought, this lunatic. All for that trivial reason. What about Chong-soo? Revenge? Suora's voice snapped him back. Senior, you okay? Shin-hyuk jolted. Yeah, I'm fine. She chewed. Really? You looked so shocked, it startled me. He forced a smile. If it were you, you wouldn't be startled. I thought spring had come to my life, only to be labeled a criminal. I'm going nuts. Suora dabbed her mouth. I know your skills, but getting into the Hunter Academy is tough. I thought when you said you'd quit the guild for school, it'd take at least 2 years. Scratching his head, he laughed awkwardly. Haha, really? And you passed first try? You were crazy for her. Huh. Kong Shin-hyuk. Suora cut in. So, how's school life? Going well? He replied. Normal, just the semester's start. Propping her chin, she mused, is it? You didn't contact me at all. If you passed the interview, you could have told me. I was hurt. Holding a glass, hands trembling. Sorry, I was busy. Sighing in relief. Good thing I didn't call. One slip, and it'd be awkward. Suora said, it's fine. You must have your reasons. Oh, the donation stopped, right? No transfer this month. Shin-hyuk paled, water dribbling. How would I know to send money? No record in the account. Thinking, no, for my future, I should be upfront. I can't be drained forever. Hesitant about the donations. I want to stop. Is that okay? Suora paused, staring. Fair enough. You've contributed a lot. It's not mandatory. Teacher salaries aren't high, and even if you've little to spend on. Shin-hyuk blinked. She smiled brightly. I told you, Antaz doesn't force donations, so it's fine. He realized, voluntary? Kong Shin-hyuk, how dumb were you? She continued, the organization knows your situation, so don't worry. To Antaz, you're an arrogant, studious demon. But passing the school interview instantly and defeating a near-rank hunter boosted your evaluation. clasping her hands. Her dazzling smile shone. Having a senior like you help me is such an honor. Let's change the world together. Shin-hyuk thought. First, you'll destroy it. In academy novels, hidden criminal groups aim for terrorism. Though Antaz is criminal, they don't kill randomly, with rules against targeting non-official hunter students unless necessary. Seora's role might be recruiting promising students. Pondering, this is just what I know from the novel. What secrets does the side story hold? Serious, what do I do now? Seora scratched her cheek. For now, focus on adapting to school life. Make friends. He replied, I can handle that. Can't you be specific about what I need to do? I need to plan. Grabbing her tray, she stood. This isn't short term. You're the only one in high school, so it's fine. Let's meet regularly, last Tuesday of each month. He frowned. She added, Tuesdays rarely have parties. Dinner together? Leaving, she turned, waving, I'm off. See you often. Shin-hyuk, dazed, watched her fade, then glanced at his tray, now just vegetables. Training with Cho Yuri-yang began smoothly. He documented Shin-hyuk's physical progress, teaching mind techniques and martial arts principles. Yuri-yang turned, I've opened your dantian, but controlling it is on you. No days off. Practice great circulation jotian. It's cycling inner energy through your body. Understand? Meditating, Shin-hyuk's body glowed green. Silence enveloped them. Yuri-yang stared, then smacked his head. I asked if you understand. The sudden hit made Shin-hyuk yelp, face purple, clutching his head. I'm fine. You keep talking, breaking my focus. I'm listening. Yuri-yang, unfazed, that's my line. Aren't you the distracted one? Your energy flows mixed with stray thoughts. You're troubled. Shin-hyuk frowned. Ugh. Energy reveals that too? Yuri-yang stroked his beard. One jotian should be as natural as breathing. Your slight trembling. How could I miss it? Flustered, scratching his head. Honestly, I'm conflicted. Master, what's your impression of me? Am I good or bad? Yuri-yang scoffed. How would I know, fool? Shin-hyuk, suppressing anger. This old man's infuriating. Yuri-yang continued. You look like an annoying rich brat. Like Yama granted you a wish to reincarnate as a pretty boy. Shin-hyuk laughed nervously, sweating. Sorry for doubting you. Yuri-yang stroked his beard. With that face, do good, you're good. Do evil, you're evil. That's it. Strength gives you the right to think. No matter how grand the plan, only the strong survive in Blade Mountain Sword Forest, the ruthless, competitive world. Losers can't speak, only recorded as villains. Turning, troublemakers like the Orthodox demonic war or blood massacres die early. Without strength, good or evil is an illusion. Shin-hyuk, dazed, oh thanks. Yuri-yang said, now fetch chocolate. Shin-hyuk replied, yes, master. Thinking, justice or not, his last words moved me. Back to the present, Shin-hyuk and Choi Seora dined together. He smiled awkwardly, recalling Yuri-yang's words. Troublemakers like the Orthodox demonic war or blood massacres die early. I just want to quietly profit from stocks, live leisurely long-term. Terrorism, assassination, or avenging Chang-su aren't my concern. I don't want to disrupt the world and die young. Seora savored cake, cream smudging her mouth. Odd, senior. I said last Tuesday each month. Why contact me early? Nervous, Shin-hyuk fidgeted. I need to talk. She looked. What's making you hesitate? Swallowing, sweating. Can I leave Antaz? Seora froze, slowly turning her fork downward. Suddenly, she lunged, fork aimed at Shin-hyuk's head, eyes sharp as blades. The onlookers stared at Shin-hyuk, eyes wide, mouths agape. The cashier, pale with fear, flinched as the fork narrowly missed him, making him tremble. He'd anticipated trouble, but not this reaction. Choi Seora froze, her eyes blazing with fury, voice sharp with warning. Senior, you'd better explain those words clearly, unless you want extra holes on your face besides eyes, nose, and mouth. Shin-hyuk, tense to the point of suffocation, replied, I'll explain, but can we clean this up first? We'll probably need to move. Raising his hands in surrender against Seora's terrifying threat, he whispered, people are staring. Nearby, a couple whispered. The girl said, look, honey, that guy's probably cheating. The guy replied, he's kinda handsome. She warned, cheat on me, and you're dead. He protested, I smoke, not cheat. Shin-hyuk suggested, let's go to my car first. I have something to show you. On the bustling highway nearing a tunnel, Shin Hyuk's car cruised. Seora questioned, "You said you'd explain, so why had it Incheon? Think I won't let you off with just words, so you're showing me something?" Still clutching the fork menacingly, she pressed, "Explain what you said at the cafe." Sweating, Shin Hyuk retorted, "You brought the fork out here? That's theft." Her anger flared, and she jabbed the fork into his neck. Wincing, pale, he hurriedly explained, "The reason I joined Antaz was the discrimination against non-hunter school graduates." Voice trembling, "But at school now, attitudes have shifted a bit." Seora snapped, "Really? One win doesn't change anything." Sighing, he thought, "Now she's cutting me off and snapping." Koreans listened to the end. He continued, "Not instantly, but after this, I see potential." Glancing nervously, "Even without Antaz, I can improve things bit by bit. Antaz is too extreme. Gripping the wheel, it's too different from my goals. Terrorism, ruthless killing." Seora's dangerous aura softened slightly. She said, "I told you, not all terrorism is ours. Governments blame us. Those who died deserved it." Shin Hyuk, firm, "Seora, no one deserves death." Frowning angrily, she shouted, "You've never done those missions. Are you scared?" Sweat-soaked, blood trickling from his neck, he admitted, terrified. "Please move the fork." Seora slowly withdrew it. Coward. Relieved, he thought, "Phew, not easy." His eyes gleamed. "But I knew escaping a criminal group wouldn't be simple. You can't just walk away unprepared." He suggested, "Look up a news article I'll mention. Search, Assassination of Hunter Management Agency Deputy Min Young-suk." Seora checked her phone. Min Young-suk, that scum who embezzled billions. Scrolling, she cursed, he deserved death. But her pace slowed, collision with a cargo truck. Min Young-suk, the driver, and 2 others died. Seeing the driver's photo with his daughter, Shin Hyuk said, the driver, Mr. Kim, was young, widowed, raising his daughter alone. Not a full employee, just a contract driver for the agency. Emphasizing, staring at her, did this driver have anything to do with Min Young-suk's corruption? Caught off guard, she stammered, "No." He pressed, "His daughter, Lee Seo-ah, is a beautiful teen, the top-voted heroine in Become a Hunter. She's vital, forming a love triangle with the protagonists and key in the story's latter half." Continuing, when Min Young-suk died, her father drove the truck. Antaz claimed the act, exposing Min's corruption. Public reaction wasn't bad. Some supported Antaz. Min's crimes filled indictments. But Mr. Kim died, and his family was forgotten amid it all. Seora, tense, replied, "That must be a mistake. Antaz doesn't harm civilians, you know that." Thinking, "I asked already." He said, "Seora, are you honest? You think Mr. Kim was the only one mistakenly killed near Antaz targets?" Gazing thoughtfully, she's dodging, but she knows, doesn't she? She covered her face, distressed. He mused, "It's clear now. I can sleep easy tonight." Abruptly, Seora changed topics, shyly, "I'll tell you why I rejected your confession." Startled, "Why bring that up?" She raised the fork again, letting actions speak. Intimidated, he relented, "No, I don't need that now." She insisted, "Listen." He sighed, "You've got the floor." She recalled, 15 years ago, the massive portal liberation, you know it, right? "Both my parents died in that disaster when I was young." Thinking, the novel never mentioned that. Side story. As he pondered, Seora struck again. Panicking, he soothed, "That must have been tough, but how's it related to rejecting me?" "I'll shut up, go on." Her tone grew somber. "If hunters had come, my parents could have lived. The worst zone, portals opened in my neighborhood, 4 D rank, 2 C rank, the most. It needed the most attention, close to the association. Slowing, haunted, but no one came. Not one. While dozens of top guild teams rushed to the rich district, where 3 F-rank dungeons were cleared. Shin Hyuk's face showed conflict. Self-reproaching, harsh. Kong Shin Hyuk went through something similar. The fork withdrew, blood dripping. Thinking, but if that happened, it'd cause a huge uproar. Was that in Become a Hunter? Seora clarified, "By the way, the media didn't cover it. The powerful protected then buried it with money." Tearfully, "Without digging, I'd never have known." Thinking, Seora didn't come from a non-hunter school like Kong Shin Hyuk, yet joined Antaz like this? Sobbing weird, right? "I said I'd explain the rejection, but talked about my parents. It's not that I disliked you. I can't let go of this vengeance for them." She stabbed the seat, Shin Hyuk dodging just in time. She urged, "Senior, help me. After revenge, we'll meet again." Soul shaken, he pleaded, "Put that down and talk." Feeling like his head was out the car window at high speed. Terrified. What parents want their kid in a group for revenge? If I were the real Shin Hyuk, I'd have agreed to help already. Outside, people gawked. To him, though her plight was pitiable and she was beautiful, Seora wasn't the only woman in the world. The car sped under the evening's glow. He wanted to close his eyes, apologize once more, and live freer. Kong Shin Hyuk's body transformed. Two figures watched, Yama and Uriang. Having read the novel, he knew the future and stole the protagonist's opportunity. Cutting ties with Seora and Antaz now would smooth his path. Yet, suspended, he wondered, but why? A hand gripped his shoulder. The protagonist turned, startled by Shin Hyuk's pat. "A message, counting on you." Seeing Shin Hyuk, the protagonist wondered, "Kong Shin Hyuk?" The car swerved, a loud scream piercing the sky. "Senior, watch the road." Seora slapped his head hard. Snapping back, gasping, almost died. He wondered, what was that? Seora said, "I'll ditch the fork." "Forgot you're driving." Suddenly, Shin Hyuk asked, "Seora, do you know who you're targeting for revenge?" Surprised, she replied, "Changed your mind?" He pressed, "Answer first." Thinking, she said, "The Hunter Agency director then was Kim In-hyuk, but I don't think he alone gave that order." Sighing, "If it's that director, he's probably a bigger figure now." Self-cursing, "God, Kong Shin Hyuk, you idiot." Seora asked, "So, you saying you'll quit earlier wasn't true?" He replied, "No, I must leave Antaz, but I'll help you personally." Shocked, "What do you mean? How?" Antaz said, "It's tough. Don't do this." Nearing Incheon, he said, "Well said, Antaz claims it's tough. Will they really deliver Kim In-hyuk to you?" Seora countered, "It's hard now, but they'll do it later." He challenged, "When? Do they guarantee it?" Stammering, "Well, Kim In-hyuk, now Congressman Kim In-hyuk, was a figure from Become a Hunter. He'd rise until the protagonist intervened. Meanwhile, Seora would be exposed as an Antaz member in 3 years, facing trial. Not death, but life imprisonment without parole, rotting in jail forever." In the car, Seora listened attentively. "If I complete my missions well, Antaz will." He cut in, "They won't." Annoyed, "What do you know?" Cursing inwardly, "This kid, I've read everyone's future, how wouldn't I know Antaz?" Sighing, "You won't believe me without proof." Gently, "Listen, Seora, I'll help you. But you must leave Antaz with me. That's the condition." Confused, "What?" "I need Antaz for revenge." He insisted, "No, they won't help." She listened. He said, "This was my last resort if we couldn't agree. You'll change your mind." She asked, "By the way, where's our destination?" Clenching his fist, smiling lightly, he teased, "We're off to buy some fireworks." Shin Hyuk's car halted at their destination. Seora stepped out, peering inside, puzzled. "Is this the place?" "It's not even open." They stood before a shabby shop. He confirmed, "Right, Heavenly Book Clothing." Entering for the first time, Shin Hyuk mused, "Looks like an ordinary old clothing store, but it's more than that." The shopkeeper, surprised by their arrival, eyed them. In truth, hidden in the shadows, this was a hub for synthetic fireworks distribution run by Antaz China in Korea. Shin Hyuk's eyes narrowed, cautious. Speaking in Chinese, "Do you sell Genesis here?" The shopkeeper, confused, "What are you talking about?" Knowing the man's skepticism, Shin Hyuk pressed, "I know everything, so sell it. I heard this is the place." The shopkeeper, exasperated, opened a drawer, thinking, which lunatic told him about this? Pointing a knife at Shin Hyuk's throat, he threatened, "This is wholesale, not retail. Leave, or you're in trouble." Smirking coldly, Shin Hyuk played his trump card. "You called me a lunatic? Guess what? The one who told me isn't." He added, just a name scared him. The shopkeeper asked, "Your name?" "I'll tell Uriang and Mei Lin." Raising his hands, "Miss Mei Lin? You know her?" Holding the knife, face stern, Shin Hyuk affirmed, "Sure do. In China, we were close. She pointed me here for Korea's distribution." Inwardly, total lie. He thought, Mei Lin, daughter of Antaz China's boss, heads Genesis distribution in Korea. Confident on the surface, he was nervous. How could someone like her know me? "This is my last resort to convince Seora." Pulling out his phone, he threatened, "Doubt me? I'll call her, and you can talk. But you'll pay for doubting." The shopkeeper panicked, attitude flipping. "No, Sorry for not recognizing you. I'll prepare it. How much? Shin Hyuk, satisfied. Good talk. Bring it, as much as possible. The shopkeeper clarified. How much Genesis? Ignoring, what's with the question? The latest kind. The man replied, please wait. Seora whispered, what were you two saying in Chinese? Scanning the old clothing store, Shin Hyuk said, I told you we're buying fireworks. You'll believe it when you see. This is where Antaz China sells synthetic Genesis. Shocked, Seora asked, not a metaphor? Antaz really makes fireworks? I never heard this. Unfazed, Shin Hyuk replied, of course. Antaz China only surfaces after the protagonist graduates, thanks to Genesis. Recalling the future, later, Antaz Korea realizes late and opposes China's boss, not to stop sales, but for higher profits. A red-haired man crushes both sides, and the protagonist, Justice's envoy, defeats them. To seem credible, Shin Hyuk said, if you don't believe, I'll have him speak Korean for you. The shopkeeper piled Genesis on the table. We just started, so stock's low. Grimacing, barely enough for a month. Please put in a good word with Miss Mei Lin. Keeping his promise, Shin Hyuk said, all right, now speak Korean. Wary, is it okay for her to hear? Pointing back, no issue. She's crazy for Genesis. The shopkeeper eyed Seora's expression. She glanced aside, avoiding his gaze, sweating and stammering. I love Genesis. Alarmed by her overacting, she should cut back on drugs. Shin Hyuk stifled laughter, face red, no idea why she's so obsessed. Turning to the shopkeeper, Shin Hyuk said, I heard the next version's coming soon? It'll take time to reach Korea. Seora listened intently, frowning. Yeah, quite a while. The shopkeeper rubbed his hands. If you're tight with Miss Mei Lin, buy directly on the mainland. Seora, incredulous, whispered, Senior, you're spouting incomprehensible stuff like Mei Lin and Genesis. You didn't stage this, right? Assuring, I get your doubt, but would I risk my life coming to Incheon for a stunt? Thinking, Mei Lin of Antaz China is a name Seora wouldn't know. The shopkeeper asked, that's a lot. How are you paying? Shin Hyuk, blunt card? Shocked, no way. Pay cash, no joking. Cutting in, 3 months. As the shopkeeper corrected, something whizzed past, blood trickling from his nose. No card, no installments, nothing. Shin Hyuk hadn't meant it. He clarified, 3 months of injuries. Seora gaped, thinking, a precise inner energy strike to the hippocampus in the temporal bone knocked him out. Recalling his master, inner energy to the head causes memory loss. Use it since you can't pinpoint acupoints yet. He added, if worried it won't work, hit the brain tiger acupoint once. Remember, searching, he acted, brain tiger acupoint. He'll wake an idiot, but no pity for a fireworks dealer. Done, he asked Seora. Now do you believe? If this still seems fake, we've got issues. Flustered, Senior, how do you know this? Since when? Firmly, even if I joined at your suggestion, I'd know what I'm getting into. His hands shook holding the phone. Pretending, in China, I learned Antaz deals in fireworks. Truthfully, read it in Book 3 of Become a Hunter. Dusting Genesis powder on the shopkeeper. Let's frame this as him dabbling in drugs, then leave. No surveillance, but staying's no good. Deciding, I won't report this place. Convincing Seora is enough. They exited. He mused, countless others will replace him, so the future's safe. But if external interference leaks, Antaz will investigate thoroughly. Convinced, Seora said, it's all true. I'll explain your withdrawal. If I say you kept bothering me, so I kicked you out, there'll be no consequences. Annoyed, that excuse is irritating. Thanks for understanding. Sensing something off, he stopped. Wait, just me leaving? You know all this and still staying with Antaz. In the cold night breeze, Seora said, unlike you, I've been in Antaz long. I have tasks and knowledge. Leaving suddenly won't be peaceful. Imagining, I'm freed from loose chains, but Seora's still shackled. Antaz is an international crime group. I'm a clueless newbie, but it's not a club you join or leave freely. Recalling the plea, frustrated, I can't ignore this. I must help. Reflecting, for the main story, this is right. If Seora leaves Antaz now, it could alter the future. Until the protagonist exposes her, she must stay. Worried, he asked, Seora, any especially guilty tasks among your past missions? Rubbing her forehead, tired, no. My task is recruiting talented students. Adding, but it's not quick, so I haven't done much. Relieved, he sighed, good. Here's the plan. demanding, "From now, you'll be a double agent for Antas." Shocked, eyes wide, mouth agape double agent, thinking, collect secret documents. If exposed or abandoned later, you won't face heavy charges. Gather Antas' secrets for the police. Explaining, act as a double agent, half-heartedly do Antas tasks, pretend without committing crimes. Seora worried, but I don't have valuable info for the police. Assured, any info helps eventually. If trouble hits, I'll testify for you. She pondered his words, don't trust too much. If it's dangerous, I'll cut ties. No, shouldn't say that. Smiling brightly, Senior, you must really like me, huh? His face froze. How'd it turn to this? Leaning closer, teasing, come on, who helps this much without feelings? Turning away, ignoring, think what you want. Also, take a taxi back to Seoul. Flustered, pointing at herself, me alone? What about you? Bluntly, I've got another place to go, different route. Pressing, Senior, that's not how you flirt. Panicked, dodging, this girl's seriously ill. The next day, on a snowy path, footsteps approached. Uriang glanced back, scolding, you're late. Bowing, sir. They spoke briefly. Uriang noted, your eyes look calmer. Outside matters settled? Replying, thanks to you, master. He continued, good, but tardiness means punishment. Eyes brimming with menace. Prepare for training today. Opening his bag, Shin Hyuk said, I visited Chinatown today. Producing a bottle, bought bamboo leaf green liquor to apologize. Guess no drinking during training. Uriang's mouth watered. Retracting, take a break today. That morning, on the snowy mountain, the liquor bottle was uncapped. Uriang's voice rang with praise. Wow, bamboo leaf green liquor, truly exceptional. Scooping up Sichuan tofu, he savored it, and Sichuan tofu too. How'd you know I'm from Sichuan? Shin Hyuk teased, didn't someone just yell about me being late? Recalling the scene, Uriang justified, ahem, not that. You were way past due, and I was just worried, that's all. Shin Hyuk, alarmed, thought, a bit more worry, and I'd be beaten to death. Pouring wine, Uriang asked, by the way, what happened? You, the kid always scheming to skip training. Shin Hyuk, swinging his sword to train his arms, heard him continue. Yet today, you're training despite my saying rest. Sun rising in the west. Humbly, Shin Hyuk replied, nothing special, sir. Your advice helped a lot. This is a thank you gift, so enjoy. He recalled, from now on, you'll be a double agent for Antas. Having decided to help Choi Seora, he faced unknown future dangers. Slumping into the snow, resolute, I need to get stronger for potential threats, since Seora's double agent path isn't in the original story. In this life, recalling key figures, though I can face A-rank hunters now, against a high-ranking Antas cadre like Mei Lin. A bloody scene flashed, it'd be disastrous. Practicing inner energy, he reflected, I forgot my place. I'm just a B-rank swordsmanship instructor. I'm not equipped to help anyone. Smirking coldly, flustered, at least not in my current state. Recalling the original plot, Lee Ji-sung studied and ate with fierce determination. His first opportunity was Uriang's inner energy manual. Ji-sung trained it, using elixirs to activate his dantian. Pensive, glancing at Uriang, unlike Lee Young, who mastered inner energy after trials, Shin Hyuk admired, my dantian was directly opened. Blowing on his tofu, Uriang raved, this chef's tofu is divine. Shin Hyuk resumed training. He's the world's strongest, right? Regular training from him, and I can protect myself no matter what. Suddenly, Uriang called, hey, disciple. Yes, master. Expecting a new technique, he heard, ramen's gone. That's sesame ramen, I love it. Jinwan's good too. Buy some. Face red with frustration, Shin Hyuk calmed himself. Endure, he's the strongest. Promising, I'll bring more next time. Uriang added, good. Get onigiri sewn, and super spicy noodles too. Shin Hyuk focused hard on training. Uriang sprinkled chili powder, the aroma wafting. Starving but resisting, Shin Hyuk snapped, enough. Stop eating. Uriang feigned, huh? Want a bite? Shouting no? I bought a whole box last time, how's it gone? Flustered, Uriang excused. Living alone, my mouth just craves chewing. Feeling insulted, he barked, smacking Shin Hyuk's head painfully. You dare talk about my eating? Weren't you the one who opened my heart after centuries? Scolding, you lazy kid, but today's resolve makes me happy. Yet, like rushing rice planting, haste ruins things. Clutching his head, Shin Hyuk retorted, "It's not that, but you don't care about my training." Uriang snapped, "You're doing fine. Rushing won't bring great success." Stubborn, Shin Hyuk argued, "Really? I've trained a month with no progress." Softening, "It's because you're talented. Why the sudden urge to get stronger?" Impatient, "Master, you watch the water in your cup more than my stance. If you won't teach properly, got any tricks? Hidden elixirs?" Before finishing, another smack landed. "This kid, praised a bit, and you get cocky." Writhing in snow, Shin Hyuk rolled, pained. Uriang yelled, "1 month, and you want shortcuts? Planning to rule the Central Plains?" Sulking, Shin Hyuk stayed silent. Raising a fist, "One another?" Defiant, glancing aside, "You're cheeky." Exasperated, Uriang blew on his hand. Turning, "I said, rushing martial arts won't work. It's not that I'm distracted by food." Shin Hyuk baited, "Ramen." Whispering just loud enough, "Guess I can't buy ramen anymore. Prices are skyrocketing." "What?" Uriang fumed, "Threatening me?" Feigning innocence, "Threat? Just stating facts." As he spoke, Uriang's face paled. "Even onigiri son, probably can't by next time. Super spicy noodles sell out fast." Sighing, eyes hopeful, Uriang relented, "This kid." Rubbing his forehead. Turning, he exclaimed, "Fine." Placing a hand on Shin Hyuk's shoulder, grudgingly, "I underestimated your zeal. From now, I'll train you thoroughly. Happy?" Replying, "Then I'll find what you like." In the quiet forest, their voices echoed, "All right, let's train. No complaints, no matter how tough." "Yes, master, please guide me." The next day, at school lunchtime, someone tapped their phone. Seora had messaged. That morning, she wrote, "Junior Seora, Senior, everything's settled." In the afternoon, he replied, "Thanks." Heard leaving Antaz went smoothly. Praying, "Hope Kong Shin Hyuk has no more secrets. Just help Seora this time, then live fully." 2 girls rushed in, calling, "Teacher, you seem happy today." Startled, Shin Hyuk yelped, "Ah gosh." Asking, "Changsu, Yunsuk, haven't you eaten?" They denied, "Of course we will. Today's lunch is cheese cutlets. Eat with us, then head to the auditorium." Puzzled, "Auditorium? What's that about?" Changsu reminded, "Teacher, this morning during roll call, the vice principal mentioned it. Forgot?" Recapping, he said, "We're starting a YouTube channel and doing interviews." Reflecting, "I was caught up in Seora's message and forgot. They did mention it." She emphasized, "The vice principal said you're the handsomest, so you're first." Stunned, "No way. His standards? Impossible." Yunsuk persuaded, "Maybe, teacher. A good interview might bring a bonus." Convinced, "Fair point." She showed a draft. Changsu will film, tech teacher will edit. Here's the question list. Review during lunch. Skimming, he praised, "Pretty professional. Thought it'd be half-baked." Changsu added, "FYI, the student council president will review before posting. So it's up to you." The girls dashed off. He urged, "Hurry, or the cutlets will cool." "Yes." Changsu lingered. "Oh, teacher, one more thing." "Curious what?" "Go ahead." She said, "The interview will be with me and the student council president." Yunsuk, beaming, added, "We'll follow the questions at first, but the president's quirky, might ask off-script weird ones." Confident, Shin Hyuk boasted, "Questions? As long as they're not about romance, I'm fine." Changsu mused, "That's okay, but the president's unique. If you signal, we'll stop, no worries." Laughing, he instructed, "Got it, I trust you too. Make me look handsome." Thinking, student council president? Back in school, that was a legend. A flowing skirt appeared. "Who's this kid? Seems like a mysterious girl." She said, "Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk, swordsmanship instructor. Heard he's strong. Clutching swords, excited, wonder what he's like." The scene shifts to female students tending to personal hygiene. Most students at Hunter Academy live in dormitories. Though they return home during breaks, spending most of their time at school piques parental curiosity about campus life. Articles speculate about Hunter schools, citing security as the reason for restricted weekend outings or family visits. Many criticize their secretive nature. Thus, the government mandated YouTube channels for Hunter schools. Naturally, implementation wasn't immediate. Their school was chosen as a pilot. Sighing, Shin Hyuk entered. "Even the novel didn't mention YouTube, so I thought it'd fizzle out, but I'm the pilot interviewee." A voice interrupted, "Wow, Teacher Kang's early." Politely, he replied, "Hello. Thanks for your help today, Ms. Min." A girl with a mole by her mouth smiled brightly. "Oh, I'm just editing." Tech teacher, Min Ji-hee. Shin Hyuk gave a thumbs up, smooth talking. "Haha, my first interview, so I'm nervous. By the way, Ms. Min, you edit videos too? That's impressive." Min clasped her hands, laughing. "No, the principal said tech teachers handle this. Guess we're easy to boss around." Sympathizing, dodging work? Poor Ms. Min. Turning, she clenched her fist. "No extra pay, so I'll edit sloppily and leave. Even with views, I won't get a cent." Shin Hyuk, stunned. "So that's why YouTube's absent from the novel." Chang-soo called. "Okay, camera's ready. Yun-suk's on point, and the vice principal's here." Min waved, "Over here." Shin Hyuk turned, eyes gleaming, the vice principal's image in his pupils. A beautiful woman with long hair and square glasses entered. "Greeting, everyone's gathered." Student Council President, top hunter, Kim Yun-suk. Watching her chat with Chang-soo, he admired. "Incredible, about 170 centimeters. She exudes confidence, a true president's aura." Lost in thought, she approached. Such a figure wasn't in the novel. She spoke. "Hello, Teacher Kang Shin Hyuk, right? You're so handsome. I'm excited for your expressions on video. Please do well today." Yun-suk's sudden praise made him beam. "All right, counting on you. This kid's got social skills, not weird like Chang-soo said." Filming began, Min and Chang-soo recording, while Shin Hyuk and Yun-suk were interviewed. The trio chatted cheerfully, the session going smoothly. Chang-soo smiled. "Teacher Shin Hyuk, how's the interview?" He replied. Chang-soo teased me as the handsome teacher, a bit awkward. But when I showed discomfort, she quickly shifted the mood. Sunlight streamed through windows as the interview neared its end. Chang-soo said, "It's a shame, but we're out of questions, and it's time to let teacher go. No afternoon classes, so if we kept you too long, sorry." Smiling politely. "Oh, that's the wrap? No apologies needed. I'm reluctant too. All for the students." With an awkward smile and thumbs up, "Bit messy, so I'll request overtime pay." Chang-soo jolted. "What?" Laughing, "Haha, kidding." Min covered her mouth, chuckling. "Ho ho, I'd actually request it." Chang-soo looked at her helplessly. Yun-suk, with a sly smile, called softly, "Teacher Kong." Turning, "What's up?" Calculating, "You said you're reluctant, right?" Ending like this would disappoint viewers. Grinning mischievously, "It's sudden. But how about a duel with me?" Min gasped. "What? Why so abrupt?" Chang-soo echoed, "So sudden." Confused, eyes wide, staring at Chang-soo's flustered gestures. Wasn't this ending warmly? "What's this? Is this the weird personality Chang-soo mentioned?" Chang-soo intervened. "President, springing this without warning." Undeterred, Yun-suk pressed. "Teacher said he's reluctant. Just want to show viewers more." Turning, "Sorry if I startled you. I'm a bit fond of duels. You teach swordsmanship, and I'm in swordsmanship class, so..." Pondering, she's proposing eagerly, no malice. They sat. "All right, let's film the ending." She interrupted. "Wait. Teacher's fine. Let's do it." Chang-soo questioned. "I didn't warn him, you sure?" Confident, "All good. Got your sword ready?" "Of course, I brought 2 practice iron swords." Sighing, standing amid their discussion, "President, when do you bring these?" "Just in case." "Thanks, teacher." Thinking, sparring with a student? Kang Shin Hyuk's physique excels in swordsmanship, and my master's a supreme expert. Min's face darkened, radiating gloom, while Chang-soo watched helplessly. Calculating, "I'm a learner too. Let's test my recent progress." Chang-soo, shielding herself from Min's complaints. "Oh no, I'll be late." Min and Chang-soo munched popcorn, spectating. Yun-suk tied her hair, entering combat mode. Arms crossed, Shin Hyuk assessed confidently. "Honestly, I'm not nervous. For my honor duel with Teacher Young, I know hunters are weaker than I thought." Recalling training with his master, a punch to his head and Yuryang scolding, "Don't slack, I warned you." Shuddering, "If master were here, it'd be like this." Holding swords, they assumed stances. "I spar with students in class, but she's a senior and president, so stay sharp. Treat her like a pro hunter." Smirking confidently, taunting, "Come on, you first." Yun-suk smiled, raising her sword. "I'll go first." She charged like a gust, gripping her sword tightly. Chang-soo cheered, "Wow, so fast." Yun-suk snapped, "Don't say that." Observing her charge, faster than freshman. Odd. I expected a horizontal or diagonal slash, but she's aiming to thrust. eyes resolute. In swordsmanship, slashing's basic, yet she lowers to stab. Dodging left? She's that confident in hitting? A student would panic here. She spun, slashing upward in a graceful arc. Shin Hyuk sidestepped, then blocked her upward slash. Impressive. Retreating, parrying Yunsuk's attacks, she shouted, "How long will you dodge?" Silent, evading a slash, he recalled his master laughing. Haha, I said it'd be tough, right? Dodge, disciple. Thinking, that old man held grudges, so I got hit a lot. My aches helped me dodge her even blindfolded. Speaking, Yunsuk, you're too focused on attacking, leaning forward too much. Exhausted, I haven't shown everything. Swinging horizontally, to her shock, he slipped back. She exclaimed, "No way, I can't counter another angle." His eyes turned cold, bad memory. The scene shifts to female students tending to personal hygiene. Most students at Hunter Academy live in dormitories. Though they return home during breaks, spending most of their time at school piques parental curiosity about campus life. Articles speculate about Hunter schools, citing security as the reason for restricted weekend outings or family visits. Many criticize their secretive nature. Thus, the government mandated YouTube channels for Hunter schools. Naturally, implementation wasn't immediate. Their school was chosen as a pilot. Sighing, Shin Hyuk entered. Even the novel didn't mention YouTube, so I thought it'd fizzle out, but I'm the pilot interviewee. A voice interrupted. Wow, Teacher Kang's early. Politely, he replied, "Hello. Thanks for your help today, Ms. Min." A girl with a mole by her mouth smiled brightly. "Oh, I'm just editing." Tech teacher, Min Ji-hee. Shin Hyuk's entire body trembled, his eyes tightly shut. Then, "Teacher, you're here." "Wait a sec. Teacher, what happened? Am I injured anywhere?" Yunsuk, slightly cautious, spoke up. "It's not that, teacher. Can I use mana?" "Of course, I won't channel it into my weapon." He was quite surprised, rubbing the back of his neck. "That's impressive. A student using mana? From the end of second year, we'll go for internships at teleportation gates. Right now, I'm learning how to use it." He thought, "I already know that." Before graduating, students visit F or E grade gates, accompanied by school teachers or national hunters as guardians. Though they say it's for accumulating mana during internships, it's probably not much. But still, impressive. She seems to sense a difference in speed. Curious about her strength, he nodded. "All right, go ahead and use it freely." "Thank you, teacher." With a swift motion, Yunsuk's figure vanished. He thought, when sparring with Teacher Young, I didn't see much mana, and I couldn't control it well myself. She darted behind Shin Hyuk. "This is a great chance to control my strength and experience mana." Yunsuk swung her sword forcefully toward his face. Shin Hyuk quickly raised his sword to block. As the two swords clashed, cracks appeared. "My hand's numb. Just blocking without inner energy is a bit too much." The sharp clang of metal echoed through the air, a spark flashing. Even without channeling mana into the weapon, her physical ability is outstanding. Unbelievable. This is the mana a student accumulated during training. Mana builds in the body by defeating monsters. In this worldview, mana doesn't accumulate infinitely, but has a capacity limit based on individual aptitude. According to his master, mana is like unrefined inner energy. He thought, I've converted all of Kong Shin Hyuk's mana into inner energy, so its efficiency surpasses regular mana. Yunsuk swung again, her slash hurtling toward him. But I've got to maintain a teacher's dignity. Winning without inner energy would be cooler, right? After a few clashes, he thought, now I can clearly see her attack patterns. Shin Hyuk tilted his head, dodging lightly, and said, the problem with Hunter's swordsmanship is that their attacks are too straightforward and simple, mostly because they fight low-intelligence monsters. That's why low-rank hunters struggle against high-intelligence ones. Her face was drenched in sweat. See, Yunsuk's already tiring. Her attack patterns are obvious, even slowing down, easy to read. He said, you're going for a diagonal slash, right? Hearing this, Yunsuk was startled, glancing at her sword-holding hand. She reversed the grip, then charged again, thrusting backward. Shin Hyuk stood calmly, continuing, trying to switch moves now is good. He stepped back, causing Yunsuk to lose balance and fall forward. Shin Hyuk, still composed, added, but for a thrust, you're too close. Yunsuk's sword fell, the clang echoing through the room. The three girls watching outside focused intently, barely moving. She sat up, rubbing her swollen knee. As Yun-suk looked up, a sharp, gleaming sword tip pointed at her. She sighed, looked at Shin-hyuk, and said, "I lost, teacher." He thought for a moment, then spoke. She didn't notice her angry expression while talking, but she seems highly competitive. A great skill, fitting for the student council president. Shin-hyuk extended a hand to Yun-suk. However, your swordsmanship is too simplistic. Mana does enhance physical ability, especially strength, but applying variations in sword techniques, not just relying on mana, would be useful. She grabbed his hand, replying, "Thank you. Teacher, I learned a lot." Ji-hee's body suddenly trembled, and she blurted out, confusing Chong-su. "Big trouble, big trouble. What's wrong, teacher?" Ji-hee's face darkened. "The channel's going to explode. My life of leaving work on time, a week after the interview video was uploaded, the situation became exhausting. Students swarmed to Shin-hyuk, asking, 'Teacher, make me a dance like my mom told me to take.' 'Go away, I don't have anything cheap.' 'Oh, just a quick signature's fine,' since the sparring video with the student council president became a huge hit. He sighed, took the paper, and signed. 'Only during break time, okay? After this, I'm stretching and jogging. The rest of you, prepare. Get into Lee Ji-hee's standard stretching formation, got it? Take this.' 'Wow, thank you.' Another student appeared behind the boy, holding a prepared paper. 'Yes, yes, all set.' Everyone shouted. 'Come on, let's start stretching, Lee Ji-hee's standard, get ready.' Nothing really changed, just a bit more fame, some more hassle. No extra pay or ad revenue either. Thinking this while getting by, he nearly forgot. The online world's harsher than I thought. Online comments. Is that fighting skill real? Truly a battle of the world's strongest. Why the fuss? It's just a common spar between a hunter in training and a school teacher. That level's everywhere. Are your eyes for show? Look closely. The teacher didn't even use mana. The teacher's really skilled. I heard the student in the video is a prodigy, a two-time martial arts champion. Some say completing the full training guarantees an A rank. And he didn't use mana? Kong Shin-hyuk's a name I've never heard of. Anyone got info? Who's Kong Shin-hyuk? I'm a first-year graduate. Seems he was appointed recently. Reading these, Shin-hyuk's eyes widened in shock. Oh, what's this? He thought. So the student council president's that promising? Why wasn't she mentioned in the novel? Clearly, after Lee Ji-hee graduated, no character named Kim Yun-suk appeared. Suddenly, someone spoke up. He looked away from his phone to the speaker. "Teacher Kong, the star, how's it feel to be famous?" "Haha. Good morning, Teacher Yun-suk." "Morning." Yun-suk set a coffee down for Shin-hyuk, asking again, making him awkward. "Being famous is nice, right? Why's Teacher Kong so shy? You're secretly thrilled, aren't you?" "Haha. Thanks, I'll drink it. It was fun at first, but it's getting a bit stressful." He laughed heartily, continuing, "Come on, handsome Teacher Kang's too shy. Take this chance, try the entertainment industry, so I can brag. Seriously, stop teasing. My dream's a quiet life." Yun-suk sipped coffee, saying something confusing, prompting Shin-hyuk to ask, "Quiet? Nice, but seems today won't be quiet for you. Trouble? What do you mean?" He replied, leaving Shin-hyuk puzzled. "On my way, I met the vice principal. He told me to call you before the morning staff meeting." "The vice principal? Why's he calling me?" Yun-suk grinned brightly. "Who knows, maybe extra pay? Anyway, go now. He'll be in his personal research room." Shin-hyuk put a hand on the table and stood. "Extra pay would be great. Thanks, I'm going. If it's a lot, I'll treat you to a meal. I'll cover the soda." His face showed slight worry, his fist clenched, taking long strides down the hall. "My gut's not feeling good. Usually, these things are just proving yourself to other teachers, not a private call to a research room. Maybe it's the recent spike in attention, but I feel oddly uneasy." The biggest concern was the vice principal's summons. In Become the Top Hunter, he's the school's strongest. "Teacher Kong Shin-hyuk? Come in." He opened the door and entered. An S-rank hunter, one of only 10 in Korea. Before Shin-hyuk was a burly man sitting at a desk, Kim Man-dong. He placed both hands on the table, his expression serious. "First time seeing you since the interview. Long time no see. Teacher, head instructor of Hunter number 1, S-rank hunter, Kim Man-dong." Slightly nervous, Shin Hyuk bowed low, responding, I didn't attend the interview. Honestly, I'm under crazy pressure. Really? Hello, good morning. They began chatting. All right, want a cup of tea? No thanks, I've got to prepare for class soon. Is that so? Then I'll get to the point. All the items in that mailbag are for you. Shin Hyuk walked over, opened the bag, and found it full of letters, confused. What? Just letters? He picked one up, scratching his head, asking, Vice Principal, are these fan letters? Haha, if you're curious, read them. Seems many were impressed by the sparring video with you and Kim Yun-suk. It's normal for other hunter schools, but even active hunters from major guilds sent a lot. He opened a letter to read. Though the video was uploaded to promote the school, Teacher Kang's contribution was significant. For guilds, sparring with him now would be more effective than any ad. Shin Hyuk's face grew worried. Damn it, I didn't even expect extra pay, and all 923 letters in the mailbag had the same content. Mandong's expression was frighteningly serious. They're all letters of honorable challenge. Shin Hyuk stood stunned, full of surprise. Challenge letters? Did I do something wrong? The vice principal began addressing deeper issues. As I said, it's not because you did anything wrong, but to tarnish your reputation. Your background from a non-hunter school also plays a part in this. His body froze. How did my non-hunter school background get exposed? The other's tone was gentle, advising. Teacher Kong, as you know, some of the school's practical training teachers don't have a good impression of you. He affirmed. It seems one of the practical training teachers leaked your personal information. The issue is that malicious comments have exploited this, going beyond limits. Shin Hyuk's face darkened at this hypothesis. For example, some claim the student council president staged the match for the new teacher. Now, even Kim Yun-suk's career, his sparring opponent, was suspected of being rigged. He quietly recalled some comments he'd seen. As a third-rate author, I clearly remember the pain of malicious comments. Those damn anti-fans in this world don't know boundaries either. He gritted his teeth slightly. I'm furious. No, as a teacher, I must stop this. If the interview had been moderate, this wouldn't have happened. He fell silent, listening amid his anger. The vice principal, composed on his chair, announced, the YouTube channel will be shut down. Though its purpose was to show parents students' daily lives, it was harming students instead. His white brows furrowed. What will you do, teacher? The man before him tightly gripped the papers. What? Clear all doubts, of course. The vice principal showed concern. Oh, can you tell me how you'll clear them? Shin Hyuk quickly replied. It's simple, vice principal. He stated his solution directly. From these letters, among the malicious commenters, there must be those who sent these challenges. I'll pick the truly famous, high-ranking ones for duels. The vice principal exclaimed, surprised. Is that so? Are you confident you'll win? There are quite a few A-rank hunters among the challengers. Well, those who aren't a match can be declined. Shin Hyuk looked up, asserting, no, that's perfect. I'll only choose A-rank hunters to fight. The vice principal easily grasped his intent. You plan to defeat the strong ones, so the mediocre ones will back off, huh? Shin Hyuk clapped his fists together, agreeing. A bit crude, but yes. Realistically, I can't handle them all. The other called his name again. Great, very good. By the way, Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk. He curled his lips and offered. How about a match with me? The young man was so shocked he blurted. Is this old man crazy? I must have misheard. He realized something was off and fell silent for a moment. Then, hesitantly, Shin Hyuk said, I misheard, right? This old man's crazy. But the vice principal confirmed. You heard right, Teacher Kong. The room fell into an awkward silence. His mind screamed, no, if you're crazy, be properly crazy. An S-rank hunter challenging a B-rank hunter? The vice principal spoke, hitting the mark, making Shin Hyuk flinch and turn away. I understand you might think I'm crazy. I watched your honor duel with Teacher Jung before. I was surprised. Honestly, I thought you'd lose. He shared his thoughts calmly. Moreover, it seems you haven't shown your full strength. With that attitude, you're confident you can overpower A-rank hunters. Shin Hyuk's face twisted, annoyed. No, those are just A-ranks, no matter how high. From S-rank up, vice principal, it's a whole different story. You know that. He imagined a teacher's outburst in his head. In reality, there are only about 1,000 A-rank hunters in Korea, so they're not opponents to underestimate. Teacher Jung only just applied for A rank, not a true A rank hunter. Shin Hyuk recalled his rigorous training. Of course, now that Master trained me, I'm stronger. Considering the gap between hunters and martial artists, I'm confident against A ranks. He glanced warily at the hunters' backs before him. But S ranks in Korea, only 10, and globally under 100. Their magic has immense destructive power. S-rank mages are even considered strategic weapons. Other S-rank hunters, superhumans, are called one-man armies. And this vice principal is formidable. Kim Man-dong, the god of combat, among the top S-ranks. In Become the Top Hunter, there's an episode where Lee Ji-sung, confident in her strength, challenged this old man and was beaten to a pulp, unrecognizable, utterly crushed. Not just crushed, but obliterated. Now he assessed himself. Of course, I'm different from the protagonist, only learning one inner energy technique. I directly learned martial arts from Master, who said I'd far surpass those who consume elixirs like meals. But in S rank, no matter how I think, there's no way to win. Mandong's call snapped him back to reality. Hey, Teacher Kong. He responded instantly. Sorry, I was too shocked, so... The vice principal cheerfully persuaded. Think about it. Wouldn't fighting me once be better than fighting several A ranks? He presented sharp evidence. After the spar, I'll declare Teacher Kang's true strength. Then, no more challenge letters. Doesn't that settle it all at once? Shin Hyuk hesitated, listening. Really? Man-dong pressed with his request. Exactly. Of course, if your performance is subpar, I won't cover for you. I don't expect you to win. Just land one successful hit. Shin Hyuk pondered. One hit. Sounds like once, but it's an absurd condition. Kim Man-dong's body can repel even auric swords. He half-closed one eye, adding fuel. Don't want to? More cowardly than I thought. Teacher Kong. He offered another incentive. How about this? If you land this hit, I'll exempt you from the 3-week training course for new teachers this break. Shin Hyuk perked up. Exempt from training? He wavered, considering the surrounding gazes. Not tempting? Though the training's mainly for teacher bonding, for someone from a non-hunter school like me, those 3 weeks would be like sitting on thorns. Now, the vice principal played his final card. Of course, you'll still get paid during the exemption. His voice was like honey to Shin Hyuk's ears. 3 weeks of paid leave. Still, the young man worried. The training's held by the Hunter Management Bureau. Can it really be skipped? The vice principal explained calmly. There's an elite teacher system, selecting only 2 per semester. Man-dong asked. Become an elite teacher, and you'll get reduced hours. Tempted yet? Shin Hyuk's face turned greedy. Since when? Tempting. 3 weeks of rest, like paradise. So tempting. The other, sensing his thoughts, planned. To let many witness, avoid chaotic times. Next week's the presidential election, so let's fight in a month. Shin Hyuk hesitated, recalling. A month from now, right before the closing ceremony. He continued, exactly. If you back out then, it'll be awkward. Decided, Shin Hyuk spoke with resolve. All right. Man-dong sighed, satisfied. A man's word is worth gold. Keep it. After agreeing, he quickly left the room. Class is starting. I'll excuse myself. Walking down the hallway, lost in countless thoughts. A month? In 1 month, I must find a way to land a hit on Kim Man-dong. He saw himself as a puppy lured by the vice principal. The conditions sounded sweet at first. Shin Hyuk then took a mental hit. But with a bit of thought, you realize how reckless this challenge is. He assessed his strength, imagining the fight. In the martial world, Kim Man-dong's at least a supreme master. His body's like diamond. For me, barely transitioning from first-rate to near-master, dealing significant damage is like plucking stars. He sighed inwardly. In some ways, this is a malicious proposal. Still, there are times I must step up. He recalled the feeling of being left behind. Though my goal's a comfortable, quiet life, I can't sleep soundly while causing trouble for others. A colorful system light flashed. External Chronicle unlocked. From now, Shin Hyuk's Vice Principal Slayer arc will be recorded. He clenched his fist joyfully. Vice Principal Slayer? Sounds cool. If this is an External Chronicle episode, it's not entirely impossible. Carrying that belief, he went to Yu Riang. Master will know a way. But his master bluntly said, No way, you crazy kid. Shin Hyuk knelt on the stone floor, pleading. Come on, master, Don't be like that. Teach me. His stern teacher turned away. No matter how hard you try, what's impossible is impossible. Yu Riang asked, "Oh, what was it?" "That auric chaos thing." He quickly replied, "Auric sword." His master nodded. "Right." He showed his depth with an explanation. "To even scratch a diamond body, you need sword aura. You call it that sword something?" Shin Hyuk reminded. "Auric sword." Yu Riang agreed. "Yes, that." But he shook his head in frustration. "It takes great effort to reach that realm. How can you defeat an indestructible diamond at the Supreme Master level? In your current state, you might cut a few chest hairs at best." His disciple looked blank as he muttered. "Even with the same move, you'd land one effective hit at most." "No way." Curious, Shin Hyuk asked, "Master, what's that same move you mentioned?" He snapped. "TCH, those dirty tricks you like. Mountain ginseng or some elixir. With 3 100-year-old mountain ginsengs. Maybe you could use that sword something," Shin Hyuk corrected. "Auric sword." His master smacked his head. "Right, you brat, it's sword aura." After the painful hit, making him clutch his head, he whispered, "TCH, though not as good as a Supreme Master's, with effort, you might swing it once." Shin Hyuk's lips curled slightly. "Once." He raised a finger, proposing, "That's enough. One hit, that's all I need." Saying that, he spun and ran off. "Thanks, Master. I'm heading out today." Yu Riang, surprised, asked, "Huh, where's this kid going?" He shouted joyfully, "Master said I need 3 mountain ginsengs, and those are expensive." His master, still confused, said, "So, you fool, where do you get those?" The young man hurried toward the world gate. "With money, you can get anything." With the presidential election next week, he flashed a sly smile, a symbol in hand. "I'll go buy some mountain ginseng." A white phone was raised with a complaint. "What's this?" It was Choi Seora, relaxing with her face mask. "Ever since Senior quit Antaz, he hasn't contacted me at all. Heard he's famous on YouTube now. Does he have a girlfriend or something?" She sighed and continued scrolling. Suddenly, the phone buzzed, displaying a familiar name, Senior Kong. Thinking, speak of the devil, and he appears. That's more like it. Senior said, "I'm the only one." She quickly sat up, mumbling, and answered, "Hello." The voice on the other end asked with concern, "Hey, Seora, what are you up to?" Seora replied casually, "Oh, nothing, just reading at home." "What's up, Senior?" Shin Hyuk hesitated, then asked, "Can I borrow some money?" "Not much, about 100 million, Seora." On her end, Choi Seora had already opened the power-off button on her phone screen. Without thinking, she pressed it. Shin Hyuk had to rethink his approach. "Of course, I can't get elixirs like the 10,000-year flower prophet inner pill or 1,000-year snow ginseng. But as Lee Ji-sung mentioned repeatedly, mountain ginseng exists in this world." The elixir gleamed like gold in his eyes. There were many types: wild mountain ginseng, cultivated mountain ginseng, and artificial mountain ginseng. Among them, wild mountain ginseng was the true elixir. The scene shifted to a lively auction house. The main issue was the outrageous price of wild mountain ginseng. Even under 100 years old, it cost tens of millions, and over 100 years, some exceeded 100 million. He recalled Man Dong easily defeating Lee Ji-sung. Lee Ji-sung, from a wealthy family, used it to make kimchi. He ate ginseng like rice, yet Man Dong still crushed him. Yu Riang's words flooded back. Master said it's because he only ate it without properly absorbing the ginseng's energy. But for me, even eating one with a martial arts master's help now, the young man stood somewhere. The problem is money. With 300 million in assets, 3 mountain ginsengs would bankrupt me. Needing to increase his funds, he recalled the vice principal's words. Man Dong looked at him and suggested calmly, "To let many witness, avoid chaotic times. Next week's the presidential election, so let's fight in a month." In his mind, that phrase sparked a perverse smile. Presidential election. No matter what anyone says, isn't the election's purpose election stocks? His grin made a nearby couple pale. The practical teacher's hostility, quitting Intaz, becoming a YouTube star. He hadn't considered these, focused on resolving issues for a quiet life. Key phrases came to mind: presidential secret, Kim In, Hunter Management Bureau Chief, and Taz smuggling, generous, apocalyptic trading methods. He thought, I've used the novel's content wisely, so why did I overlook stocks, you idiot? A restaurant staff cheerfully told him. Dear customer Kong Shin Hyuk, your loan has been approved. Congratulations. He quickly replied. Yes, thank you. His former self smirked behind him. Before, as a third-rate freelance writer, bank thresholds were sky-high. But now, I'm Kong Shin Hyuk, headhunter instructor, able to borrow a lot. Smugly, he thought. Even better, I miraculously know Kim Jun-suk. Kim In's actor will lose the presidential election, and rival Kim Cheon-hoon will win. Shin Hyuk adjusted his tie, striding out. All right, take all the loan money and go all in on Kim Cheon-hoon stocks. Days later, a delivery person, panting amidst pizza boxes, said, Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk, right? I'm delivering 42 pizzas. As thanks, all drinks are free. He appeared to receive them, smiling broadly. Yes, I'm Kong Shin Hyuk. We'll bring the pizzas in. His students swarmed. Teacher, what's this? Shin Hyuk radiated a dazzling aura, declaring, What? Pizza, of course. Each of you, take one. Kong Shin Hyuk, estimated assets, 14,486,531,250. The class erupted in awe. Mom, I want to be Kong Shin Hyuk when I grow up. The lively classroom kept his smile bright. Don't call my name so casually. Your teacher's divine. He rode Kim Cheon-hoon's wave to the top. The stocks yielded 500% profit. Initially, Kim Jun-suk, Kim In's actor and Seora's enemy, led strongly, but just before the election, a corruption scandal exploded, skyrocketing Kim Cheon-hoon's support. Shin Hyuk chuckled in bliss. So, borrowing to the max, using all loans and novel info, worked miraculously. Don't try this, kids. Eat too much, you'll choke. I'll buy digestion pills too. A student, eating, asked curiously. Something good happened, teacher? They ate obediently while he spoke. Just made some stock profits. Oh, one more thing, breaking news. The class choked. Teacher, the day before the closing ceremony, you're sparring with the vice principal. Chaos erupted again, making him awkward. I'm choking. Someone get me digestion pills. Teacher's a damn god. A skeptical female student asked, For real? You're fighting that buff Kim Man-dong. He spoke formally, correcting her. Hey kid, don't call the vice principal's name so casually. He added, Of course, it's uneven. I'll fight him with a handicap, just one direct hit, and he'll count it as my win. Two students worried for him. A direct hit? Can a teacher's attack even work on the vice principal? No way, teacher's gonna die. Shin Hyuk just laughed and sighed. Anyway, eat up. This might be the last pizza I buy. The election's over, so Vice Principal Kim Man-dong will soon announce our spar publicly. He watched the students' reactions closely. One direct hit, one hit to win. I spread the rumor to the kids to nail it down, so the vice principal can't backtrack. I need to make the direct hit perception clear. Leaning on the podium, he mused, stock investment succeeded, super spirit exists, now just training. Everything's trending my way. In his mind, he declared with resolve, Wait for it, Kim Man-dong. Now, Shin Hyuk was back in the familiar snowy region. All right, you prepared everything? He stacked crates on the ground. Yes, master. 3 crates of sesame noodles, 5 crates of onigiri, 2 crates of chocolate, and 4 crates of cola. Plus, I bought all the best-selling instant foods from the supermarket. Yu Riang, stern-faced, said, Good, your sincerity touched me. You prepared those too, right? Shin Hyuk quickly opened a wooden box. Of course, Master said elixirs require fate to find. The elixir inside gleamed, drawing eyes. 3 heavenly seed mountain ginsengs, over 100 years old, prepared. Heavenly seed ginseng, remaining assets, 11,186,531,250 after subtracting 300 million. His master turned, satisfied. Didn't expect you'd actually get them. I ate 300-year-old ginseng before. These are lesser, but definitely over 100 years old. Shin Hyuk glanced aside, whispering, Before, Master said not to rely on elixirs or tricks. His master cut him off. What did you say? He quickly changed attitude. Oh, nothing. Master confirmed they're real. What a relief. Yu Riang sternly said, Stop babbling and eat, then train. I'll assist from behind. Shin Hyuk bowed respectfully. Thank you, Master. The box, now empty, was set aside. Yu Riang placed a hand on his back, channeling spiritual energy. Shin Hyuk focused, feeling it, slightly uncomfortable. So hot. Sweat poured from his face like a stream. I've only eaten ginseng and ginseng chicken soup. Now I see why one costs 100 million. The energy's insane. His master gently reminded. Don't resist the energy I'm channeling. Accept it. You've trained with the technique, so it won't be hard. Blue flames radiated more from his body. Not hard. He imagined scooping water. If inner energy increased from successful channeling was a few drops before the elixir, this feels like endlessly scooping with a ladle. He slipped, sinking into cold water. And as cycles repeat, it's not like scooping anymore. It's like soaking in a massive river. While aiding his training, Yu Riang spoke. Disciple, I have a question. Shin Hyuk replied instantly. Yes, master, what is it? He opened his eyes slowly, questioning. The ginseng you brought is real, with great effects. Must be valuable, right? How'd you amass such wealth to buy it? Shin Hyuk gave an awkward smile, explaining. Yes, I made a big sum. His master mused, suggesting. Then quit the sword fight. Quit teaching. Wouldn't that settle it? He asked clearer questions. Tell me why you endure hardship to grow stronger. Panting, Shin Hyuk said, recently, I've had responsibilities. He honestly told his master. I need to save a junior mingling with bad people and restore my student's reputation, caught in bad rumors because of me. Hesitantly, he added. If I quit as master suggests, I'd be more at ease. But well, I couldn't live comfortably like that. Yu Riang's lips curled slightly. As expected, I chose well. Surprised, Shin Hyuk looked at him. What do you mean? But he brushed it off. You don't need to know. His master's eyes suddenly flashed red, dangerously. But the ginseng's effect is better than I thought. Normally, it'd end here, but since the elixir's effect lingers, I'll give you a gift. He warned before unleashing a massive light behind him. It might hurt a bit, but endure it. Shin Hyuk gaped, bewildered. Huh, what? Endure. Before he could ask more, a shock hit from behind. What? Yu Riang's energy channeling surged, sparking lightning around them. The pressure overwhelmed Shin Hyuk's face, leaving him groaning. Lightning struck from above, illuminating the forest, accompanied by his anguished scream. Shin Hyuk, in pain and drenched in sweat, cursed silently in his mind. This crazy old man. Did I say something wrong? Then, gritting his teeth, he asked, Master, what the heck is this? Yu Riang frowned. I told you to endure it, so stop whining and focus. The pain intensified, and Shin Hyuk thought, what the hell is going on? I want to give up so bad, but it hurts too much to even speak. It's like pulling all my wisdom teeth without anesthesia. Sweating profusely, he looked ahead, outwardly calm but inwardly turbulent. Master's energy is entering my body, heading to a different meridian, not the initial one. It feels like there's a wall inside me, and Master's trying to break through it. Seeing his master as if wielding a hammer to smash something, he thought, no, why is he chiseling meridians not in the technique? Yu Riang placed both hands on a transparent wall, light flickering from it. Shin Hyuk grimaced, angry, teeth clenched. After an unknown time of enduring, his master's energy kept pouring into the wall, cracks widening each moment. It felt like something was being torn apart. Phew, how does a young kid's body have so much impure energy? Yu Riang looked at the wall, confessing, finally broke through. You endured well. Shin Hyuk stepped out, his face full of joy, unable to hold back tears and snot, thinking, I don't know what that was, but I'm not doing it again. Then he asked Yu Riang, Master, is it done? His master, stern-faced, said nothing, channeling more power into him. Not there, seems it's nearby. Shin Hyuk cried out in pain. Ugh, it hurts. What's that smell hitting my nose? He sprang up, fists clenched, shouting angrily, I'm gonna sue. Yu Riang, eating noodles, said, Yeah, these are good. Sesame noodles are the best. Looks like you've regained strength. Want a bite? Still furious, Shin Hyuk snapped, No. Master, what did you do to my body? No explanation, just telling me to endure. What did I do wrong? His master's face turned purple with anger, roaring, Collapse? Collapse. Good grief, I'm pissed. You brat, I worked hard to help you, and you dare say what did you do? Yu Riang swung a fist as he spoke. I knew you had no manners, but there's nothing you won't say. Shin Hyuk, grinning, dodged the punch, shouting, haha, dodged it. Now suspicious, he exclaimed, huh, I dodged? Me. Yu Riang called from outside. See, you dodged? My effort wasn't wasted. Shin Hyuk, bewildered, pointed to his forehead. No, what's that? Master, can you do it again? Yu Riang glared, kicking him hard. This brat just got some elixirs and thinks he's my equal? This, and this. Dodge, disciple. Shin Hyuk clutched his head, apologizing. Ow, not like that. I'm sorry, master. Please explain what you did. Yu Riang sighed, then spoke. I said the ginseng's effect was strong, right? Wasting it would be a shame. So I added some of my inner energy to open your run and do meridians. Rin and do meridians, Shin Hyuk thought. I read about them in wuxia novels. Energy flows straight through the body's core. Before, when cycling great circulation, the meridians used were complex, called the 12 principal meridians. Now, I can cycle instantly through both run and do kneeling, scratching his head. He said, no wonder Master's strike felt so fast. I'm only now understanding the feeling of something being opened. Mid-sentence, a question arose. Wait, in most wuxia novels, opening these makes you super strong, but, Master, am I now a supreme master? His master replied coldly, boom. Shin Hyuk pressed, boom what? What's booming? Yu Riang spoke with conscience. You, barely out of first rate, want to be a supreme master? Skipping the master level between first rate. He swung, shouting, dodge. Shin Hyuk dodged both strikes, replying, ugh, after all that effort. A lump formed on his head from a punch. You brat, I'm the one who worked hard, not you. Eating some 100-year ginseng and thinking you'll jump ranks. Shin Hyuk raised both hands, crying for justice. Master said the elixir's effect was good. His master groaned. Good enough to barely open the run and do meridians. To skip 2 ranks, you'd need 10,000-year snow ginseng or a dragon's heart. Shin Hyuk, annoyed, thought, am I really in a wuxia world? Where do you find those? Yu Riang called out. Reaching master level so fast is already a feat, so don't be too greedy. Shin Hyuk asked, Master, can I use sword aura now? He replied, that depends on you. You said 1 direct hit on the vice principal wins, right? A cheerful voice rang out. Yes, I got the ginseng for that. It's a stretch, but 1 hit's enough, master. Yu Riang continued. Humph, 1 hit. What's so great about that? A kid, the world's only martial artist. Shin Hyuk interjected. Don't say that. Master doesn't know how strong S-rank hunters are. His master turned, muttering. What about supreme masters? Back when I roamed the martial world, supreme masters were everywhere. Shin Hyuk quickly replied. Oh, yes, must be so. Yu Riang began explaining. You don't believe me, brat? Back then, notable figures and sect elders were mostly supreme masters. No, that level wasn't common. Always telling me to know my place. Shin Hyuk grinned, boldly saying, even if I lose, I just need 1 hit. Let's start training. His master, seeing this, said, TCH, disciple, that's why you're useless. Yu Riang's words made Shin Hyuk's eyes widen. You don't feel anything training with the premise of losing? Yu Riang bared his teeth. A mediocre supreme master says 1 hit counts as a loss. TCH, if it were me, I'd be furious, not satisfied with 1 hit. Shin Hyuk reflected on the words. I don't expect you to win, just land 1 successful hit. Then he exclaimed, you're right, it's infuriating. Master's words. Aren't they saying I lack pride or competitive spirit? The proposal to land 1 hit for recognition came from the vice principal first. Clenching his fists, he thought, this isn't about winning or losing. I've accepted the vice principal's standard as my limit. His anger surged, fists tight, teeth grinding, saying, Master, was I thinking wrong? The vice principal said, 1 hit counts, but at least hit him 5 times. Yu Riang emphasized, just 5? 50 you brat. Shin Hyuk, stunned, 50? Master, what's that? He confessed, TCH, follow me, I'll help you. A master aiming for 100 hits. Shin Hyuk couldn't believe his ears, elated. 100 hits? No, you should have said earlier. Yu Riang scoffed. Not my martial art, so I was cautious about using it. Shin Hyuk, curious, asked, not your martial art? What do you mean? Yu Riang began recounting. Back when I roamed the martial world, I met many, but only two could be called friends. What I'll teach you now is a technique one of them used. Shin Hyuk, intrigued, asked, a friend's martial art? Friends share techniques. His master retorted, nonsense. Unless you're a disciple, you don't pass it on. I just fought him so many times, I naturally grasped its secret. In the martial world, stealing techniques is a grave sin. But now, with no one else using martial arts but you, what's it matter? Oh, was that friend as strong as you? Not as strong, but decent. Back then, a master-level guy with this technique flustered me, a realm above. Oh, teach me, master. Let's crush that vice principal's arrogance. A week later, after turning off her phone, she said nothing, but why contact now? Choi Seora grinned widely, replying, well, I didn't know Senior would strike it big with stocks. Today's meeting is about that drug from before. Shin Hyuk said softly, the drug you mean is Genesis, seen in Incheon, right? She replied, yes, we got info it's being sold in China. They tried Japan too and got caught. Not our doing, but I still have to share max info with Senior. By the way, is it true you're sparring with the vice principal? He said casually, it's spread among teachers too? Pizza's effect is real. Seora showed him her phone, exclaiming, not that. An announcement's on the education system. Shin Hyuk looked shocked. What? The notice for selecting the first semester's outstanding teacher. For the outstanding practical teacher chosen by the vice principal, results will be decided after sparring with him. Advantages given based on rank. How to register. Visit the vice principal's office directly. Registration and sparring period. From today until the day before the closing ceremony. Choi Seora, her face slightly panicked, exclaimed, who else could it be? The worst delinquent in middle school is Lee Ji-sung. Hearing this, Kang Shin Hyuk spat out his water. Choi Seora, face dripping wet, stayed silent, still smiling faintly. Shin Hyuk, looking worried with furrowed brows, froze for a few seconds. Seora, face soaked, forced a smile and said, Senior, did Lee Ji-sung do something to you? That's a weird reaction. Shin Hyuk quickly explained, oh no, just choked suddenly. She rested her hands on her chin, sighed, and frowned, saying, speaking of that, is that how things are at the school? What's going on? How can it be? That kid's dad is the CEO of Hoasin Electronics, and his grandpa is the chairman of Hoasin Group. I don't know if they pulled strings behind the scenes, but the harmed students just let it go. So I'm the only one looking like a fool. His attitude towards studies is awful. Honestly, if he had a normal personality, I'd just deal with him. Shin Hyuk grimaced upon hearing this. He's become the school's notorious delinquent at Hunter Academy. 2 years ago, when the protagonist entered the novel's body, that was exactly when Lee Ji-sung was truly a delinquent. Reflecting, he chuckled. In the original story, Choi Seora really hated the protagonist. So that's why? He waved his hand, explaining, he's still young, so he'll probably improve with time. Seora, angry, countered, ugh, Senior, people don't change. In his mind, Shin Hyuk thought, they do change, Seora, completely. Though the entity that enters Lee Ji-sung's body 2 years later is selfish and overbearing, it succeeded in fixing the bad reputation Lee Ji-sung had. Shin Hyuk said, no one knows the future, so just treat him well. You never know. Seora tousled her hair, flailing and whining. Ugh, I don't want to. If that kid gets to high school and ends up in your class, you'll understand how I feel. As she spoke, a server brought a plate of food, making Seora pause in surprise. Shin Hyuk mulled over slowly. Really, nothing to say? I'm a completely harmless side character, but mentioning Lee Ji-sung, the protagonist, makes me truly feel I've entered the novel. While eating, she said, hurry up, let the break come so I don't have to see that kid's face. By the way, Senior, the break's coming. Any plans? He replied, well, there's a new teacher training course, but I'm not sure. She chimed in. Oh, that training course. Are you okay with it, Senior? It's all people from Hunter schools. Shin Hyuk said slowly. If things go well, I might not have to go, but it's not certain. Seora, mouth stuffed, said how? The rookie training's mandatory. I heard becoming an outstanding teacher gets you an exemption. The vice principal had suggested as much. While chewing, she suddenly stopped, smirking. Seora stood, climbing onto the table. No, that's the purpose of the sparring match, you crazy old man. Shin Hyuk gave an awkward smile, waving his hands. No, it's not just that. Her face changed, whispering. That's Kim Man-dong, known as the strongest among the top 10. Can an ordinary guy like you even land a hit? He replied, thinking, why is this girl so harsh? Shin Hyuk mused, betting my life on a break. This is nothing. What's that? Already predicting before we fight. Seora? Seora, with an innocent look, said nothing, leaning close to Shin Hyuk, making him blush and stammer. What's that? Seora, serious, confessed. Truly, senior, you seem to have changed a bit. The old you wouldn't have accepted such a challenge. She didn't believe it, saying, humph. He thought, embarrassed, too close. Seora said, can people really change? Shin Hyuk thought, sorry, I've been possessed too. Even if you wring a chicken's neck, dawn still comes. Time passes fast. It's already the day before the closing ceremony. Ji-hee and you stood there, listening. A boy there, holding a soda can, stared at it. Seora stood coldly, silent, looking tense. After beating Teacher Young last time, he thinks he's untouchable? What's he relying on to be so arrogant? Someone who didn't graduate from a hunter school. You can tell his level just by looking. No self-awareness, yet aiming for the outstanding teacher title. They say there's an advantage, but who knows if it's true? Jin-soo clenched his fist, angry, hearing them. Stop it. What kind of person is vice teacher? Even blindfolded, with one hand, he'd win. But still, facing the vice principal, it won't end well. Poor guy. He swung his fist, thinking, I heard it all, you guys. Even if not meant for me, my enhanced senses caught it clearly. Shin Hyuk, seeing this, reminded. Hey, enough. Jin-soo, you should go. He replied, I just want to stand closer to watch. Shin Hyuk said, please, come on, teacher. Jin-soo mimicked. Please, come on, teacher. Shin Hyuk thought, the vice principal's announcement is only on the administrative system, accessible to new teachers, not students. It's normal for students not to know the time and place. Probably the practical teachers who dislike me leaked it. Seora worried, thinking, either way, they want me humiliated in front of many, especially students. Shin Hyuk turned, asking quietly, Jin-soo, do I have such a bad reputation? Jin-soo smirked, saying, don't mention it. Other teachers badmouth you a lot. Say you're putting on a show to become an outstanding teacher. Of course, we know you're not like that, haha. This kid, that's enough. Everyone cheered for him. Kong Shin Hyuk, go for it. Let's drink tonight. Milky Kong Shin Hyuk. They were enthusiastic. Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk, go for it. Shin Hyuk thought, though few, having my side is good. Voices called out, look, vice teacher's here. The crowd shouted, Kim Man-dong. Kim Man-dong. Strongest hunter, Kim Man-dong. He sure makes a grand entrance. That smug attitude pisses me off. Kim Man-dong, wearing arm guards, said, didn't expect such a crowd. Ready, teacher Kong Shin Hyuk. Shin Hyuk thought, clueless my foot. This old man's been advertising everywhere. Then he confessed, I've done my best. Kim Man-dong, serious, said, if you don't want to lose face, you should have gone all out from the start. I'll yield the first attack, so when we begin, go first. Shin Hyuk bowed, thinking, perfect, he's yielding the first attack. It's common for high-rank hunters to yield the first move, but since it's not strictly regulated, I was worried. Thanks to this, all preparations for a critical hit are done. The referee said, then, I'll review the rules once more, and we'll start. With the advantage applied, teacher Kong Shin Hyuk needs only one successful, effective hit on the vice principal to win. Outside, the referee asked, Vice principal, do you agree to these terms? He replied, of course. The referee turned to ask, Teacher Kong, do you agree? He said cheerfully, yes, but please step back, referee. It might get dangerous when we start. The referee turned, Kim Man-dong. What? No. Teacher Kong, rank. Kim Man-dong said lightly, I'll follow Teacher Kang's words. The referee nodded, I understand. The referee blew the whistle. The sparring match for selecting the first semester's outstanding teacher begins. Both bowed and took their positions. The whistle sounded. The referee signaled, and the match began. The sword fight started. The cloth wrapping Shin Hyuk's sword fell away. He recalled his master's words. "Disciple, take this." He asked, "Master, what's this?" His master replied, "One of the two guys I mentioned was a sword purist. His blade was sharp. If you've learned the sword technique, the weapon must match." Shin Hyuk drew his sword. The chance is only once, the first attack, when Mandong allows it. The sword gleamed, blue flames rising. You saw it, wondering, "Oh, that's an oryx sword." The girl questioned, "Isn't Teacher Kong B rank? Oryx swords need A rank." Shin Hyuk, as if anticipating, thought, "As expected, students are shocked by the oryx sword energy, but teachers don't show it." The vice principal said, "Oryx sword? That's not all. Right, Teacher Kong?" He replied, "Of course, vice principal." Shin Hyuk swung his sword. Kim Mandong's eyes showed confusion at the sight. Students chattered, That's an oryx sword, right?" "What? Oryx sword? Only S-rank hunters use that. Probably just looks like it." "Weird, it's like the oryx sword I saw on YouTube." Shin Hyuk thought, "Master said it's useless in real combat, but the vice principal's complacency gave me a chance. Normally, the first yielded attack is for probing, light strikes, not like me, going all out for this." Kim Man-dong, worried, thought, "An oryx sword? It took long to prepare. Seems it's not fully mastered." The vice principal said, "Ahem, Teacher Kong, looks like you can attack now." Holding the sword with both hands, raising it, Shin Hyuk said, "Sorry for making you wait, but, vice principal, it's not over. Or yet." He thought, "The supreme martial art master taught." I was shocked hearing its name. Shin Hyuk poured all his strength into the sword. Jin Su, shocked, shouted, "Oh damn, I'm attacking." The vice principal, Meteor Demon, burst. Kim Man-dong crossed his arms to guard, thinking, from the name, it's clear, one of Master's two closest friends, the original master of this technique, was the legendary Heavenly Demon. "What?" The shout echoed through the mountains. Kong Shin Hyuk asked, "Master, your friend was really the Heavenly Demon?" His master began, "So there's a fake Heavenly Demon too? But how do you know him?" Shin Hyuk, puzzled, exclaimed, "Wow, your best friend is the Heavenly Demon?" Just reading any wuxia novel, everyone knows the leader of the demonic cult, or Heavenly Demon divine cult, a colossal force rivaling the righteous sects, splitting the martial world in two. Right? Even when my story was being published, the Heavenly Demon was a hot topic. Dark appearance, domineering martial arts, a character with all the elements to thrill readers. Recently, the Heavenly Demon's been crossing into fantasy worlds to hunt dragons, reincarnating in modern times as a crime lord, or opening a bakery after rebirth. Even if you haven't read the stories, you've probably heard the name. I don't remember clearly, but I must have seen it while researching old tales. Yu Riang mused. "Well, he was quite famous in the martial world, but he never beat me once." Shin Hyuk pondered, fighting dragons, so he must be strong. But best friends with the Heavenly Demon? He asked suspiciously, "Master, you said you had two best friends, right? Who's the other one?" Yu Riang explained, "Some guy named Zhang, Sanfeng or something, always rambling about Tai Chi, obsessed with wine, looking like a Taoist, doing nonsense, founding some sect called Wudong or Mudong. You know it?" Shin Hyuk's face went blank, speechless. "What? Zhang Sanfeng?" Channeling energy into the sword, it absorbed it well, continuously gathering new energy. The sword formed a technique that tore through with overwhelming force. From the cracks caused by that collision, countless fragments of energy burst like meteors. Meteor Demon Annihilation Strike. They shouted together. From somewhere, a hand touched a glass-like barrier. The green-haired girl used all her strength. You, with only one barrier left, shouted, "Please focus." Straining, you replied, "Yes." She thought, terrified, "My God, 3 barriers set for the supervisor, and 2 are broken? Not Teacher Young. Shin Hyuk isn't weak. Have I underestimated him all this time?" A boy lay down, teasing, "If I were still in the arena then, I'd be dead." Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk, I don't know how you did it, but anyone can see that power's completely off. He gripped the sword tightly. Shin Hyuk, breathless, sweat pouring like rain, thought, I used all the energy I could channel into the sword. I can't use this move again, but as Master said, its destructive power in that moment was top tier. With this, high-level monsters would fall flat. Haha, how's that, Teacher Kong? Does that count as a direct hit? Except for that monster. The vice principal was scratched, his clothes no longer intact. Vice Principal Kim Man-dong was in a highly awkward situation. Their agreement was just one effective direct hit. Observing the honor duel from afar, he'd realized early, he's not an ordinary B-rank hunter. Kim Man-dong thought, but my blood's flowing? It's been years since this happened. I didn't expect such a powerful hit. The vice principal said, Teacher Kong, you exceeded my expectations. I couldn't imagine such a sword attack. Shin Hyuk whispered, as Master predicted, this fighting style couldn't exist in a world without martial arts. Kim Man-dong said softly, all right, as promised, the challenge debt is settled. Now how about a real match with me? From outside, voices called, oh, Vice Principal, letting it slide that easily? Look at your state. Are you denying that was an effective hit? The Vice Principal stammered, no, that's... Shin Hyuk leaned in, saying, what do you mean, no? You agreed to the judging terms earlier. He thought, haha, serves him right. I'm just a gambler betting everything on the first strike. I wasn't planning to continue anyway. Though it was one hit, the Vice Principal's shirt has 5 holes. No, 10 wouldn't be an exaggeration. Telling Master I hit 10 times meets the goal. The Vice Principal scratched his head, saying, I did say that, but I haven't done anything. And it ends like this, Shin Hyuk said. Did I beg you to yield the first strike? You offered it yourself, right? Kim Man-dong tried. Well, that's... Shin Hyuk called. If you've got nothing else to say, I'll call the referee. The vice principal replied. Teacher Kong, with so many students watching, don't you feel reluctant? The students clamored. Ugh, ours is the best. Swordsmanship's the future. TSK, exploiting students' admiration? So fake. Shin Hyuk acted reluctant. But I don't feel reluctant. At this point, no one will dare send challenge letters anymore. The goal's achieved, so let's end it. The vice principal said, with the direct hit proven, I win this match. Man-dong's eyes widened at the statement. Kim Man-dong said, right, a direct hit. If there's no direct hit, the match isn't over, right? At this moment, the vice principal radiated a brilliant golden aura. Shin Hyuk asked, what do you mean? Kim Man-dong replied, I acknowledge your strength, but I have a social status too. His body glowed with golden energy. Kim Man-dong smirked. The challenge is settled, so let's enjoy ourselves a bit. Where's this wind coming from? Shin Hyuk thought. Wait, stop. The crowd buzzed. Super regeneration is super regeneration. A young man chimed in. Didn't expect to see such a cheating skill in a spar. Kim Man-dong, as if nothing happened, said, I told you, it was a direct hit. Look, I'm standing here in scathe. The vice principal emphasized each word. Man-dong. That's the S-rank tyranny. Shin Hyuk thought, seems like the vice principal's ruining his own image. He said, the crowd's reaction isn't good. Are you serious, vice principal? The vice principal boldly said, of course. I'm getting interested in your strength. Let's continue. Shin Hyuk thought, this is ridiculous. In this situation, if I refuse, the challengers will look down on me. Holding the sword, his hands and feet trembled. My legs are shaking, my hands have no strength. Recalling opening the Ren and Du meridians and reaching master level, his body was recovering slightly, but that move, don't dream of using it again. Even one more aura hit, he could only manage once. Still, this is the right path, isn't it, master? He confessed, student gets 100 points, this can't be ignored. The vice principal charged, shouting, here I come. Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk looked worried, eyes wide. He struck at Kim Man-dong's position, as if it would shatter. Panicked, he thought. What? The arena's collapsing? Shin Hyuk looked around. Where's the vice principal? He dodged a strike quickly. The vice principal landed a heavy blow, gritting his teeth, shouting, damn it. Kim Man-dong, eyes red and terrifying, looked like an assassin, punching Shin Hyuk, making him spit blood and fall. Shin Hyuk thought, the arena collapsed? The scene shifts to an unfamiliar room. Kong Shin Hyuk groggily woke up, his feet on strange ground. He slowly opened his eyes, thinking, is this the infirmary? Touching his head, he mused, I thought I'd meet the king of hell again. I must have really passed out. Shin Hyuk, head aching, sank into thought. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he thought joyfully, this is great. The moment the vice principal charged from a blind spot, shattering the stage, I recalled Master's mad dog tactic, flesh-slicing, bone-breaking. I didn't use my sword to block that terrifying punch, but used my left hand to parry. An excruciating pain surged then. Though I channeled inner energy, my bones still shattered, with intense pain. I endured and swung my sword diagonally at the vice principal's left arm. It felt like scraping iron, not flesh. Just before his punch sent me crashing down, I clearly saw a small but distinct cut on his shoulder. Though the cut was tiny, less than an inch, he couldn't help but feel elated, thinking, he won't stubbornly claim that wound had no effect, right? I'll definitely demand that training exemption in person. Suddenly, someone approached, pulling the curtain aside, asking, oh, Teacher Kong, you're awake? He startled. Seo Hwa smiled, saying, you were out for about 4 hours. Luckily, you're awake. I'm the medical staff, Kim Seo Hwa. Shin Hyuk sat up, thinking, a medical teacher? She didn't appear in the original story. He replied, oh, thank you. Sorry for keeping you here. He gently shook his arm. Seo Hwa held him, saying, lie down. Your bones are completely shattered. Though healed with magic, it'll take about 2 hours for sensation to return, so rest more. Shin Hyuk thought, oh, this is the recovery I read about in books. Thought it was almighty, but it has inconveniences. Seo Hwa instructed, the vice principal specifically asked me to watch over you until you woke up. I'm in the dorms anyway, so don't worry. He smiled, replying, oh, I see. That old man. I mean, the vice principal. I'm fine now, you can head to the dorms. Surprisingly, she said, I don't want to. Shin Hyuk, shocked, said, huh? She sat down, starting to talk. Actually, my dad told me to go back by curfew, but I stayed on purpose. Then, winking, she said, I'm a bit interested in you, Teacher Kong. He was stunned, incredulous. Me? Teacher, what did you just say? Seo Hwa cut in. Oh, interested? He said, no, you said dad. I misheard, right? She quickly said, oh, that was a slip. Pretend you didn't hear it. No one at school knows. He instantly regretted, thinking, sorry for calling him an old man. Seo Hwa said, before today's match, I was already curious, but you were really cool. I never expected you to fight my dad like that. Shin Hyuk gave an awkward smile, replying, haha, but I passed out, so the vice principal probably won. She said, yes, that's the ruling. Looking at him, she added, but I don't think you lost. That initial attack was truly astonishing. Many probably think the same. He thought, she's more straightforward than I expected, unlike her dad. Seo Hwa picked up a bag, saying, and, teacher, look, these are from students while you were recovering. Shin Hyuk, surprised, took it. Letters? They read, teacher, though you lost, you fought great. Teacher Kong, when you're recovered, let's drink. He quickly recognized. This must be from. This is from Teacher Park? So handsome. Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk, I believed in you. Thinking of Jin Soo's attitude, second semester will be a 0. Suddenly, a letter caught his eye. Shin Hyuk picked it from the pile, reading, thank you, teacher. Smiling, he recalled someone's silhouette. All right, this is enough. Seo Hwa smiled, saying so? You don't feel like you completely lost anymore, right? He replied, haha, true. Anyway, I hope they exempt me from training. She, surprised, asked, training exemption? Shin Hyuk said, actually, I accepted because I heard becoming an outstanding teacher with colonel rank gets you out of new teacher training. Seo Hwa laughed, replying, you've got a quirky side, huh? Why not try the training? It's called training, but it's pretty fun. Shin Hyuk said, since I'm from a non-hunter school, I figured going wouldn't be great. Even my first assignment involved an honor duel for similar reasons. Hearing this, she said, Teacher Kong, not all practical teachers here dislike you. I'm just in the infirmary, but I've been curious about you. Encouraging him, she added, look forward to next semester. No fool would turn their back on someone talented like you just because you're from a non-hunter school. He laughed, replying, Haha, you're even giving me therapy. Shin Hyuk said, let's be close from now on. I'll give you my number. Seo-wa replied, oh yes, friendship fee. I'll transfer monthly. He thought, though slightly worried since she's the vice principal's daughter, I've made a good friend. Thanks to this fantasy world's healing magic, I recovered in a day and can attend the closing ceremony safely. The next day, someone stood, announcing, the first semester's outstanding teacher is Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk of the Swordsmanship class. He thought, luckily, that old man kept his promise, and I won the outstanding teacher title. Suddenly, someone raised an objection, saying, Vice Principal, I don't get it. Why is Teacher Kong, who didn't even win, the outstanding teacher? He knew immediately. Of course, some teachers objected. But the vice principal said, Teacher Choi, wanna fight now? The teacher scratched his head, replying, oh, I get it. He brushed it off, saying, only Teacher Kong registered to fight, so no choice. Speaking of which, a strange change occurred. Suddenly, someone called, oh, Teacher Kong, congrats. Shin Hyuk replied, thanks. Some practical teachers started talking to him, just light morning greetings. Scratching his head, he said, sorry I didn't get to greet you this semester. Next semester, please help me out. He thought, miraculous. I didn't expect such an immediate change. On the stage, an announcement. Now, students. Finally, he wanted to add one thing. Smiling during the summer break, he thought. As I entered the classroom, the principal's speech continued. At the closing ceremony's end, On-suk asked, Teacher, we're gathering friends to go to the beach this break. Wanna come? Minho's uncle has a guest house in Jeju. Come with us, teacher. Shin Hyuk declined, saying, I'm busy, On-suk. Have fun, kids. He thought, summer break, and I still have to see your faces? I have my own life. Jin-soo pouted, saying, come on, teacher, join us. A kid beside him covered Jin-soo's mouth, saying, gross, stop it. Shin Hyuk clapped, announcing, no way, I'm busy this break. Ceremony's over, go home, disperse. The class shouted, have a fun break, teacher. The sweet summer break earned after the battle with the vice principal. On his phone screen, a notification appeared. Kim Seo-wa. Teacher Kong, I've gathered enough members. He thought excitedly, all right, let's make a big, thrilling move. Now, he decided to start a side job. Investing in election-themed stocks, scraping every last penny, was quite successful. Still, the reason I'm considering side jobs during this miserable break is that my bank account feels like a bottomless pit. Kong Shin Hyuk was like a frog tossed mercilessly to the bottom. Damn it, the loan repayment for the investment was much larger than I thought. Reinvestment costs, master's food expenses, taxes, loan interest, debt repayment, and other costs. Most of the remaining money was reinvested into Lee Ji-sung's father's company, so I'm practically broke. Shin Hyuk thought, the goal was long-term investment, so doing it without debt was right. But now, I need to hustle side jobs to build capital for the next round. He opened his phone, replying to a message. Sure, what's a good day, teacher? He thought, but how do I make more money? Through the teleportation gate? Last night, after the fight with Kim Man-dong, while lying in the infirmary, he overheard other teachers' summer break plans through Kim Seo-wa. Seo-wa said, most practical teachers will take side jobs at the teleportation gates. Their salaries aren't small, but gate earnings are unmatched. Then she asked, Teacher Kong, you're a hunter too, so you must know. Shin Hyuk gave an awkward smile, replying, haha, I don't know much about it. I'm from a non-hunter school, so I'm basically just a porter. Surprised, she said, my gosh, treating someone as strong as you like a porter? If it were our group, we'd be scrambling to recruit you. He smiled, saying, just those words are thanks enough. Then, he pondered, trying something. Shin Hyuk suddenly realized, saying, teacher, could it be? Seo-wa laughed. Exactly, to warm up our friendship and explore the gates. How about it? He was about to ask, by the way, how's the pay? When she excitedly said, to the gates, let's go. Shin Hyuk thought, the bet with Kim Man-dong, I basically won. If I earn big from the gates and stock up on snacks, Master will love it. Speaking of which, experiencing the gates I read about in the novel is thrilling. What will the other team members be like? Team synergy matters. He thought, considering Kim's role, There'll likely be a reliable front line, since a tank to stall for the mage is essential. Shin Hyuk mused, by the way, if there's a bald, carefree guy, that'd be great. But when they met, it was a woman. She greeted, "Hi, I'm Hong Yi-seol, looking forward to working together." He blurted, "Bald, no, nice to meet you." Hong Yi-seol was surprised. Seo Hwa appeared, cheerfully introducing, "Yi-seol's my longtime friend and my dad's top disciple, a reliable teammate we've worked with for years." Hearing this, Hong Yi-seol whispered, "Seo Hwa, isn't your dad being the vice principal a secret?" She laughed, "It's fine. This is teacher Kong Shin Hyuk. He recently shone in a match against my dad." Hong Yi-seol raised a thumb, praising, "Oh, he landed a hit on master? Let's talk details while we go." Seo Hwa asked, "Teacher Kong, where's your gear? I'll load it onto the car." He pointed to the sword in his hand. "Oh, I don't have separate luggage. Just this is enough." Hong Yi-seol, surprised, turned to Seo Hwa. "Is he really okay? No armor, just a sword?" Seo Hwa laughed. "He's fine, totally fine." "Still worried," she said. "No, but isn't that a bit much?" Shin Hyuk thought, "I heard that. I expected a muscular, rugged guy." He mused. Instead, a bigger monster appeared. Now a hunter, later a high school wrestling teacher. A-rank hunter Hong Yi-seol, Kim Man-dong's disciple. She's skilled, beating Lee Ji-sung all semester. Her final loss to him, and falling for him, left a deep impression. Hong Yi-seol spoke. "All right, today's schedule. Our destinations are a 4-person C-rank gate and a 4-person D-rank gate, 2 places." She continued, "Teacher Kong and Seo Hwa are B-rank, I'm A-rank, so we could enter a 4-person B-rank gate. But for safety during the break, we won't go above C-rank. From S-rank, the highest, to D-rank, the lowest, gates are divided into 5 levels. From what I've learned, even 1 rank difference makes a huge profit gap." Shin Hyuk, puzzled, asked, "I thought we'd go straight to a B-rank gate today?" She replied, "Absolutely not. 4-person gates aren't called that for nothing." Turning, she said, "Plus, with your gear, no way. We'll do C or D-rank gates. B-rank gates come later, maybe with a 3-person gate." Disappointed, he replied, "Guess it's hard to get the profit I hoped for." Seo Hwa laughed, "Too bad. With your skill, it should have been fine. Better listen to Yi-seol here." Hong Yi-seol thought, "This Kong Shin Hyuk's arrogant. Master must have held back in that fight. A B rank with no gear, chasing profits. People like him get into accidents in gates." She thought, "For safety education, I'll teach him a lesson." Speaking up, she said, "Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk, seems profit matters a lot to you." With a hint of intent, she said, "How about this? Among the gates we're hitting, you clear the 4-person D-rank gate alone. If you succeed, you keep all the profits, and once your skill's proven, I'll consider a B-rank gate. What do you think?" Shin Hyuk, thrilled, said, "Really? If you're offering, I'm grateful." She was shocked, thinking, not a second's hesitation. Though D-rank is 2 levels below B-rank, so it seems easy, it's not a 4-person dungeon for nothing. Let's see him struggle and face the wall. Hong Yi-seol approached the guard, saying, "A-rank hunter Hong Yi-seol. Here's my ID." The guard checked, saying, "Identity confirmed, enter when ready." Then, the guard said, "The B-rank hunter will go first, we'll follow." Shin Hyuk stepped down, exhaling, "Phew." Observing ahead, it was the D-rank gate. He thought, "I don't know why, but I feel like once I step in, a legendary swordsman will be eating cup noodles." Hong Yi-seol got off, saying, "Time limit's 1 hour. If you don't finish, Seo Hwa and I will enter." Warming up, he replied, "Got it. I'm confident, so leave it to me." He thought, "Perfect, a great chance for someone like me with no monster fighting experience." This Hong Yi-seol's easier to talk to than in the novel. But Hong Yi-seol thought, why is he grinning so happily? What a fool. Seo Hwa approached, saying, "Teacher Kong, though it's D-rank, a 4-person single bond gate's pretty tough. You okay alone?" He gave a thumbs up. "I'm fine. See you in an hour." The first gate Lee Ji-sung crossed into as an ordinary student during training. Lee Ji-sung, with swordsmanship like mine, easily cleared a D-rank gate. Even the martial arts I started for the honor duel with Teacher Young reached master level unnoticed. I thought I was training just to protect myself, but somehow, I feel I'm drifting further from a peaceful life. Still, as Kong Shin-hyuk, swordsmanship instructor at the academy, I'm gradually adapting to this world. Opening his eyes, Shin-hyuk was stunned by the scene. Wow, I heard gates have boiling lava or deserts. He exclaimed, the scenery's amazing. He thought, so this is a common mountain type. Stepping in, he said, the blue border around the gate's the safe zone, right? Meaning, from here on, it's no surprise to be attacked anywhere. Sitting down, he said, mountain terrain, so probably no complex magic using monsters or dead, unnaturally persisting creatures. In novels, such terrains often have animal or mineral monsters. Channeling mana, he said, let's find the nearest ones first. Mana began spreading wider. He thought, if it's hard to locate enemies, sense all directions. Those with sharp senses can find you, but without posting notices or asking, there's no better way. Quickly, he detected signs of about 3 under a cliff in the forest at 11 o'clock. Holding his sword, Shin-hyuk stood. With Master, I was always chased. Today, I'm the hunter, so it feels thrillingly odd. He dashed to the spot, saying, let's go. In the 4-person D-rank gate, monsters quickly sensed an anomaly. They noticed him fast, and my first Hunter World experience was ruined the moment he stepped on the ground. He could see beasts flying above. Shin-hyuk said, adult-sized fast. He quickly identified. Climb trees well, with annoying cries. He said, giant gorillas, right? The first hunt began. Giant gorillas, compared to monsters in other gate levels, are weaker, but their mana stone drop rate is significantly lower relative to their numbers, so hunters don't favor them much. Kong Shin-hyuk said, in the novel, their hides fetch a good price, but compared to the effort of catching these agile creatures, it's hardly worth it. They swiftly charged to attack him. Shin-hyuk calmly drew his sword, saying, of course, that effort only applies to ordinary hunters. Quickly, he took down the first one. Grinning, he said, each mana stone's worth 300,000 won. How much is all this? He laughed menacingly. Summer break's awesome. Fantastic. Suddenly, the gorillas seemed to sense approaching danger. Giant gorillas have relatively high intelligence. If they deem an opponent unbeatable, they climb trees and flee immediately. Their thick hides, usable for armor materials, combined with their speed, make pursuit difficult. Surely, ordinary D-rank hunters would struggle with this combination, but today, at the 4-person D-rank gate, a true hellscape unfolded. He kept swinging his sword, taking down one after another. Their hides are valuable. Cleanly skinning them should fetch a high price, right? I don't know the exact rate, but monopolizing a gate like this is quite lucrative. Shin-hyuk said. That said, directly facing monsters feels creepier than I read in the novel. Way more disgusting. Good thing I reviewed the Academy's audiovisual materials. Suddenly, monster blood splattered on his face. He instantly turned pale, retching. Ugh. His horrific gagging drew more beasts. Shin-hyuk gripped his sword, charging. There. Shouting, he lunged. The monsters, terrified, scattered, screaming. AAA. Covering his mouth to curb nausea, he said, God, the blood stench is real. It'll take time to get used to. Didn't expect the smell to be this bad or the visuals so grim. I need to adapt fast to hit the next gate. Suppressing his nausea, he chased the monsters. Shin-hyuk thought, wait, Hong Yi-seol, I'll be back soon. The guards outside sensed something. One checked his phone, saying, Corporal, the gate seems off. He asked, what's off? The guard said. It was clearly blue before lunch, but now it's almost purple. What nonsense. Purple means an A-rank gate. They went to check, exclaiming, damn it. Panicked, he asked, why say this now? How long's it been? The guard said, I just noticed. A hunter went in. What do we do? He said, all right, report to the company commander first. The other asked, what about the hunter inside? Shouldn't we check the safe zone? Panicked, he checked. How'd that kid get in there? If the safe zone's gone, he's dead. Then he said, we're not hunters. This is the best we can do. If it's really an A-rank gate, it needs at least 4 A-rank hunters. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. What the hell are you saying? Seo-wa, agitated, yelled. We need to find Teacher Kong now. Yi-seol held her back. Calm down, Kim Seo-wa. First, report to the hunter manager. Wa, worried, said. Though rare, the gate turned A-rank. Even Teacher Kong can't handle an A-rank gate alone. Seol knew. How'd this happen? She said, calm down first. I know the main reasons for gate rank changes. First, monsters inside eat each other and evolve. Except in special cases, the difficulty doesn't spike suddenly. Second, they evolve by eating hunters who entered. In this case, they're influenced by the eaten hunter's traits, creating an unprecedented entity. Seol thought. Mainly in the second case, the difficulty spikes significantly. Though I hate to admit it, Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk is probably. Wa said, don't look at me like that. It's definitely monsters eating each other and evolving. Seol said, he's been in over an hour. I'm just being realistic. Blaming herself, she thought, my fault. I shouldn't have let him go alone. Talking about safety, yet I was careless in this emergency. She said, if we must go, Wa, wait in the superhuman safe zone. I'll find Teacher Kong. I'm faster. Wa said, Seol, thinking, if it were Master, he'd do this. She cautioned, if I go in and he's stubborn, I'll knock him out and drag him out. Promise if it's too bad, you'll retreat immediately. A guard approached, saying, hey, hunters, you've seen the gate state. You're really going in. Seol replied, we need to confirm his survival at least. Let us in. He said, it's too dangerous now. Another said, let them go. That's Hong Seol, Kim Man-dong's disciple. She'll manage something. Seol thought, worst case, Teacher Kang's already faced the boss monster. An A-rank gate's boss requires at least 4 A-rank hunters. Maybe a giant poison spider, giant centipede, or ancient snail. If we're really unlucky, an ogre, the forest's nightmare, might appear. Seowa prayed, Teacher Kong, please. She thought, please, just hunt near the entrance. Shin Hyuk, exhaling, said, phew, tracking monsters led me this deep. He said, I've taken down about 50, but no sign of completion? Is this a gate with a separate boss? Gates vanish after 12 hours when all monsters are cleared. The sky turning yellow signals completion. I sensed a massive aura, so I thought there's a boss. He thought, but no matter how I think, it's odd. A D-rank gate with a huge monster? Shocked, he said, why's an A-rank gate entity here? Then, the system announced, monster known as the forest's nightmare, ogre. When 3 A-rank hunters fight an ogre, 1 will surely die. With 4, 1 will be gravely injured. Thus, it requires at least 5 hunters. Shin-hyuk thought, I know. In the novel, the protagonist struggled against an ogre after a gate misassignment. That was a 2-headed ogre, only in S-rank gates. With 5 A-rank hunters, I might win, but the overwhelming pressure is different from fighting humans. Ogres are dangerous. The system displayed, the ogre's sturdy, elastic bones enable excellent mobility. Their tough skin, when struck with sword aura, only gets scratched. It swiftly attacked him. The ogre, a monster with a vastly different mana stone level. The system continued, we recommend. Shin Hyuk swallowed, seeing the ground cratered from the attack. The system added, attempt after fully mastering Aura Blade, or Sword Aura. Shin Hyuk thought, crazy, 1 punch did that to the ground? Another hit, and I'm in a hot spring. Slightly scared, he said, that said, it's trying to stop me. What kind of mana stone is this? The system, per Kong Shin Hyuk's memory, displayed. An ogre's mana stone is worth 10 million won. Hearing this, he drooled, hands trembling with his sword. 10 million. Heavenly demon swordsmanship. On Seol's side, she was running as fast as possible to find him. Yu Song, Shin Hyuk was thrilled, saying, stir the blood, exhilarating. Hong Seol kept running, sprinting as fast as she could, unaware of how far she'd gone from the safe zone. Upon entering the forest, she dashed at full speed. Scanning her surroundings, she immediately spotted giant gorilla corpses scattered everywhere. Looking at the path, she saw a long trail of blood. She silently speculated, the trail isn't just one spot, it forms a path. That means there was a chase between a hunter and monsters. Crouching, she touched something on the ground, guessing, this must be vomit. Worried, she imagined Shin Hyuk being chased to exhaustion by monsters. Is Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk in such a tough fight that he's vomiting? I shouldn't have let him go alone. We should have entered together from the start. standing amid the blood trail. She mused, no. If that's the case, there are too many oddities. Hong Seol visualized, the silhouettes of them pierced by slashes. In her mind, she analyzed, the first corpse I saw was like this, and every corpse found so far is in the same condition. Most had their heads cleanly severed, with perfectly smooth cuts. She calculated the information. Giant gorillas are the fastest at their level, with tough hides, flesh, and bones. Plus, they hunt in packs, so even I couldn't take them down one by one in a single strike. The more she thought, the more puzzled she became. That filthy sword, no matter how renowned, couldn't cut like that. Did he use an orc blade? How is this guy B rank? After circling her thoughts, Hong Seol considered the worst-case scenario. Wait. If so, this isn't a trail of being torn apart, but of being chased. Growing more confused, she pointed to her head, baffled. Why vomit? Without further thought, she stepped forward. A beast let out a ferocious roar. The sound was so loud that, from her position, she heard birds scatter in fright. Seeing the gorilla's cut marks, Hong Seol felt momentary relief. Terrified, she thought. Helplessness flashed through my mind. Hope lasted only a moment. Hearing the roar from the other side of the forest, she was certain Kong Shin Hyuk was dead. That roar instantly conjured an image of Shin Hyuk facing the A-rank monster, the worst, known as the forest's nightmare. She recalled former team members who entered here, ordinary hunters, just hearing that roar, would freeze and panic. Even if they regained composure and fled, the result's the same. Its massive hand grabs a fleeing hunter. The ogre's speed, crushing trees with giant steps, can easily catch a sprinting giant gorilla. Worried, Hong Seol crouched for momentum. No need to investigate further. Teacher Kang's death is confirmed. It must have sensed my presence. I need to leave fast. Suddenly, another shocking sound, like an explosion, echoed, no different from the roar, a boom? She feared. Ogres often roar without reason, even when not fighting. But if that roar signaled a battle start, Hong Seol decided to turn back and find him. Teacher Kong might still be alive. Though she thought this, she initially fled in fear of the forest's nightmare, which 5 A-rank hunters must team up to defeat. If Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk's alive, even with me joining, the outcome won't change. I'm crazy. She headed straight toward the roar. Why am I running toward it? If I ran to the gate, I'd be safe by now. The magic circle appeared. Though there was a slim chance the ogre smelled her and approached, if Kim Seo-wa was waiting in the safe zone, she could survive. Hong Seol dreaded facing Seo-wa. If something bad happens, could I return and face Seo-wa after ignoring the chance to save Teacher Kong? Muttering to herself, circling her thoughts, she regained resolve and ran on. God, really? Talking about rationality and safety. Yet today, I'm a mess of contradictions. She shouted. Teacher Kong, it's Hong Seol. If you hear me, answer. She sprinted faster. Shocked to see him, she froze. Before her was a blazing sword, emitting blue light that illuminated her face. That's an auric blade. It was as if Kong Shin Hyuk wielded an auric blade. His eyes were blank, like a soulless figure in a translucent scene. His slashes burst forth, lighting up the sky, a breathtaking sight. The monster was nearly surrounded by slashes, unable to escape. Exhausted, blood splattered across its body. The ogre's outer skin, trading strong regeneration for extreme defense, was torn like wet tissue. Stunned, she thought, I thought I was mistaken. Even with Seo-wa's words, I wouldn't believe it, but it's undeniable. That's definitely an aura blade. From the thick dust, a voice emerged. Oh, Hong Seol, weren't you outside? Weird, I didn't think it took that long. Waving, he explained. To avoid misunderstanding, I hurried to not keep you waiting, but there was a boss. Hong Seol thought, what the hell? How's he so calm? Probing, she asked. Teacher, how'd you do it? He casually replied. Do what? Oh, the ogre. She clarified. No, forget the ogre, that meteor-like thing. Was it an aura blade? Sheathing his sword, Shin Hyuk said. Close, but not perfect. The ogre showed up, so I had to use it. Her face froze. Now I get why I wanted lower-rank gates. This guy, the gate turned A-rank. Pointing behind, he said excitedly, by the way, with an ogre, besides the mana stone, byproducts will fetch a high price. Wonder how much it'll be. Looking at the monster, Shin Hyuk paused, vomiting. She understood, so it's a weak stomach. Shin Hyuk groaned. Vomiting all day. Everything's yellow. Hong Yi-seol confirmed. It is yellow. That's the completion sign. Let's go out and call the cleanup team. He called. Hey, Hong Yi-seol, before we leave, wait a sec. Wiping vomit from his mouth, he proposed. If possible, could you take credit for killing the ogre? Shocked, she said. What? Why give me the credit you worked hard for? He explained. I don't like attention. Though it's a newly spawned entity and I'm under-equipped, a B rank like me killing an ogre will cause a stir. Seeing his innocent smile, Hong Yi-seol calculated. He knew exactly what he faced and in what state. Yet, instead of fleeing, he took on the ogre alone. She gave a faint smile. Hong Yi-seol admitted. The reckless one wasn't you, but me. Sorry for misjudging you based on first impressions. Extending her hand, she accepted. Your dislike of attention must have a reason, right? Whether the outside believes it or not, I'll take credit for the ogre. Expecting his reply, she said, I look forward to your help for the rest of the summer break. He stood stunned, his dirty, bug-covered hands extended. I look forward to your help too. Seeing his filthy hand, Hong Yi-seol hesitated, pulling back. She urged, let's settle up. Yes. The system displayed, a rank gate completed. The teleportation gate opened, and Seowa stepped out, gazing distantly toward the forest. She stood there, worried, clutching her staff. Suddenly, something startled her. Kang Shin Hyuk and Hong Yi-seol were approaching. Hey, Seowa. Seowa covered her mouth, as if holding back tears, a strange sight. She rushed to hug him. Not only did Kim Seowa cling tightly upon seeing him, but Hong Yi-seol kept apologizing, bowing repeatedly. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of a foul stench. Seowa immediately backed away. Shin Hyuk looked at the two women, sighing. After their explanation, he understood. The gate had transformed, so they thought he was dead. It's surprising. If I were in their shoes, would I think the same? Seeing them run toward me. Even after hearing the ogre's roar, I didn't expect such loyalty. He spoke up. Sorry for worrying you all. Thanks for coming here. Seowa wiped her tears, replying, Thank goodness you're safe. On the mountaintop, it was just the three of them. Hong Yi-seol asked, By the way, Teacher Kong, do you know any cleanup units? What do we do with the corpses? Shin Hyuk dodged. Hong Yi-seol, please use your contacts, since it's been a while since I hunted. After some discussion, he stepped out of the gate. Emerging, Shin Hyuk praised. Fresh, hassle-free air. Looking at everyone, he noted, strange, it's different from the air inside the gate. He suddenly wondered, what? Why's everyone like this? A soldier approached, asking, Are you Hunter Kong Shin Hyuk, B-rank? Shin Hyuk confirmed, Yes, that's me. What's this about? The soldier saluted, reporting, We received a report that a D-rank gate turned into an A-rank gate. We got a support request from the Hunter Management Bureau and came from the nearest unit. Assessing the situation, he asked, We heard two other hunters went in for rescue. Why are you alone? Are you the only survivor? Now, Shin Hyuk realized, no wonder so many people gathered. They must think we were all wiped out in the transformed gate. He reported, Everyone's safe. The gate's been completed. The soldier, shocked, said, An A-rank gate completed? As he laughed and talked, a bloodied monster head emerged from the gate. That's right. Would I lie to you soldiers? The soldier spun around, warning, It's an ogre. All units, prepare to fire. The bloody head suddenly spoke. Everyone, calm down. Everyone froze. Hong Yi-seol stepped out right after. She clarified, It's me, Hunter Hong Yi-seol, A-rank. All three team members are safe. The two struggled to drag the monster through the gate. Teacher Kong, it's stuck. Should we cut it? Oh, I'll push it back in and cut it. The soldier, still dazed, thought, an ogre. Not four, but three people. How'd they kill it? The two guards were equally shocked. Wow, Corporal Kim, what's that monster? It's huge. He replied, You saw it in training. That's an ogre. I never thought I'd see an ogre corpse in my life. It's massive. Watching Shin Hyuk drag the monster out, he marveled. Isn't an ogre something 5 A-rank hunters are needed to kill? I heard that. As expected, Kim Man-dong's disciple is on another level. They looked at him, whispering, I saw him come out first, so I thought he caught it. That scholarly look, that smug face. You need to learn to read people. The guards discussed. How was the monster killed? Even looking at the ogre's corpse, you can tell he's a swordsman. How can a sword make wounds like that? Ugh, he didn't do nothing though. Hearing this, Shin Hyuk felt relieved. Good thing they believe Hong Yi-seol did it based on the wounds. I did cut it, but without heavenly demon swordsmanship, it'd have been tough. Looking at Hong Yi-seol negotiating, he thought, that company calling. Is it one she's worked with before? Wonder how much they'll pay. Nearby, the man rubbed his chin, admiring. Hey, Hong Yi-seol, how'd you do it? This is the first time I've seen a giant gorilla in such good condition, and definitely Kim Man-dong's disciple. It's also the first time I've seen an ogre this tattered. Hong Yi-seol gave a wry smile, brushing it off, asking, it just happened. So, uncle, how much can you pay? Hearing the price, Shin Hyuk's jaw dropped. Oh, the giant gorillas are in good condition and numerous, so 16 million. He repeated, 16 million? Hong Yi-seol accepted, adding, not bad. What about the rest? The man scratched his head, reluctant. The ogre's bones are fine, but the hide's too damaged. This, he decided, hard to use much. So, 13 million, not counting the man of stone. How's that? Hong Yi-seol, disappointed, asked Shin Hyuk. Ugh, the price is a bit low. Teacher Kong, what do you think? Shin Hyuk, overjoyed to tears, couldn't speak. Teacher Kong. His hands shook. 13 million. 13 million, really? Tears fell as he thought. With the man of stone, how much is that total? He shouted, ecstatic, 40 million won. The man, confused, sighed. What a weird guy. Hong Yi-seol caught it, and he's this happy. She laughed, brushing it off. I have my reasons. Uncle, transfer the money to his account. Wiping himself, Shin Hyuk recalled past days. I made hundreds of millions scraping stocks, but this is explosive. Just one corpse for 40 million. If not for Li Young, I'd quit teaching to hunt. Soon, COWA saw the money sent. Payment was instant, with tax exemptions for hunter school teachers. Missing their schedule due to the gate change, each got 10% of the earnings. Hong Yi-seol and COWA hesitated. Teacher Kong, you really don't have to. Yeah, I didn't do anything. Shin Hyuk explained, hearing what happened outside the gate. I feel uneasy. I'm sorry for worrying you. And this is thanks for coming to the gate. Please accept it. COWA, uneasy, said. This makes us feel awkward. He changed the topic. We're not just meeting today. Is our group done? Flustered, she waved. No. The summer break's long. We'll keep going. After that, he saluted cheerfully. Exactly, so don't worry too much. I look forward to your help moving forward. Hong Yi-seol, stunned, blushed slightly. At lunch, she was dazed until someone called, Hong Yi-seol. COWA, eating and waving, asked, you okay? Since Teacher Kong left, you've been off. At home, I didn't say anything, and you seemed uninterested in eating. Hong Yi-seol sighed, clarifying, it's nothing. Today, I only transported the corpse and drove. Thanks to Teacher Kong, I did nothing and earned 4 million. Hesitating, she said, honestly, I still feel awkward, wondering if I should return it. COWA said, for millions not much for an A-rank hunter like you. Is that really why you're out of it all day? As if enlightened, Hong Yi-seol's eyes lit up. Recalling what she witnessed, she analyzed. That terrifying aura blade crushed the ogre in one strike. A technique no hunter has shown. After pondering, she told COWA, for me, whose growth slowed after reaching A rank, Teacher Kong might be the key to getting stronger. Suddenly, someone approached, agreeing, that makes sense. Kim Man-dong, in a pink apron, stepped forward. Seeing him, she called, Master. He asked, heard you hunted with COWA today? I heard about the gate transformation. Setting down a bowl, Kim Man-dong clarified. Though you're my disciple, you don't have the strength to kill an ogre alone. If anyone could, it's Teacher Kong, who landed an effective hit on me. He's the most capable. Hong Yi-seol, unhesitating, admitted, yes. He's a B-rank hunter, but unless you see it, no one would believe it. Teacher Kong seems to want his strength hidden. She added, by the way, last time, you mentioned an open position at the school, right? Kim Man-dong, puzzled, said, yeah, the spear technique position. Unfazed, she said casually. Teaching kids, no big deal. A bit of practice will do. Recalling the past, he scolded. When I told you to do it, you didn't react. That's hurtful. Hong Yi-seol, resolute, stabbed her meat. Master, it's fun. Why say that? My contract's about to end anyway. Biting the meat, excited, she said, from next semester, I'll teach spear technique. I look forward to your support, master. At the same time, on a snowy mountain, Kang Shin-hyuk sought his master to report his victory. Excitedly, he blurted out, There, I even cut off the left arm of that monster. Before I passed out, I saw it clearly. It was really injured. Dejected, he waved his hand, pouting. Hey, master, are you even listening? His master replied distractedly, continuing to eat. I'm listening. I'm eating. Shin-hyuk looked at him helplessly, silent, assessing. He's laughing, isn't he? Such a shy old man. After hearing the story, Yu Riang commented, using an ultimate technique on a mere creature? That monster didn't want to lose either. Eagerly, Shin-hyuk asked, hoping for the desired response. So, does this make me a 100-point disciple? His master only said, 90 points. Shin-hyuk wondered, why? Too arrogant. Hearing this, he bowed deeply, touching the ground, grateful. Anyway, thanks to master's help, I overcame danger smoothly. I used it effectively to defeat the monster before coming here. Finishing his meal, Yu Riang sighed, scolding. You brat, if you're grateful, buy me a plate of dompa pork to eat. Shin-hyuk quickly replied. Oh, I didn't come empty-handed. Opening his bag, he said, I meant to give this before fighting the monster, but this is a gift for you, master. Please accept it. Colorful books lay on the ground. Confused, Yu Riang asked, what are these books? Shin-hyuk explained, these are language textbooks used in the outside world. Recalling his master's words, he added, Master, you said you wanted to know how the world beyond this snowy region has changed. Holding a large device, curious, Yu Riang said, You brat, how do you think of this? What's this book? Why is it so big and heavy? Shin-hyuk activated it, clarifying, This? You open it like this, look. Seeing the glowing screen, Yu Riang was stunned. What the hell is this? Music videos appeared on the screen. Clicking one, a trending female singer danced and sang. Yu Riang grabbed the device, shocked. There's a person in the book? Shin-hyuk calmed him. Please relax, master. This is how human images are recorded. Examining it, Yu Riang lectured. No matter how you signal, I won't get it. The laptop screen kept playing the video. Seeing Yu Riang's interest, Shin-hyuk explained. This is the most famous idol group now. Think of them as dancers from a corner of the outside world. Shin-hyuk smiled softly, indulging Yu Riang. He'd spent a long time in solitude. Though he claimed to be used to living alone, Shin-hyuk pictured him trudging through snow, resolute. But no one truly gets used to that. The time past must have been a fierce battle with loneliness. Yu Riang remarked. So this is the outside world? It's changed so much. Shin-hyuk smiled, agreeing. Yes, exactly. Technology and culture. Before finishing, Yu Riang criticized, pathetic. Shaking his head, he said, even famous dancers can't afford decent clothes? The world's gone rotten. Shin-hyuk corrected. No, that's how it is. Trying to explain, he said, Master, it's not what you think. Yu Riang smiled warmly. I'm old. Seeing this magical book and sesame noodles, I get it. Crossing his arms, he asked, Disciple, the outside world's developed splendidly, hasn't it? Shin-hyuk scratched his head, replying, Yes. Well, except for rampant gates causing chaos. Casually, he added, By the way, I'll be busy tomorrow. Today, I need to teach you how to use the laptop, then go. Yu Riang eyed him suspiciously. Training needs rest. Doesn't sound like you. Shin-hyuk shrugged. Master said the best training is real combat. This disciple will go out, wipe out monsters thoroughly, and return. They sat by a rock. Shin-hyuk began. Look, this circle is called a mouse. Move it, and the white thing here. He explained its functions endlessly. Yu Riang, unbothered, looked at him, sighing helplessly. The next morning, Hong Yi-seol and Seo-wa were waiting. Teacher Kong, over here. Meeting them, Shin-hyuk greeted, Good morning. Both women asked, Have you two eaten breakfast? He answered honestly. Yes, with Siwa. What about you, Teacher Kong? The three stood, chatting. I ate too. You two ate together, must have met early. I slept at home last night. Let's take my car today. The car rolled forward. Shin Hyuk noticed a bag behind the seat, curious. I haven't seen this in the back. What's this? Hong E-seol replied. Oh, that's an armored spear. I'm trying a spear today. Puzzled, he repeated, spear? Thinking what? The story didn't say Hong E-seol used spears as a hunter. Her special skill was hand-to-hand combat. Why a spear now? Siwa explained. The spear technique teacher position at our school is vacant. Her words hit Shin Hyuk like a punch, applying for it. Recalling the yellow pants, bright smile, and someone's silhouette, he wondered, spear technique. Teacher Young's position after quitting from losing to me? But not hand-to-hand, spear technique? Worried. He thought the worst, the plots changed. Anxiously, he mused, did I mess up? I didn't tell her to use a spear. Without overthinking, he asked, Hey, Hong E-seol, why the sudden decision? Glancing at his goofy expression in the rearview mirror, she said, well, explaining the benefits. I think school life's not bad. Summer break rest and a salary. Shin Hyuk, fuming, clenched his fists, cursing inwardly, what the hell? One gate run earns how much? She's spoiled rotten. Deciding, he thought, I must stop her. Not just any side character. Hong E-seol. Changing the setup is a disaster. He advised, spears seem tough. If it's not your specialty, isn't it hard? She replied, spear-using hunters have a slight edge in the exam, but the school's spear technique isn't too hard, so it'll be fine. Siwa, expectant, asked, the teacher hiring exam's not easy. Hong E-seol, aren't you oversimplifying? Hong E-seol brushed it off. I've got A-rank hunter bonus points, no big deal. Her next words eased his tension. It's just temporary for this semester. Temporary? Temporary teacher? He quickly asked. Hong E-seol, you mean temporary teacher? She confirmed. Yeah, I'm teaching one semester to try it out. Clearing his doubts, she said, if I like teaching, I'll reapply and switch to hand-to-hand combat. Oh, I see. Man, that scared me. Siwa suggested. Today's assigned gate has carnivorous monsters. We'll arrive around lunch. Let's eat first. Excited, curious about the meal, he said. Sure. What's the menu? I brought lunchboxes. I prepared some separately. Embarrassed, he said. Oh, if you made lunchboxes, you should have told me to bring one. Thinking, no convenience stores in the mountains. I didn't prepare anything. Siwa tilted her head, kindly correcting. Huh? I made one for you too, Teacher Kong. Want anything else? Blushing, he said. You made one for me? I didn't expect a lunchbox from someone else. Recalling a lonely memory from school field trips, with just a few $1,000 left by his parents, he'd been grateful. Naively, he shared, I thought you only prepared for yourselves. Siwa smiled, teasing. Oh, come on, we're not excluding you. Curious, she asked, do we seem that cold? That's harsh. He denied. No, not at all. Living till now, this is a touching day. The car sped on, blending with their conversation. The map shows a park. We've got a mat in the car. Let's eat there. Sure, anywhere's fine. Soon, the lunchboxes were ready. He happily ate his. Actually, she'd accidentally dumped a ton of salt in his. One bite, and his face paled. Siwa offered Hong E-seol a taste, but she dodged in fear. After eating the awful meal, they wanted to throttle her, but Siwa smiled, undeterred. Monsters with menacing eyes appeared, but the two dispatched them easily. Siwa stood outside, cheering. Punching a monster, Shin Hyuk resolved firmly. From now on, I'll buy food instead of preparing it. Hong E-seol shouted, warning. Teacher Kong now. He recounted. After that, my group, Kim Siwa and Hong E-seol, kept supporting me for days. Shielding himself, dodging blood and strong attacks, they tackled famous B-rank gates nationwide. Everyone emerged in high spirits. As they synergized well in many aspects, except food, Siwa's phone suddenly rang, catching her attention. Who's calling now? Answering, she asked. Oh, uncle, what's up? Hong E-seol shouted, startling the others. A whole week? I've got time, but yes. She vaguely repeated the caller's words. An A-rank gate? Emergency situation? If needed, Seo can support the rear. Before finishing, something caught Hong Seol's attention. I need to check the others' schedules too. Shin Hyuk stood, shining like a god, flashing an OK with a smiling face, signaling it was fine. Thinking to himself, I'm about to face a major turning point in my second life. All right then, uncle, I'll get back to you once I sort out my schedule. As soon as Seol hung up, Shin Hyuk spun around, his eyes gleaming like headlights. Miss Seol, what's going on? I overheard something about an A-rank gate. If you need my help, just say the word. I'm always ready to throw myself into the fray for my teammates. Hearing Shin Hyuk's question, Seol smiled, her eyes sparkling as if she'd found a reliable ally. With Teacher Kong here, it's like a tiger sprouting wings. But this time, the issue's a bit tricky. Both time and distance are no joke. Shin Hyuk furrowed his brow, curious as a kitten. Time and distance? Sounds serious. What's the deal? Seo, standing nearby with the calm demeanor of a mountain, spoke up to explain. Let me fill you in. Seol's uncle is actually the guild master of Harang, all the way in Jeju. Shin Hyuk's eyes widened, instantly picturing lush beaches and a cool coconut drink. Jeju? What kind of drama is the guild dealing with to need a rescue team? Seol sighed, her voice tinged with worry. Yeah, apparently the guild got hit with an A-rank gate. A ton of hunters got injured, and now they're short on manpower, like a desert running out of water. My uncle asked us to come help for a week. Don't worry, flights, lodging, and transport are all covered. Shin Hyuk nodded, his eyes lighting up as if he'd just heard about a free vacation. Even if it wasn't covered, I'd still volunteer to help. Is Teacher Kim coming too, right? Seo immediately thumped his chest, brimming with enthusiasm. Of course. Magic, cooking, whatever, leave it to me. Let's eat out in style, no need to cook. Thanks, teacher. I'll treat you to a proper meal as soon as we land in Jeju. Seol chimed in, her tone playful. No need for that. Dad's cooking is more than enough. Seo burst into a grin as if he'd just won the lottery. So, Teacher Kong, shall we head out early the day after tomorrow? Seo suggested, his voice buzzing with excitement. Shin Hyuk nodded enthusiastically. Sounds good. One day to rest, then we're off. Oh, now that I think about it, some of my students mentioned they're going to Jeju too. It's not exactly a vacation, but we probably won't be hunting monsters all day, right? He grinned, imagining working while sneaking in some beach time. Running into those swordsmanship kids, by chance, could be fun. Shin Hyuk muttered, mentally checking his packing list like he was heading to a supermarket. T-shirts, check. Socks, underwear, done. Phone charger, skincare, all set. I guess I don't need to bring a towel. Hotels provide those, right? Suddenly, he glanced at his master's sword and froze. Wait, bringing this on a plane might get me stopped. In Shin Hyuk's memory, no one had ever managed to sneak a weapon past the razor-sharp eyes of airport staff. Just then, his phone rang. It was Seora. Shin Hyuk lit up like he'd struck gold. Perfect timing. Gotta ask her about this. As soon as he picked up, Seora's cheerful voice chirped through. Wow, you answered fast. That's rare. I'm off duty at the teleportation gate today, so ask me anything. Shin Hyuk got straight to the point. Hey, Seora, can I bring a sword on a plane? Seora practically shouted, as if he'd just suggested something earth-shattering. Are you crazy? A sword on a plane? Flash your hunter ID. They'll let you check it as luggage. Then her tone shifted, more serious. By the way, I called about this too. Your hunter ID is about to expire, you know that? I checked, and it's nearing the renewal date. Get it renewed soon, or you won't be able to teach next term. Shin Hyuk's jaw dropped. Seriously? It's not even been a month. How do you know this stuff? Seora chuckled. A few days ago, I got a routine call from Antas. They mentioned you, so I knew. Shin Hyuk flinched, feeling like he'd been called out in class. Mention me? I thought I was done with Antas. Seora laughed, her tone teasing. Oh, come on. You've got a legendary track record. Your childhood crush video, that duel with the vice principal the other day. You think Antaz would forget you that easily? Shin Hyuk was floored. But the childhood crush video was taken down ages ago to protect the kids, and no one recorded the duel. Seora burst out laughing. You think you can hide the sky with your hand? Even without videos, the students' posts online are everywhere. Though most people think you're just a B-rank hunter using Aura Blade, so it hasn't blown up too much. Shin Hyuk pressed. So why did Antaz bring me up? Seora explained. They acknowledge your skills, obviously. Antaz is short on people right now, so they're eyeing you again. They even told me to cozy up to you, chat a bit, and try to pull you back. Shin Hyuk burst out laughing. Haha, so they're telling you to use your charm on me? Seora replied coolly. Not exactly, just testing the waters. I brushed them off politely. After that, they probably won't bother you again. Shin Hyuk, curious and a bit wary, asked, what excuse did you give to dodge them? Seora hesitated, as if caught sneaking a snack. Oh well. Shin Hyuk urged her. Come on, spill it. Seora stammered, clearly flustered. Well, I said you showed up with a whip, made me take a few lashes, and snuck into my room at night to sniff my socks. Shin Hyuk nearly dropped his phone, his face turning green. Seora, what kind of wild story is that? She quickly reassured him. Relax, they shut up real quick after that. No one dared ask more. Shin Hyuk bit his lip, trying to stay calm, but a storm was brewing inside. Thanks, now I'm a living legend. The scene shifted to departure day at Jeju's bustling airport, as lively as a festival market. Shin Hyuk, Seol, and Seo landed safely, their eyes wide at the crowded scene. Wow, it's packed. Must be peak vacation season. Seol smiled. Just endure it for a few days. The injured hunters will be back soon, and then we'll get a break. Shin Hyuk nodded and asked, we're heading to Harang's base first, right? Seo scanned the area and confirmed. Yup, my cousin said she'd meet us at Gate 4. Just then, a shout rang out like thunder. Sis, over here. A tanned, energetic girl appeared like a whirlwind. Hong Seol, a B-rank hunter from Harang. Sis, it's been forever. I missed you so much. Seo grinned, delighted. I missed you too, kiddo. Watching the sisters reunite, Shin Hyuk and Seol stood frozen, eyes wide as coins. Shin Hyuk whispered to Seol. She's closer to Seo than to you, huh? Seol giggled and pulled him forward to introduce. Let me introduce you. This is Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk, currently teaching at the Hunter Academy. Shin Hyuk greeted politely. Hi, I'm Kong Shin Hyuk. Hong Seol bowed respectfully, but her eyes sparkled. Oh my gosh, you're so handsome. I thought you were some random guy, not a teacher. Shin Hyuk gave a wry smile, thinking, man, she's dazzling. The group chatted as they headed to Harang's headquarters. Hong Seol recounted the situation with dramatic flair, like narrating an action movie. Last week, our guild got hit with an A-rank spatial gate. A team of 10 went in and ran straight into 3 fully grown monsters. We won, but at the cost of 1 life. The Vice Guild Master and most of the team were badly injured. Some are so shaken they're talking about retiring. Shin Hyuk shivered, thinking, healing physical wounds is one thing, but mending mental scars is a whole different challenge. Arriving at an impressive building, Shin Hyuk marveled. Whoa, this whole place belongs to Harang. Hong Seol shook her head, grinning. Nah, we just use floors 7 to 10. Just then, a tall man with a beach vibe swagger stepped out, his voice booming. My favorite niece is here. Hong Seol teased back. Uncle Jong's sick, you doing okay? Not planning to retire early, are you? Guildmaster Jong Sik laughed heartily and glanced at Seo. It's been a while. Is Man Dong doing all right? Seo nodded. Yes, my dad sends his apologies for not coming. Jong Sik slapped Shin Hyuk's shoulder, beaming. And this fine gentleman must be Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk? Great to meet you. Come inside, let's talk. Shin Hyuk thought to himself. Wow, that youthful energy must run in the family. In the meeting room, Jong Sik got straight to the point. I'm sure Hong Seol filled you in on the way. In short, this gate is B rank, meant for a team of 7. Normally, Harang would bring extra people for safety, but we're short-staffed, so the team's only 5. Seol said confidently. No problem, that's enough. She turned to Shin Hyuk. What do you think, Teacher Kong? He replied calmly. 5 feels a bit much. Based on our recent teamwork, 3 should be enough for a B-rank gate. More people just means splitting the reward thinner, right? Jong Sik's eyes widened, sharp as a blade. Too many. Shin Hyuk whispered to Seol, a B-rank gate? 3 of us can handle it. No need for extras. Hearing this, Zhang Six scratched his head, his tone dropping. You're pretty confident, Teacher Kong. That's good. What guild were you with before teaching? Shin Hyuk answered honestly. I was with Jita, a B-rank guild. Zhang Six's face darkened. Teacher Kong, Harang's B-rank hunters are highly organized. If a gate calls for 7 people, there's a reason. My daughter, my niece, and her friends are on this team. And you want to cut numbers? That won't do. Hong Yi Seol panicked, thinking, oh no, Uncle's temper is flaring. Teacher Kang's in trouble. Zhang Six's voice turned icy. I thought my niece brought a talented guy, but you're a bit cocky. Think you're hot stuff because you're on a Jeju trip with pretty ladies? Come on, I'll help you snap out of it. Shin Hyuk swallowed hard, realizing he'd just lit the fuse for a storm. Hong Yi Seol suddenly shouted, her voice booming like thunder. Uncle, they came all the way here to help. What's with that attitude? Old man Zhang Six sighed, lowering his tone, his eyes glaring as if to say this kid's got some nerve. Seol, stay put and don't go jumping around like that. This isn't a joke. It's about the survival of both our teams. If you're bringing someone to help, at least pick someone competent. Bringing a loudmouth like this is like disrespecting the whole team. Hearing this, Shin Hyuk didn't say a word. Instead, he unleashed his aura blade, a flash of light so intense it seemed to burn through Zhang Six's brain and face. Seeing Shin Hyuk's display of power, Zhang Six froze, speechless, thinking to himself, Aura Sword? No, wait, that's Aura Blade. This was the same power Shin Hyuk had shown in his duel with Kim Man-dong, where his Aura Blade-enhanced sword was still rough and erratic. But after days of relentlessly tackling B-rank gates, Shin Hyuk had mastered its control, wielding it as smoothly as butter gliding over warm bread. Real combat really is the best training. Master was never wrong. Shin Hyuk muttered, a smug look on his face. Zhang Six's expression twisted, and he hurriedly spoke, his voice trembling as if he'd been slapped hard. Teacher Kong, didn't you say you're only B-rank? How are you pulling off an aura blade like that? Shin Hyuk shrugged casually. Oh, I just picked it up during training. Honestly, it's still a work in progress, just dabbling. Zhang Six flipped his attitude faster than a pancake on a griddle, quickly backtracking. All right, no more joking. My apologies, Teacher Kong. If I was careless with my words, it's only because the 3 of us have worked together for so long and we're worried about the team's safety. In his head, Shin Hyuk thought, safety, huh? We're just worried about losing face. With gates popping up more frequently and the hunter force dwindling, every capable person was worth their weight in gold. If someone could make the team stronger with fewer members, that was something to celebrate. Seo Hua, beaming like she'd just tasted a delicious dish, chimed in. Uncle, give Teacher Kong a chance. He recently took down 3 of my cousins in a one-on-one duel. Shin Hyuk waved his hands, laughing awkwardly. Miss Kim, that wasn't exactly a win. The vice principal went easy on me. Seo Hua grinned brightly, her eyes sparkling. Oh, come on. Easy or not, you still won fair and square. At this, Zhang Six jolted as if recalling a sizzling rumor. He stammered. Wait. You're the one who fought Kim Man-dong one-on-one and landed a hit on him. Hong Yi Seol nodded, smiling like a blooming flower. Yup, uncle. I was just as shocked as you at first. Should have warned you to brace yourself. Zhang Six's jaw dropped, his eyes wide. Unbelievable. This kind of skill, and still only B-rank? Is there a special reason? Shin Hyuk scratched his head, chuckling sheepishly. Nah, nothing big. I just haven't met the requirements to rank up yet. To hit A rank, you need to clear over 100 B rank gates domestically. Unfortunately, I've mostly worked abroad, so those don't count. I only renewed my license this year. Ranking up will have to wait till next year. Hearing this, Zhang Six clicked his tongue, his voice full of admiration. Man, you're a diamond in the rough. But Teacher Kong, let's clear up any misunderstandings. When you're eligible, you have to take the rank up evaluation. Shin Hyuk nodded, grinning. Thanks for understanding. But uncle, you're still not convinced, are you? Even if my stamina's top-notch, real combat in a gate is a whole different beast. Zhang Six stood firm, his voice resolute. I'm assigning 2 hunters to support you, specialists in terrain and support roles. No more negotiations. Seol jumped with joy, like she'd just won a prize. Got it. Thank you, uncle. Shin Hyuk looked at the old man, thinking, he's a guild master for a reason. Cool on the surface, but calculating underneath. Not only did he spot the team's weakness, but he also reinforced it smartly. He says the three of us work well together, but really, it's just Seo Wa casting spells, Hong Yi Seol wielding her spear, and me swinging my sword to clear everything. This time, the swordswoman Hong Yi Seol was joining too. Shin Hyuk, curious, asked, "So, who are the two hunters uncles sending?" Hong Yi Seol introduced them eagerly. "This is Han Huang Ho and Li Ji Hai, both B rank, from Harang's team. They're the best in our support crew." Han Huang Ho nodded with a confident smile. "Looking forward to working with you. I specialize in fire magic." Li Ji Hai thumped her chest proudly. "And I'm a sharpshooter. Never miss my mark. Terrain in Harang's gates? Leave it to me." Han Huang Ho added, brimming with excitement. "I've also got magic detection skills. Can spot danger in a split second." Looking at the lineup, Shin Hyuk nodded, impressed, thinking, the guild master's got a sharp eye for team building. The team was heavy on melee, so he'd added a long-range DPS. That's some smart organization. Shin Hyuk announced boldly. "All right, everyone, let's get ready to head in. Today's just about getting used to basic teamwork." The team shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." Inside the gate was a gloomy cave, the air chilling like a horror movie set. Han Huang Ho warned, "The terrain here's rough, visibility's low, and there are plenty of blind spots. The monsters are red big mice, super tough, which is why this gate's been delayed until now." Shin Hyuk nodded. "Got it. Let's do a light 2-hour recon today, sound good?" The team agreed. 2 hours? That's light enough. But Han Huang Ho thought, light my foot. At first, hearing about cutting team members, he thought they'd brought in an arrogant fool. But Shin Hyuk was oddly normal. Li Ji Hai cautioned, "We've left the safe zone. Everyone, stay sharp." Just then, a pair of glowing red eyes appeared behind her. She raised her bow, but before she could shoot, a shadow flashed by. Shin Hyuk. With a masterful swing, he sliced the red big mouse in half, blood spraying like a fountain. Li Ji Hai froze, staring at the bisected mouse. Shin Hyuk asked casually, "This is a red big mouse? Doesn't look like what I imagined." Hong Yi Seol, curious, asked, "What did you think it'd be like?" Shin Hyuk scratched his chin. "You know, just a regular mouse, but bigger. It's called Big Mouse, right?" The team burst out laughing, and Hong Yi Seol teased, "Teacher Kong, good thing you're not a novelist. You'd cause a riot." Shin Hyuk protested, "What's wrong with my imagination?" Li Ji Hai was still in shock, thinking, what was that? He sensed the red big mouse, without mana, faster than my B-rank detection skill. Seo Wa approached, curious. "Teacher Kong, how's the gate feel?" "Lots of monsters." Shin Hyuk replied, "It's a gate for a 10-person team, and monster traces are pretty dense." His answer made Han Huang Ho and Li Ji Hai gape. "He's got detection skills too?" Shin Hyuk grinned confidently. "Let's just say I do. Don't worry, I'll support and protect everyone." The two newcomers exchanged glances, thinking, protect us? That sounds backward, but he's legit. 2 hours later, the team was exhausted. Han Huang Ho panted, "My gosh, how deep are they going?" 2 hours, and we cleared the whole gate. Li Ji Hai groaned. "Hong Yi Seol, is this guy really just B rank?" Hong Yi Seol giggled. "Yup, but I'm not entirely sure myself. The guild's sisters brought him here." Han Huang Ho paled. "Wait, Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk? I sent him a challenge letter once. Thank goodness I didn't die." Hong Yi Seol clutched her face. "With a gate like this, we'll probably rake in at least 600. But we barely contributed. Might go home empty-handed." Li Ji Hai sighed, dejected. But then Shin Hyuk grinned brightly. "Split it evenly." The team froze, exclaiming in unison, "What?" Li Ji Hai, embarrassed, said, "Teacher Kong, we didn't do anything." Shin Hyuk replied casually, "Today's a special day. I might have shown off a bit to put you at ease, so don't worry about it. Without you all, I wouldn't even qualify to enter the gate. Trusting a stranger like me deserves some gratitude." The team was dazzled by Shin Hyuk's saintly aura. Han Huang Ho, moved to tears, stammered, You. Shin Hyuk panicked. "Whoa, stay back." And so, a new team was formed, ready for their special mission in Jeju. In the car, Shin Hyuk's phone buzzed nonstop with messages from Seol, Elsu, and Jinsu. Teacher, we're going to Jeju the day after tomorrow. Aren't you coming with us? You remember your promise from the closing ceremony, right? Come to Jeju with us. Shin Hyuk sighed. These kids won't give me a break. Emerging from the teleportation gate after a battle as tense as a taut wire, the group let out a collective sigh of relief. 3 days of nonstop missions felt more like 3 years. Today was already their second gate, wasn't it? Han Kwang-ho slapped his teammates' shoulders, grinning like he'd just won the lottery. Thanks to Shin Hyuk and Seol, our clear speed is lightning fast. And let's not forget our doll Seowa. She's like a tireless machine. Seowa, with her staff slung over her shoulder, smirked coolly and replied, no big deal. Oh, by the way, Teacher Kong has some kind of meeting today, right? The group burst into laughter, recalling Shin Hyuk, covered in blood but grinning like a maniac fresh from victory, declaring, Yup, my students said they came all the way to Jeju to see me, so I'm going to swing by to check on them. Seeing Shin Hyuk looking like he'd stepped out of a horror flick, Seowa chuckled. You'd better clean up first, teacher, or those kids might think you're a serial killer. Hong Seol and Seol couldn't hold it in, doubling over with laughter. Everyone's looking pretty lively, huh? 3 days in, and we're already in sync like a married couple. Hong Seol added, her voice brimming with excitement. I heard the injured hunters are almost all back in action. By next week, we should have less pressure. Han Kwang-ho, still in his boisterous mood, turned to Shin Hyuk. Hey, Shin Hyuk, you'll need a ride to meet your students, right? Shin Hyuk shook his head, smiling. Nah, it's close by. I'll just grab a taxi. But Han Kwang-ho, ever the big brother, tossed him the car keys. Take my car, it's more convenient. I'm just gonna chug a few beers and crash here anyway. Shin Hyuk's eyes widened, touched. Whoa, thanks Kwang-ho. Hopping into the car and cruising through Jeju's winding roads, Shin Hyuk's mood soared like he'd just gotten a raise. Kwang-ho's got the right idea. Taking the kids out like this makes sense, right? When I show up, they'll probably be so shocked their jaws will hit the floor. Just then, his phone rang. Jin-soo, the mischievous student, shouted through the receiver, Yo! Whoa! Teacher, my prayers actually worked? Shin Hyuk chuckled. Yup, I'm on my way. Need anything? Jin-soo, Min-hee, and Eun-seo screamed in unison from the other end. What? You're really in Jeju? Shin Hyuk replied calmly. Actually, I've been here for a while for work. Is the whole group together? Jin-soo answered quickly. Not everyone. Just Eun-seo's at the lodging. She's got a cold, took some meds, and is resting. We're in the city center having fun. We'll be back in about an hour. Can you swing by then? Shin Hyuk nodded. Sounds good. What do you guys want to eat? Min-hee, the class president, squealed like she'd found treasure. Teacher, Min-hee wants meat. Meat. Beef, beef. Her over-the-top enthusiasm made Shin Hyuk's lips twitch as he asked, Jin-soo, Min-hee, is she okay? Jin-soo, probably getting his cheeks pinched by Min-hee, shouted back, Jin-soo wants meat. Beef too. Beep moo. Shin Hyuk muttered, beef's that addictive, huh? This is bad. He decided. All right, I'll hit the supermarket for some sodas and snacks first. Wait, is this really Jeju? Why are the roads like a maze? Spotting a traffic jam stretching a kilometer long, Shin Hyuk frowned suspiciously. An accident up ahead? If it's a DUI check, it'd be cops, not soldiers. Approaching a soldier, he asked, Excuse me, what's going on up there? The soldier replied sternly. A monster broke out during our assault on a nearby gate. The hunters couldn't contain it. The safe zone's been scrapped, and this area's under lockdown. It's dangerous ahead. Turn back. Shin Hyuk's blood ran cold. What the hell? Who let a gate get this screwed up? Suddenly, his face paled as he recalled Jin-soo's words. Eun-seo was alone at the lodging. He quickly asked the soldier, How far does the lockdown extend? The soldier answered, The whole area? Shin Hyuk panicked. Not quite, but my friend's at a pension in that zone. She said she's got a cold, took meds, and is resting. If she hasn't evacuated, she's in deep trouble. The soldier's face paled. Damn, try calling her. Shin Hyuk dialed Eun-seo, but no one picked up. A sinking feeling flooded him. Just then, Eun-seo's weak voice came through. Hello. Shin Hyuk nearly shouted. Eun-seo, where are you? I'm in Jeju. Are you really at the lodging? Unseo, surprised, said, How'd you know? I've got a cold and am just resting. Knowing her location, Shin Hyuk urgently instructed, Unseo, listen carefully. A monster escaped from a nearby gate. Everyone else might have evacuated. Do not go outside. The soldier cut in, voice tense. It's a shadow reaper. Turn off all lights and stay absolutely silent. Hearing the name, Shin Hyuk cursed. Damn it, that thing. The Shadow Reaper, a notorious B-rank monster, invisible, high defense, and tough as a final boss. Shin Hyuk lost his cool, yelling into the phone. Unseo, you hear me? If it spots you, you're done. Wait for me, don't do anything. Unseo stammered. Teacher, this Shadow Reaper. Is it the one with the big scythe and black cloak? Shin Hyuk froze. Exactly. You didn't sleep through class, did you? Unseo, eerily calm, said, No. I mean, I'm looking at it right now. Shin Hyuk nearly had a heart attack. What? She continued. Given the situation, it's gonna spot me soon. And it's not just me. There are other kids here who didn't evacuate in time. The news hit Shin Hyuk like a lightning bolt, throwing him into a panic. Just then, a child screamed in fear. The Shadow Reaper raised its scythe to strike, but a rock flew from nowhere, hitting it square in the eye. Unseo's shaky voice called out, Teacher, you gotta hurry. I'm running a fever and can't keep this up long. Shin Hyuk shouted desperately. Unseo, hang on. The soldier outside the car was alarmed. She's facing the monster? Shin Hyuk, losing it, spun around and yelled in the soldier's face. I'm a hunter. Teaching now, but temporarily with Harang. Can you help me get in there? The soldier replied, If you're a hunter, yes, but the road's jammed. You'll have to wait for the cars to clear. Suddenly, Shin Hyuk coldly pointed behind him. The soldier looked, confused, and saw a dusty trail leading to where Seo Hwa, Han Kwang-ho, and Lee Ji-hai were clinking beer glasses, partying like it was a festival. Han Kwang-ho laughed heartily. A beer to unwind from a tough Friday. Didn't expect Ji-hai to join. Lee Ji-hai grinned. I don't usually drink, but after 3 days of grinding support, I'm parched. Han Kwang-ho boasted. Thanks to Shin Hyuk's cash flow, I dared to buy a car on a 36-month loan. He's probably with his students by now. Little did they know, Shin Hyuk was using Kwang-ho's precious car to ram through bushes and race into the restricted zone. Sorry, bro. Shin Hyuk muttered, driving while his heart pounded with worry. Meanwhile, on the other side, Unseo gritted her teeth and fled, the Shadow Reaper hot on her heels, its scythe gleaming in the darkness. Unseo's heart pounded like a war drum as she recalled Shin Hyuk's lecture at school, his voice booming like he was addressing a 1,000-strong crowd. Listen up, when you're out on field training, remember my words. Safety first. What's number 1? Safety. What's number 2? Still safety, got it? Don't play the straw hero, rushing in without a plan. That'll just turn you into a big fat zero in death's equation. The class had roared with laughter, but Jin Soo, ever curious like a cat, piped up. Teacher, no matter how careful we are, sometimes things are out of our control. What if a monster way above our level pops up? Shin Hyuk, striking a pose like an action movie star, propped one hand on his chin and the other on his head, dramatically twisting his neck with a crack. Then do what I do. One hand on the chin, one on the head, twist hard, and scene over. The class doubled over laughing, but Shin Hyuk's tone turned serious. Gotta be quick, twist hard, and it's over fast, less pain. Unseo, pouting, muttered under her breath. Why'd I even ask? Shin Hyuk chuckled, unfazed. Kidding. First thing is to assess your surroundings, then run. Unseo frowned, skeptical. Run? Why bother assessing then? He replied, calm as a master. You gotta know where to run safely, dummy. Know where the nearest hunter team or safe zone is. That's your shot at survival. Always memorize the location of hunter camps or shelters, got it? Then he clapped his hands, hyped like a gym coach. All right, enough theory. Time for more running. Let's warm up. The class groaned in unison, like a melancholic orchestra. Ugh, does he have to make us run every day? Back in the present, Unseo sprinted like her life depended on it, sweat pouring despite her fever. The Shadow Reaper's scythe had just grazed her neck, missing death by a hair. Barely escaping, she ran like a marathon champion. though her legs felt like they were weighed down by stones. That was too close. Now I get why teacher made us run all semester, she thought, panting heavily. Seeing the Shadow Reaper stuck, its scythe lodged in the ground, Unseo muttered. They say Shadow Reapers are top-tier B-rank monsters, super dangerous, but this one's so clumsy? Talk about luck. As a first-year Hunter Academy student surviving that, it was a feat worthy of the headlines. But then she scolded herself. Stupid. Unseo, why'd you play the hero? She recalled being asked. Unseo, why do you want to be a hunter? Some said for money, for fame, or because their family were hunters. Unseo, I just followed my sister. She said she wanted to join the Hunter Academy, so I tagged along. Once, she'd asked curiously, Sis, why do you want to be a hunter? Her sister blinked. Huh? I just followed you. Unseo gaped. Huh? The two sisters stared at each other, dumbfounded, like they'd stumbled on treasure. Unseo sputtered. What do you mean, huh? Jinsu, what are you saying? Jinsu laughed. When we were kids, you saw that documentary about people losing their families to monsters. You said you wanted to be a hunter to help them, so no one else would be a victim. Unseo blinked, clueless. I don't remember that. Jinsu grinned. But you looked so cool saying it, so I decided to become a hunter to protect you. Unseo thought. If I abandon those kids now, I might survive. But how could I face Sis? Gritting her teeth, she bolted toward the safe zone. Just get there, and we're good. She shouted to the two kids behind her. I'll lure the monster away. Run to the building, lock the door, and hide. I'll call the hunters. Suddenly, Unseo froze. The Shadow Reaper had vanished. It was chasing me just a second ago. She shivered, recalling its infamous elusiveness. Even B-rank hunters needed teamwork to take it down. A noise behind her sent chills down her spine. Turning, she saw the monster lurking in the shadows, roaring as it raised its gleaming scythe. Unseo squeezed her eyes shut, her heart stopping. Just then, a car roared like a Hollywood blockbuster. It was Shin Hyuk. Flooring the gas, he charged straight at the Shadow Reaper. Unseo, he bellowed, voice like thunder. Did I ever teach you to close your eyes when facing a monster? The car barreled down the slope, slamming into the monster's face, sending it flying. Unseo's jaw dropped as she shouted, Teacher! She recalled minutes earlier when Shin Hyuk, like a man possessed, reached a god-tier driver's state, eyes closed, flooring it, and plowing through obstacles like in a racing game. He'd sensed. I'm picking up 4 presences from men he's lodging. 2 weak ones are the kids, one's mixed with chaotic energy, definitely the monster. Unseo's luring it to protect the kids, right? Shin Hyuk steadied himself. Focus. Filter out the noise, lock onto the signal. Like when Choi Cora left Antaz or Hong E-seol joined the Hunter Academy. Every action could spark a butterfly effect. Finally, he pinpointed Unseo and the Shadow Reaper. Flooring it until the speedometer screamed, Shin Hyuk sent the monster flying before the stunned eyes of both Unseo and the Shadow Reaper. Smashing through the car's windshield, Shin Hyuk leapt out, yelling at the monster. Don't point your scythe at my student, you bastard. His hand transformed into a blade, erupting with aurora-like sword energy, slashing straight at the insolent Shadow Reaper's face. The strike unleashed a deafening explosion, water spraying like a storm. One more swing, and Shin Hyuk cleaved the monster in two. As the lake's surface calmed, bubbles rose. Shin Hyuk surfaced, gasping. Phew, that was close. Good thing this area's empty, or I'd have been too late. Grinning, he asked Unseo, You okay, kid? She rushed over, hugging him tightly, sobbing like an abandoned puppy. Silly kid, no crying. Shin Hyuk scolded gently, ruffling her hair. Unseo sniffled. But teacher, the car, she wailed louder, staring at Han Kwang-ho's car sinking into the lake. Shin Hyuk comforted her, voice warm. It's fine. What's one car? As long as you're safe, that's enough. Now we can sleep soundly in Jeju. But in his head, he apologized. Sorry, Kwang-ho. You worked your whole life for that finance car, and now it's sleeping at the bottom of the lake. Bet you're sleeping soundly too, oblivious. After Shin Hyuk took down the Shadow Reaper, the police and rescue teams arrived swiftly. The follow-up measures were executed with lightning speed, as if the entire city of Jeju had mobilized to handle the aftermath. Thanks to the kids promptly alerting the police, It wasn't long before the blaring sirens of police cars, military trucks, and ambulances filled the air, converging on the scene. At a glance, it looked like a bustling festival. Judging by their uniforms, it seemed the hunters on search missions had also been dispatched, creating a lively spectacle. Amid the hectic atmosphere, Shin Hyuk, deep in thought, turned to Unseo and asked, "Didn't you call your parents?" Unseo lowered her head, sheepish. I was afraid if I called, they'd make me go home right away." Shin Hyuk gave her a look, about to say something but stopped, handing her a handkerchief instead. His tone turned serious. "Doing good deeds is admirable, and helping others is valuable. But what's the point if you end up dead?" Unseo gave a faint smile. "But you saved me, teacher." Shin Hyuk frowned. "Don't argue. What if I'd been a second late? Then what? You're just good at talking back." Looking at his face, Unseo's eyes widened as she whispered, "Teacher, what's that?" Her big, sparkling eyes softened as she teased, "I hope you don't flash that handsome face around carelessly." Shin Hyuk blinked, surprised. "Why are you suddenly talking about my face?" Unseo hopped down, giggling, "Because it's really good looking. It'd be such a waste if you didn't use it wisely." Shin Hyuk was speechless. This kid. Unseo grinned, turning back to say, "See you at the dorm, teacher. Thanks a ton for today." Shin Hyuk, annoyed, shouted, "Watch where you're going, you little brat." Just then, a police officer approached, his voice filled with respect. "Hunter Shin Hyuk, have you been waiting long? We just retrieved the Reaper's remains. You're truly remarkable." He asked, "Pardon me, but which guild are you with?" Shin Hyuk replied, "Oh, I'm not with any guild. I'm a teacher at the Hunter Academy." Hearing this, the officer stood tall, saluted, and smiled brightly. "If you hadn't taken down that Shadow Reaper, we'd probably still be in combat mode for days. Thank you so much." Shin Hyuk brushed it off. "Oh, come on. Is it really worth all this thanks?" The officer chuckled awkwardly. "Of course it is, but, sorry to ask at a time like this. Could you come to the station to help with the incident report? It won't take long." Shin Hyuk agreed readily. "Sure, I'll go with you." Then it hit him. "I'm screwed." The officer continued, "It's an honor to meet you. On behalf of the Federation, I extend our heartfelt thanks." "Oh, I'm Shin Hyuk." Another person introduced themselves. "Hello, I'm the city's provincial director. You did an incredible job." Shin Hyuk responded modestly, "Oh, no big deal." But in his mind, he thought, "Really sorry, and really thankful. This guy's the guild master who let the monster escape. Man, if everyone gathers and I have to explain the situation, then someone new walks in, and I have to start over from the beginning." Lost in his frustration, he heard a heavenly voice. "Now, let's talk about compensation." Shin Hyuk's face lit up like a flower in bloom. "Oh, absolutely." The guild responsible for letting the Shadow Reaper escape agreed to cover the value of the monster's remains and a cash reward. Han Kwang-ho's car, buried with the Reaper, would be fully replaced with a top-of-the-line model, full options included. The provincial director added, "We're also considering awarding you a bravery medal or something." Shin Hyuk thought, "I'm thrilled about the money, but I'm not exactly excited about those medals." The director, eyes gleaming, gripped Shin Hyuk's hand tightly. No, you did a great deed, so of course you deserve recognition." Shin Hyuk worried internally, "But if I accept those medals, I'll definitely catch Antaz's attention." He gave an awkward smile. "Then give it to my student. She risked her life to lure the monster away." The director nodded. "That makes sense. I'll propose it." He continued, "Teacher Shin, let me drive you wherever you need to go." "Where to?" Shin Hyuk replied. Any barbecue places still open?" The officer blinked. "Barbecue?" Shin Hyuk scratched his neck, chuckling awkwardly, and later led the kids to a grill restaurant. The sight of juicy, red beef sizzling on the grill made Min-hee, Jin-soo, and the others gape like they'd found treasure. Waves of grilled beef piled onto the charcoal, the aroma irresistible. Min-hee shouted with glee, smacking Jin-soo's back so hard he choked on his meat. Raw beef is the best. Watching the kids enjoy themselves, Shin Hyuk crossed his arms, thinking, "These kids probably haven't even had dinner yet. It's almost midnight snack time." Looks like they were really worried about Unseo. Good thing she's okay. Min-hee's uncle approached. "Teacher Shin, We've got plenty of room at our place. Stay the night. Shin Hyuk hesitated. No, no, I'd hate to impose. The uncle gave a thumbs up. Impose? Thanks to you. Everything's settled today. It's no trouble, stay. Minhee chimed in. I agree. Besides, you promised to hit the beach with us tomorrow. No point refusing now. Shin Hyuk agreed. Awesome. Jin-soo eagerly invited. Play some boss battles with us tonight. Teacher, Minhee, and Jin-soo bickered like cats and dogs. Cook it before eating, you caveman. Oh ho ho. The next morning, the sky was clear, and the sun shone brightly on the breezy beach. The kids splashed water, played beach volleyball, and filled the air with laughter. Shin Hyuk, the 30-year-old uncle, lounged in a chair with a cool drink, soaking in the relaxation. This is the life. Now it really feels like a vacation. He mused. Wonder if Teacher Kim's crew is having as much fun? These kids are beasts, stayed up all night, and still full of energy. He muttered, maybe next semester I'll make them run a bit more. Jin-soo, tired of being teased, whispered something to Minhee. Getting a mischievous idea, the kids turned their sneaky gazes toward Shin Hyuk. While he was enjoying himself, Jin-soo and Minhee said, Teacher, aren't you bored sitting alone? Shin Hyuk, sharp as ever, replied, Nah, I'm pretty comfy. Jin-soo and Minhee, with sly faces, persisted. Come on, teacher, don't just sit there, play with us. The Swordsmanship Club doesn't waste words. Behind his chair, Unseo crept up, but the kids didn't know Shin Hyuk had already clocked everything. With a loud shout, get the teacher. Minhee and Unseo lunged from front and back, but in a flash, Shin Hyuk teleported out of reach, tapping their pressure points to freeze them in place. Huh? Unseo and Minhee panicked. What are you doing? Catch him. Minhee yelled, What the? My body won't move. Wait, what are you doing? Shin Hyuk called back. Trying to toss me in the water? You kids are way too green. Jin-soo poked Minhee's cheek. Wow, she really can't move. Minhee fumed. Teacher, do hunters learn this stuff too? Embarrassed and teased by Jin-soo, she was steaming. Learn my foot. Go by water with teacher. Shin Hyuk turned to Unseo. Unseo, stay in the shade and watch these kids for me. Unseo paled. What, teacher? You're totally playing favorites. Ignoring the two girls, Shin Hyuk turned to leave. Unseo, try being a bit more like your sister. See if you can behave. I'll be back soon, so stay put. Jin-soo, concerned for his friend, asked, Teacher, you're not leaving them stuck all day, are you? Shin Hyuk grinned. Relax, they'll move again in a minute. Jin-soo sighed with relief, thinking, phew, safe. All that pizza worshipping finally paid off. But Shin Hyuk added casually, Jin-soo, you get 30 minutes for leading the charge. Jin-soo wailed, Teacher, have mercy. Shin Hyuk, make it 40. On the beach, Unseo was being turned into a sand sculpture by her little sister, helpless. The younger girl teased, Wow, she really can't move. How'd teacher do that? Unseo, furious but stuck, grumbled, Minhee, you're in for it too. Her sister piled on small sand mounds, taunting, Didn't expect you to be this sneaky. Unseo muttered, This kid's the real danger. Quiet but does everything. Red-faced, she snapped, Just wait till this wears off. I'll deal with you. Unaware of her impending doom, her sister giggled. No use, teacher's got my back. Suddenly, mocking laughter rang out. Well, what are these pretty girls up to? Turning, the kids saw a group of scruffy guys in tank tops, catcalling. How old are you ladies? Want to hang with us? Facing the relentless teasing from the group, Unseo erupted like a volcano, shouting, We said no. Why do you keep pestering us? Her voice was sharp as a blade, her eyes shooting sparks, ready to incinerate the lot. The guy in the red tank top, unfazed like he'd just been scolded by his mom, feigned innocence. Whoa, did we do something wrong? You're pretty enough to hang out with us, that's all. No one's touched you. He shrugged, playing the victim, but his smirk was as sly as a fox. Unseo trembled with rage, like a kettle about to explode. Grinding her teeth, she snapped. Besides, we've got more people. Her message was clear. We've got numbers, so don't even think about messing with us. The guy in the purple tank top, thinking he was the beach's Don Juan, stepped forward with a sleazy grin. All right, I see 3 of you. Why so tense, sweetheart? He raised an eyebrow, eyeing Uncio like she was an item for sale. Judging by your face, you're what, 2021? Tonight, I'll treat you to some drinks. He chuckled, thinking he'd just dropped a killer line. Minhee, standing nearby, couldn't stand his sleazy tone and cut in. We're not old enough to drink. Her voice was icy, like she'd just doused him with a bucket of cold water. The red tank top guy flinched, eyes wide as if he'd just failed a college exam. What? You're still in high school. He panicked, but tried to keep his cool. Minhee clenched her teeth, her eyes blazing. That's right. So go bother someone else. She stood tall, radiating the aura of a general ready for battle. But the red-haired guy, oblivious to his peril, grabbed Minhee's arm with a mocking laugh. No big deal, kid. Come on, who's paying? Just a few drinks. He thought he was in a rom-com, but that grab was the final straw. Minhee, now a blazing inferno, roared, Are you insane? Like a whirlwind, she twisted his arm behind his back. The guy, stunned as if struck by lightning, could only scream, Triple it? My arm. His wail echoed across the beach, startling even the seagulls into flight. The purple tank top guy, seeing his buddy butchered, shouted, What the hell? Is this chick a Hunter Academy student? He froze, jaw dropped, realizing he was up against a superhuman. Minhee, now in full war god mode, cursed with authority. Damn it, I can finally move. She glared at the group, her eyes sharp as swords. We told you to back off, but you kept pushing. The purple tank top guy, refusing to back down, clenched his fists and charged like a raging bull, yelling, Jae-yoon, you're done. But before he could land a hit, he met Minhee's icy stare. In a flash, she delivered a devastating kick, sending two of his front teeth on a permanent vacation. He collapsed, face twisted, probably mourning his $1,000,000 smile. Not stopping there, Minhee lunged at the remaining guy. Panicked like he'd seen a ghost, he stammered, hold on. Beautiful. But before he could finish, she landed another kick, launching him skyward like a baseball, his scream trailing off. I didn't even do anything. His cry blended with the crashing waves, almost pitiable. The group finally realized messing with Hunter Academy students was no joke. But rules were rules. If a hunter attacked civilians and got caught, they'd be the ones in trouble. Their bodies were stronger than top athletes, but the academy's rules were as strict as a grumpy old teacher. The red tank top guy, still dazed, waved a hand in front of Minhee, muttering, Yo, what's this chick been thinking this whole time? He thought he was in a Hollywood action flick, but Minhee sighed, her voice dripping with menace. I'm thinking about smashing your faces. Hearing this, the red tank top guy laughed, thrilled like he'd won the lottery. Haha, cute. Done with the circus act? Come hang with us, beautiful. He still hadn't grasped he was facing a ticking time bomb. Minhee's heart screamed, Damn it, if it weren't for academy rules, I'd have turned these guys into minced meat. But just then, a calm voice cut through. So, Minhee, what are you up to? She turned to see Shin Hyuk and Jin Soo, staring in shock like they'd just witnessed a circus. Uncio, overjoyed, shouted, Finally here. Teacher, you got here in under 10 minutes. The red tank top guy, spotting new arrivals, flashed a sleazy grin. So you've got company. He sauntered toward Shin Hyuk, but, being shorter, had to crane his neck like he was staring up a skyscraper, then asked, Looking at you. You're not a student, right? An uncle or something. Shin Hyuk, calm as if sipping afternoon tea, replied casually, Let's say that. And who are you guys? Uncio, beside him, jumped in. Teacher, these guys kept trying to make us drink. Her voice was full of indignation, like she wanted the world to bear witness. The white tank top guy, still trying to play charming, chimed in. No big deal, we're young too. It'd be fun to hang out. He grinned, thinking he was dropping top-tier flirt lines. Hearing Uncio call Shin Hyuk teacher, the red tank top guy's eyes widened. What? A teacher? He turned to his buddies, face bewildered like he'd uncovered a cosmic secret. Shin Hyuk thought, Holy crap, even in a fictional world, I didn't expect these types to exist. Sighing, he addressed the group, his tone gentle but razor-sharp. Look, the kids said they're not interested, so can you guys tone down the thick-skinned act? The red tank top guy, stung by the jab, shouted, Yo, what did you just say? thick-skinned. The purple tank top guy jumped in, voice aggressive. You showing off for these kids or what? The red tank top guy added smugly. Careful, or you'll be crying when we're done. He thought he ruled the beach, but Shin Hyuk just rolled his eyes, thinking, judging by their builds, they probably hit the gym a bit. But even if they were hunters, I wouldn't be scared. Suddenly, the red tank top guy lunged, aiming a heavy punch at Shin Hyuk. But Shin Hyuk, quick as lightning, grabbed his wrist and twisted it back. The guy's face contorted in pain, screaming, "AAA? My arm." It was as if his world was crumbling. The purple tank top guy, seeing his friend's plight, charged, fists clenched, yelling, "What the hell are you doing?" But Shin Hyuk sidestepped gracefully, like a ballet dancer, and said calmly, Article 10, Section 3 of the Hunter Academy Rules. All instructors must prioritize student safety. As he spoke, he grabbed the purple tank top guy's wrist, twisting it, making him wail like a pig at slaughter. The white tank top guy, watching from a distance, panicked and grabbed his phone, shouting, "Holy crap! Don't tell me you're a hunter." He started dialing. "Call the cops. A hunter's attacking civilians." Shin Hyuk, still cool as a cucumber, replied, "Go ahead and call. If you don't, I will." With a few swift moves, he tapped the white tank top guy's pressure points. The guy froze, yelling, "W. My body won't move." The other two, seeing things go south, turned to run. Shin Hyuk smirked. "Think you can escape?" Sounds of punches and pitiful screams rang out, turning the beautiful beach into a freestyle fight club. Moments later, police cars arrived. Looking at the three trembling guys, the officer spoke awkwardly. So, these guys were pressuring minors to drink and even tried to use force against Hunter Kong Shin Hyuk? He sighed. "I'm just doing my job. You hunters must have had a rough few days." Shin Hyuk scratched his head, chuckling nervously. "Man, I feel bad for causing a scene like this." After releasing their pressure points, the guys stammered. "We were just inviting them to hang out," and tried to pin the blame on him. But it was futile. The police already had the full story. The officer turned to Shin Hyuk, smiling. "So, Hunter Kong Shin Hyuk, take a few days to rest. We'll handle these guys. Drop by if you're free." Shin Hyuk nodded. "Thanks, officer. Safe travels." As the police left, Jin-soo approached, eyes gleaming. "That was awesome. You even know the cops." Shin Hyuk, ruffling Min-hee's hair, grinned. "Met them by chance after dealing with the Reaper." Jin-soo burst out laughing. "No way. You're the best, teacher." Shin Hyuk continued. "You kids held back well. Now go have fun." The kids turned to leave, Jin-soo shouting back, "Don't just stand there, teacher. Join us. We're heading out." Shin Hyuk smiled. "All right, I'm in." Unseo, still dazed, was snapped out of it by Min-hee. "Unseo, what are you standing there for? Let's go," she stammered. "All right, I'm coming." Brushing her golden hair, she glanced at Shin Hyuk, calling, "Teacher Kong." But then, a soft voice interrupted. "Hey, you there." Shin Hyuk, surprised, pointed at himself. "Me? What's up?" A brunette girl, pretty as a doll, smiled brightly. "I saw everything just now. You were so cool, totally my type. Can I get your number?" Caught off guard by her boldness, Shin Hyuk froze. Unseo, beside him, turned to stone, and even a crab on the sand probably screamed. What the hell is going on? Shin Hyuk thought. Well, being good-looking makes this stuff easy. But the brunette, seeing him silent, covered her mouth shyly. "Oh, do you not like me?" He quickly waved his hands. "No, it's not that." His mind was a whirlwind. "This is too much. How do I respond?" Just then, Unseo stepped forward, grabbing his hand. Her face flushed, and said to the brunette, "He's already got a girlfriend." Her words hit like a thunderbolt. The brunette froze, and Shin Hyuk's eyes widened. What now? Unseo dragged him away, saying, "Go back to your friends. They're waiting." Shin Hyuk stammered. Wait, you little brat. Are you sabotaging my love life?" As they walked off, Unseo stuck out her tongue at the brunette, who stood stunned for a moment before muttering, "Hunter Academy's top swordsmanship instructor, Kong Shin Hyuk," she sighed. "What a shame, he's exactly my type." Then she pulled out her phone, dialing. "Hello, Jonghyun-sik? It's Namjimin. I just found a bigger weakness than we expected." On the other end, Jonghyun-sik, in a room cluttered with trash and empty bottles, nodded. Got it. The guy Shin Hyuk had once humiliated gritted his teeth. That's right. That bastard. We'll crush him so hard he'll never recover. The scene shifts to the airport, where the bustling atmosphere mingles with a touch of reluctance. Shin Hyuk's group was dropped off in Hwang Ho's sleek, brand-new car, polished like it just rolled out of a showroom. Hwang Ho, with his hearty grin, clapped Shin Hyuk on the shoulder. Safe travels. Let me know next time you're coming back. Shin Hyuk beamed, nodding enthusiastically. Haha. Thanks for the send-off. Catch you next time. He scratched his head, eyes twinkling, thinking, this Hwang Ho's a real big shot. Gifted a fully loaded car, probably over the moon. After safely escorting the kids back, Harang's main hunters, having overcome their psychological shock, were immediately dispatched to an A-rank gate. Shin Hyuk sighed softly, a bit regretful, but stayed positive. It wasn't a big deal. His team had scored major points by successfully clearing a near-rank gate. Oh, and Eun-seo? She was honored as a brave citizen in place of Shin Hyuk. Initially, both were nominated for the award, but he deftly declined, thinking, let the kid shine. So, Eun-seo took the spotlight in the news. Right now, she's probably getting an earful from her parents for diving into danger, Shin Hyuk mused, a mischievous smirk tugging at his lips. He was surprised to see his name pop up in a few local articles and online portals for his role in defeating the monster. Luckily, the spotlight stayed on Eun-seo, sparing him a heap of trouble. Let her be the star. I prefer staying low-key. At the airport, the farewell atmosphere buzzed with energy. Seo Hwa and Yoo hugged tightly, smiling like blooming flowers. Yoo, eyes sparkling, said, Sis, I'll come visit you next time. Seo Hwa nodded warmly. Sure thing, Yoo. I'll cook you tons of delicious food. Yoo giggled, her voice ringing. Yes, ma'am. The heartwarming scene felt like something out of a coming-of-age movie, melting everyone's hearts. Jong-sik, with a serious yet proud demeanor, approached and shook Shin Hyuk's hand. You've worked hard, teacher. I was worried at first, but you exceeded my expectations. Shin Hyuk, sheepish like a student praised by a teacher, scratched his head. Nah, Guildmaster, it was my fault for being too hasty. He gave an awkward smile, trying to hide his embarrassment. Jong-sik eyed him, his gaze sharp but warm. Teacher, no matter how you try to hide your skills, they'll come to light eventually. Living quietly is fine, but when that time comes, I hope you won't resist it. Next time we meet, I expect you'll have a title that matches your ability. Shin Hyuk smiled, nodding respectfully. I'll keep that in mind, sir. The group waved goodbye, shouting in unison, See you next time. The air felt like an emotional farewell party, filled with lingering sentiment. On the way back, Jong-sik held a file listing S-rank hunters, staring out the window, thinking, soon, Korea will have another one. A faint smile curved his lips, as if he could already see Shin Hyuk's bright future. As for Shin Hyuk, the moment he returned, he raced up the snowy mountain to meet his master. The majestic, freezing peaks didn't faze him as he strode forward, calling out, Master, long time no see. Have you been waiting long? Yu Riang, grumbling like a cranky old man, turned around, sighing. You punk, you were supposed to be here 4 days ago. Why are you dragging your feet now? He shot Shin Hyuk a look, half scolding, half affectionate. Shin Hyuk grinned sheepishly, scratching his head. Sorry, master, been swamped lately. Yu Riang shook his head. Humph, look at that tanned face. Bet you've been sweating buckets, huh? Black as coal, he teased, eyes glinting mischievously. Shin Hyuk laughed it off, something like that. But in his head, he screamed, No way I'm admitting it's from sunbathing at the beach. Master would kill me. Yu Riang glanced at the pile of stuff Shin Hyuk brought, teasing, Brought a ton this time. You planning to vanish for weeks again? Shin Hyuk waved his hands. No way, master. I'll visit more often now. Got a driver's license test tomorrow, so I gotta go. But before it expires, I'll be back. Once school starts, I'll come see you weekly. Yu Riang, holding a pack of instant noodles, blew on them and asked, That's so? I'm about to cook some noodles. Want some? Shin Hyuk sighed, shaking his head. I'm too tired, master. Yu Riang smirked. Try stealing a bite later, and I'll chop your hand off. Shin Hyuk, feigning anger, shouted, I'm not eating, really. You go ahead and eat plenty. Then he flopped onto the ground, staring up at the snowy sky. In his mind, he thought, it's been almost half a year since I met Master. Before the original story kicks off, I've got about a year and a half left. The first gate appears during the second semester field trip in first year, roughly 200 days away. But why do I feel this vague unease? A chill ran through him. What if one day Master just dies out of nowhere? In the original story, he never even appeared. Yu Riang, cooking noodles, noticed Shin Hyuk's days and called out, "Hey, kid, didn't you say you weren't eating? Water's boiling." Shin Hyuk snapped out of it, stammering, No, I'm good." But he reassured himself. What am I worrying about? This old man's so obsessed with instant noodles. He's not going anywhere. Jumping up, he said, "Forgot something in the car. I'll grab it and be right back." Stepping out of the gate, he muttered, "Oh, right. I left that bottle of high-proof liquor in the trunk. Meant to give it to Master, but forgot. Lazy as hell. But since I bought it, I gotta get it." Just then, his phone buzzed like an earthquake. He glanced down, eyes widening. What the hell? Why so many notifications? Opening it, he nearly fell over. 30 missed calls and 50 messages. Normally, his phone blew up after exiting a gate. But this was overkill. Scanning the list, Teacher Kim, Lee Seol, Seora, Eun Seo, Eun Soo, Min Hee, Jin Soo. Shin Hyuk barely had time to process when Seora called. He picked up, thrilled, "Hello." Before he could say more, Seora's voice roared like thunder. "You piece of trash." Shin Hyuk froze, stammering, "Huh? What? Why Ryu?" She shouted. "I never thought you'd be that kind of person. I thought you were different." Shin Hyuk's head spun. "Hey, what are you talking about? What did I do?" Seora snapped. "Don't play dumb. It's all over the news portals, you scumbag. That's all I've got to say, bye." She hung up abruptly, leaving Shin Hyuk standing like a statue. He yelled, "Seora." "Hello?" Choi Seora, staring at his phone, his face paled. "Hold on. If you're gonna chew me out, at least tell me why. What's going on?" He frantically opened his phone, scrolling through notifications. A headline hit him like a truck. "Shocking news. Perverted teacher." Shin Hyuk's eyes bulged as he shouted, "What the hell? Am I being trolled?" The article, written by reporters Hwang Ji-yoon and Ji-min, made his blood boil. It read, "Recently, one figure has set social media ablaze. Eun Seo, a first-year swordsmanship class student at Hunter Academy No. 1. Her story of bravely saving children from a monster has touched hearts. But we ask, how could a young girl defeat a dangerous B-rank Shadow Reaper? Whoever took it down deserves praise, right? Yet only Eun Seo received the award. The truth is, the one who defeated the Shadow Reaper was Hunter Kong Shin Hyuk, a swordsmanship instructor at Hunter Academy No. 1. You've probably noticed, their teacher and student. Eun Seo is a minor. If this were a wholesome romance, people might cheer. But as journalists, we question, is our education system still sound? Ji-min, after posting the article, smirked with satisfaction, muttering, "Let's see how he handles this." Shin Hyuk, after reading it, was so furious he wanted to smash his phone. What kind of nonsense is this? Writing like it's gospel. It's worse than Picasso's wildest painting. Tabloid trash. A quick fact-check would have shown it's fake, but they didn't bother. His fists clenched, trembling with rage. This was less journalism and more filthy fiction. Just then, his phone buzzed again. It was Vice Principal Man Dong. Shin Hyuk answered, voice shaky. "Hello?" Man Dong's voice boomed. "You piece of—" "No. Teacher Kong, you're hard to reach. I'm not in the mood for jokes." Shin Hyuk quickly explained, "Sir, I was in a gate, so I couldn't respond right away." "You saw the article, didn't you?" Man Dong sighed. "Yes. I know you're not that kind of person, but the Academy's reputation is on the line. I still feel bad about you stepping up in that duel last time. So if you need help, I'm here. The question is, what's your plan?" Shin Hyuk gritted his teeth, voice icy. "My plan? I'll make them pay for targeting my student." He hung up, saying, "I need to check the full situation first." Man Dong nodded. "All right." Immediately after, he called Eun Seo's mother. "Hear me out, Eun Seo's mom? Teacher Kong said he'll handle it. Please trust him this once." Meanwhile, Eun Seo's mother and the girls were nearly collapsing, unsure what to do. Shin Hyuk, racing through the forest, thought, "Jimin? Never heard that name. It doesn't even appear in the novel. A complete stranger, no connection. Yet overnight, they've turned me into a depraved teacher with one article. Suddenly, a realization hit. Is this a side story? Did it spawn just because of my existence? At that moment, a system notification chimed. Side story unlocked. Recording the tale of the depraved teacher Kong Shin Hyuk. Elsewhere, Jong Hyun Sik, the man Shin Hyuk once humiliated, grinned wickedly, his eyes menacing. That's right. We'll crush that bastard to the ground. Shin Hyuk, still moving, shouted, I don't know who you are, but you're done for this time. The scene shifts to the snowy mountains, where Shin Hyuk's master, Yu Riang, is gleefully eating instant noodles. After slurping a chopstick full, his eyes gleam with satisfaction. He grabs another bite, pairing it with kimchi, and pops it into his mouth. Finishing, he lets out a contented sigh. At that moment, Shin Hyuk approaches, holding a gift bag. Seeing this, Yu Riang cheerfully calls out, Ho ho, back so soon, huh? Shin Hyuk responds, Yes, master. But I've got to head out now. Here, take this. Taking the gift bag without looking inside, Yu Riang asks curiously, What's this? Shin Hyuk replies, It's high-proof liquor, master. I grabbed it from the duty-free shop. Holding the bottle, Yu Riang's face lights up with emotion. He covers his mouth, saying, Truly touching. But then, Shin Hyuk turns to head back toward the gate, calling out, I'm off then. I'll be back next week. Yu Riang quickly shouts after him, Hey, disciple, hold up a sec. Hearing this, Shin Hyuk pauses and asks, Need something else, master? Yu Riang shakes his head. No, you little punk, not that. He warns solemnly, I don't know what's going on, but don't go killing anyone, got it? Shin Hyuk's face darkens, but he nods slightly, replying, Of course, I understand. Watching Shin Hyuk's retreating figure, Yu Riang muses quietly for a moment before saying, starting to look like a real warrior now, pulling that grim face. Meanwhile, Shin Hyuk is in a car heading somewhere, his expression deadly serious. The Jeju trip included Seol and Seowa. Honestly, I don't want to drag them into this mess. They've been texting him nonstop to check in. He thinks to himself, but if I need witnesses to clear my name, those two are the best bet, reliable ones. Problem is, people believe what they see, not explanations. Right now, I need to deal with those two photos being spread online. The first one's from the scene. Plenty of soldiers and cops there could vouch for me. It's a hassle to track them down, but it could clear me. The second one's the real headache. That beach photo with Unseo grabbing my arm looks intimate at a glance. But it was just a fleeting moment after the crowd dispersed. Someone snapped it at the perfect time, clearly digging for dirt to frame this as a scandal. These updates are too fast, like they're not finding evidence, but shaping events to look like evidence. He immediately pulls out his phone to call the reporter who wrote the article, but all he gets is a busy tone. Clenching his teeth in frustration, he mutters, As expected, that reporter's unreachable. He considers heading straight to the newsroom to sort it out. But first, there's a more pressing matter, renewing his hunter license. He strides into a building, drawing stunned gazes from everyone. Approaching the counter, a staff member turns and asks, What are you here for? Shin Hyuk replies, To renew my hunter license. The staff member says, I'll need your ID. Taking his documents, the staff stammers. A teacher. Then, eyeing Shin Hyuk suspiciously, he says, Wait, are you that Shin Hyuk? The crowd around starts whispering. That's him. What a shameless guy, showing up here. How could he get involved with his own student? Ignoring the chatter, Shin Hyuk says to the staff, I checked, there's an open test slot. Let me take it now. The staff responds with an annoyed tone. Sure, you can renew, but, Mr. Kong, look around. No one wants to team up with you. The crowd behind continues mocking. Who'd team up with trash like that? Heard he didn't even graduate from Hunter Academy. Probably an orphan, haha. People like him just drag us down. None of these guys know me, but they all recognize my face. My info's been plastered all over social media. Cyber leakers grab my photo from the Academy's site like it's trash. Shin Hyuk sighs inwardly, thinking, Live quietly. I'll be torn apart before I get the chance. He speaks up. I don't have much time. If no one wants me, put me in any group. I'll work solo. That's fine, right? The staff raises an eyebrow, replying, Haha, sure. Let's put you in Group E. Hearing this, a burly man in the back protests. Hey, supervisor, why stick that trash in my group? The staff responds, "Sorry, it's the only spot left. He's working solo, so just pretend he's not there." Pointing inside, the staff says, "Kong Shin Hyuk, the B-rank renewal condition is clearing a B-rank gate behind that door. In you go." Shin Hyuk calmly steps toward the gate, saying, "Thanks." The staff turns away, sneering. "Stay in the safe zone. Going solo's a good way to get hurt." The burly man, fuming, mutters, "Don't the cops arrest trash like this?" A blonde guy chimes in, "No shame at all, going solo like that." The burly man adds, "I bet he'll just sit there till time's up, waiting for a carry." The blonde continues, "Well, he's got to kill at least a few to avoid failing." A black-haired guy suddenly gets an idea. "How about I run into him in the gate and give him a few punches to vent?" The staff outside starts checking the time, muttering, "All right, they're probably a bit behind the first group. Group E, enter the gate. 3-hour time limit." With that, the group steps into the B-rank gate. As soon as they enter, the burly man freezes, exclaiming, "What the?" The blonde guy asks, "What's up?" The burly man shouts, "Hey, Dae-shik, how long's Shin Hyuk been in the gate?" Dae-shik scratches his head, replying, "About 20 minutes, I think." "What?" The burly man stammers. 20 minutes? You sure it's just 20 minutes? The scene before them leaves Dae-shik wide-eyed, jaw-dropped. How the hell does a B-rank gate for a 6-person team get cleared in just 20 minutes? At that moment, a dazzling light shines from above, illuminating the open space ahead, signaling the dungeon's completion. Their eyes turn to the gate's interior, where Shin Hyuk emerges, his clothes stained with countless blood splatters. Looking at the group, he says, "All that talk about trash this, trash that, calling me by name. Then just him, forgotten me already?" The burly man stammers, "Wait, you cleared the dungeon solo?" Shin Hyuk replies, "I was in a hurry, so I wrapped it up quick. Handling the trash and cleanup's your job, right?" The blonde guy's face lights up with excitement, saying, "Hold on, you really did it alone? Don't bullshit us." The burly man thinks, "Wait, no gear, just a sword? Is this maniac really B-rank?" Seeing him lost in thought, Shin Hyuk steps closer, his eyes brimming with killing intent, and says, "Half." The guy stammers, "Half? What's that mean?" Shin Hyuk continues, "I've got things to do, so I'll take half. Send the reward to my account. I know the market rate, so don't try anything funny." With that, he turns and leaves, leaving the hunters stunned. Dae-shik grits his teeth, saying, "This guy's got the nerve to talk like that to near-rank hunters." He turns to the burly man, asking, "Call him back." The burly man, sweating profusely, stammers, "No need." He glances down at the countless monster corpses strewn below, muttering, "Let him go." Back outside, the staff member is still intently studying the roster. Suddenly, he turns as footsteps echo from the gate. With a jolt, Shin Hyuk steps out, his face icy, sending chills down the staff's spine. The license renewal test ended shockingly fast. The staff stammers, "Shin Hyuk, why were you alone? What did you do to Group E's hunters?" Wiping blood from his body with a cloth, Shin Hyuk replies coolly, "Don't talk nonsense. I was busy cleaning up monster corpses in there." The staff, baffled, asks, "Cleared it in under 30 minutes? That's the fastest record in 5 years." Shin Hyuk, curious, asks, "Who held the record before?" The staff answers, "A major guild did the group renewal test in 25 minutes. The individual record was E. Seol, a rank, at about 40 minutes. Shin Hyuk mutters to himself, "E. Seol took 40 minutes? Guess I went a bit overboard trying to finish fast. At least it vented some of my pent-up frustration." After finishing, he turns to leave, saying, "I'm heading out. Make sure to guide the rest of Group E." The staff nods, "Yes, sir." Glancing at his watch, he slaps his face hard, exclaiming, "Unbelievable. Teacher Shin Hyuk, what are you even doing?" Meanwhile, Shin Hyuk continues his journey by car, calling Seowa. She asks, "Hey, Teacher Kong, didn't you say you'd call after today's training? Did the chaos mess with your plans?" He replies, "Nah, I just finished, so I'm calling now." She sounds surprised. "Really?" He explains, "With everything going on, I sped things up. By the way, that reporter friend you mentioned, can we meet today?" She responds cheerfully, "Absolutely. I'll definitely help you out." After some travel, Shin Hyuk arrives at Seowa's place. She opens the door, exclaiming, Teacher Kong. Oh my, you look exhausted. He asks, puzzled. My face. She offers. Have you eaten? Let me grab you something. Though a bit hungry, he scratches his head shyly. No, I'm fine, really. She gestures inside. Come in, my friend's inside sorting documents. Her friend hands over a business card, introducing herself. Hello, I'm Imun-ji from Dong-suk Daily. Seo Was told me a lot about you. Shin Hyuk, curious, asks. Huh? Told you what? She starts. Well, lately, Seo Was been. Before she can finish, Seo Was smacks her leg hard, sending her tumbling with a yelp. Ow, my leg's broken. Oh. Seo Was, maintaining her warm demeanor, covers her mouth and smiles. Wait a sec, teacher, I'll grab you a drink. Soon, tea and snacks are served, and they dive into the main issue. Imun-ji speaks first. Before we start, let's clarify. You and Seo aren't lovers, right? Shin Hyuk responds firmly. Absolutely not, I swear. She continues. Do you have evidence or witnesses to counter those articles about you? Seo Was chimes in. The Jeju trip wasn't a honeymoon with Seo. I can vouch for that. Plus, I have this video. She plays a video featuring two familiar figures. Hello, I'm Jong-sik, guild master of Harang, says one. I'm Yu Seol, a hunter from Harang, adds the other. Shin Hyuk thinks, Harang's people? They're testifying I was in Jeju on guild business, working with them daily to close gates, ready to defend me. Seo Was adds, if you have to go to court over this, they're willing to testify anytime. After watching, Imun-ji comments, this video alone proves you weren't in Jeju for a honeymoon. And there's more. She plays another video, where a voice says, Can you hear me? I'm Kim Man-dong, Vice Principal of Hunter Academy No. 1. I trust Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk. His refusal of the award wasn't to hide a honeymoon. He was once famous on the Academy's YouTube channel, drawing positive attention but also malicious comments, especially for coming from a regular school. He was challenged so much it nearly paralyzed our administrative work. Avoiding media attention was natural. Shin Hyuk thinks, that old man. I mean, I didn't expect the vice principal to back me up so fiercely, Imun-ji says, no need for an interview. This video's enough. I'll write and publish the article right away, so don't worry. The misunderstanding will be cleared before school starts. Shin Hyuk replies, thank you. I'm grateful to everyone. I'm counting on you. She nods. All right, I'll get to it. But there's one small issue. Shin Hyuk asks. Small issue. She explains. I contacted the outlet that published the first article. Reporter Nam Jimin said she never wrote it. Someone likely hacked her account to post that smear piece. She asks, have you made any enemies? Shin Hyuk bites his nail, muttering, no reason for anyone to hate me. I mean, this could keep escalating. Imun-ji turns to leave, saying, this time it was an article, but next time, who knows? I didn't want to say this without proof since I'm a reporter, not a cop. Just be careful. I don't want to meet you as a story subject again. Shin Hyuk responds, thanks for the advice. That evening, Shin Hyuk returns home exhausted, collapsing onto his bed, muttering, at least Seo's cleared. But who hates me enough to drag a student into this? I just wanted a quiet teaching life. But when did I start caring so much about these kids? As he's about to doze off, his phone pings with a message. Teacher Kong, if you're not asleep, check this out. He grabs his phone, muttering, this. Below articles about him, countless comments flood in. I'm Teacher Shin Hyuk's lover, with proof. No, I'm his lover, here's a photo. I'm his real lover, with 2 photos. I'm the true lover, with evidence. The real lover of Teacher Shin Hyuk, with a photo to prove it. Shin Hyuk yells, what's this? It's gone beyond malicious comments to a full-on joke? Who's pulling this lame prank? Looking at the photos and the comments, he notices something familiar. Wait, that's Min-hee from Swordsmanship class. That's the training field, probably from class. In a video, she says, I'm Min-hee, from Hunter Academy No. 1's Swordsmanship class. First, I'm sorry for stirring things up to get your attention, teacher. If holding your arm counts as proof of being your lover, then I'm your lover too. Everyone in Swordsmanship class loves Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk. That's all I wanted to say. More comments pile up. I'm Teacher Shin Hyuk's lover too. No, I'm his lover. I've got his autograph. If he prepared it for me, I must be his true love. Another adds, back off, I'm his real love. If meeting in Jeju was a honeymoon, then I'm on honeymoon too. We even shared ice cream. Shin Hyuk sighs, saying, these kids. I became a teacher just for a peaceful life, but spending time with them changed that. I haven't even been that great to them. Standing up for me when I'm being trashed everywhere can't be easy. We've only been together one semester. Even if the world turns against me, my students still believe in me. Not just them, Teacher Kim, Seol, Harang Guild, even the vice principal. Everyone I've met is standing up for me. Feeling their support, tears rolled down his cheeks. He smiles, a mix of emotions, staring at his phone, muttering, guess I'm living pretty decently after all. But then, a message arrives, freezing him. He says, Seora. Her message reads, sorry for calling you trash, Sunbae. Let me help in my own way. Here's an address and password. Go there, and your problem will be partly solved. At the address Seora sent, in a room, Jong Hyun-sik and the fake Nam Jimin are tied to chairs, screaming as they're held captive. Meanwhile, Seora stands on the rooftop, gazing at the city, sighing. Next semester, I hope you teach us even more. Revised scene translation. Arriving at a house, Shin Hyuk faced a tightly shut iron gate. He glanced at it, muttering, is this the place? He stepped forward, pulled the gate open, and entered. Spotting two people tied to chairs, he shouted, Jong Hyun-sik. And next to him, isn't that the girl from Jeju who asked for my number? His eyes darted to a nearby table, where a laptop sat with a note beside it. He approached, opened the laptop, and entered the password. As the screen lit up, his face darkened, and he cursed. These lunatics. The laptop contained everything. Malicious rumors ready to be spread, fake photos, even stolen ID documents. Jong Hyun-sik, unable to accept his loss in a prior honor duel, had hired a fixer to take Shin Hyuk down. Though Seora, a true pro, had already subdued him, Jong Hyun-sik was still a formidable figure in the shadows. As police escorted him out, Jong Hyun-sik glared back at Shin Hyuk, snarling, I don't know how you pulled this off, but I'll be back. This isn't over. Next time, I'll start with the people around you, one by one. Before he could finish, Shin Hyuk lunged forward, grabbing his collar, and said coldly, try it, you bastard. The officers quickly intervened, shouting, hey, back off. Shin Hyuk's face burned with rage as he cursed. Every time you show your face, I'll drag you out and beat you to a pulp. I'll thrash you until you're half dead and shave off whatever hair you've got left. But listen, don't you dare touch those around me. Because if you do, I'll kill you. Be ready. Seeing Shin Hyuk losing control, an officer pushed him back, yelling, I said back off. Jong Hyun-sik, shaken, thought to himself, no way. Shin Hyuk, is this his true nature? Soon after, Imun-ji's article was published. Backed by testimonies from heavyweights like Kim Man-dong, Jong Sik, and official cooperation from Jeju City, the investigation's conclusion, that Jong Hyun-sik was the culprit, flipped public opinion overnight. Back at the snowy mountain, after hearing Shin Hyuk's full story, Yu Riang exclaimed, that's incredible. They didn't even bother investigating before publishing, and in just one day, the narrative flipped completely. Worse than a demonic possession, rumors are truly terrifying. That dagger-wielding girl is something else, too. Wasn't that spear guy supposed to be a big deal? Shin Hyuk scratched his head shyly, replying, she didn't say how she did it, but mentioned giving them 3 bottles of sleeping pills, enough to knock out an elephant. Yu Riang continued, for you, she went that far. My disciple's pretty impressive, huh? Though the context is a bit different, I guess I'm lucky to have such good karma. Shin Hyuk responded, oh, the school told me to take some time off, but I refused. It'd only worry the kids more. Yu Riang nodded. You thought it through. If they're ungrateful, repay them with your teaching. But Shin Hyuk interrupted. Master, I have a request. Yu Riang, slurping his noodles, asked. What's that? Shin Hyuk said. Do you know the 3 talents sword technique? It's a basic sword art with 3 moves, horizontal slash, vertical slash, and thrust. In martial arts novels, it's considered third-rate, but I think it'd be good for the kids to practice. You must know it. Yu Riang, still eating, replied. 3 talents sword technique? Never heard of it. You haven't even mastered what you're learning. Why chase other techniques? Shin Hyuk, puzzled, said, master? It's the 3 talents sword technique, vertical slash, horizontal slash, thrust. Yu Riang snapped. You idiot, horizontal, vertical, thrust. That's just slashing. What's this 3 talents nonsense? Shin Hyuk thought. I figured since it's a common trope in martial arts novels, it'd exist here. He spoke up. Then, besides what I've learned, do you know any other techniques? Yu Riang replied. I know a few moves from Old Heavenly Demon and Old Zhang Sanfeng. What? Shin Hyuk shared his thoughts. I want to teach my students something meaningful. Yu Riang smiled faintly, saying, it doesn't have to be martial arts, right? Back when I trained at Wudong, I learned something from Old Zhang Sanfeng. Shin Hyuk asked, what's that? Yu Riang explained. Living on the mountain, he was an expert in herbs. He was incredible at brewing tonics. He told me to make them for my disciples someday. Shin Hyuk's eyes twitched as he exclaimed, my gosh, master, you had something like that and didn't give it to me first. Yu Riang retorted, didn't I already forge your bones? This just adjusts tendons and opens meridians. At your level, you don't need it. Shin Hyuk teased. Sounds like regular old tonic. Yu Riang clarified. You punk, how can regular tonics compare? It doesn't boost inner energy like some miracle elixir, but it's highly effective. Wudong pursues simplicity, no fancy ingredients. Zhang Sanfeng's disciples were stronger than heavenly demons, get it? For growing students, it was the perfect gift. But the results exceeded Shin Hyuk's expectations. After trying his tonic, the students writhed in agony. One shouted, teacher poisoned the class. Air raid alert. Air raid alert. Seeing their grim faces, Shin Hyuk said, hey, this is a tonic for your body, you brats. Don't spill it. Drink it all. The second semester of the swordsmanship class began. A long-haired student, face dark, said, teacher, no joke, this is like poison. Jin-Soo, looking no better, muttered, I don't want to drink this. Shin Hyuk ordered. Jin-Soo, one more lap. For the next 2 months, you'll drink this before class every day. Skip it if you want, but come talk to me privately. Jin-Soo, wiping tonic from his mouth, grumbled. You say that, but skipping it feels like missing out. Shin Hyuk reassured them. All right, no lessons today. Dismissed after drinking. Class leader. The class leader sprang up, shouting, attention. At her command, the class stood rigidly, eyes fixed on Shin Hyuk. Surprised, he said, what's this? You haven't even saluted. The class leader spoke. We look forward to your guidance this semester, teacher. The class echoed. Please guide us, teacher. The girls below whispered. Teacher's so handsome. Don't leave us. Shin Hyuk sighed, heart warmed, thinking, they're worried I'll quit. He replied, I'm not going anywhere. Dismissed. After the students left, Shin Hyuk stood alone at the podium, holding a book, musing. Half a year already? Time flies. I just wanted a comfy life, but I've grown so attached to this place. As he reflected, Seora appeared at the door, arms crossed, saying, the kids really listen to you. How do you do it? Seeing her, Shin Hyuk said, Seora, you're here? What's up? She glanced outside nervously, then said, what else? You're famous now, and your image is much better. So, they told me to approach you. Shin Hyuk sighed. No wonder it's been quiet lately. She continued, you can't hide your shine. I had a hunch. The Sea Wave Guild's closure report, the duel with the vice principal. Your hidden skills keep slipping out. Her eyes turned troubled as she said, Sunbae, this is serious. They told me to use any means necessary. He replied, Samwon Group's chairman, Young Pil Jae, Congressman So Gwang-sik, Vice Minister of Justice, Kim Jong-cheol. That's enough for them to back off, right? Seora, shocked, asked, how do you know those names? He started to speak, then pivoted. Back when? No, I just dug around. And Taz won't act rashly, so you're fine. Stop frowning. Reflecting, he concluded, a needle in a haystack will eventually show. No matter how I hide, my abilities will come to light, like Jong-sik said. I've done too much to turn back time. I've built too many bonds, since meeting Master, learning martial arts. No, since becoming Kong Shin Hyuk, the story was bound to change. He spoke aloud. Fine, no need to cling to principles or fear change. Seora, confused, asked, what original story? What are you talking about? He patted her shoulder, saying, nothing. I look forward to your help this semester. Stepping out of the classroom with a smile, he thought, the life of Kong Shin Hyuk is truly starting now.
A few days later, the serene campus came into view. with tree branches gently swaying in the soft breeze. In the school's restroom, strange noises echoed. Kids sure adapt quickly. One voice spoke up. "Hey, got any spare happy juice?" The other waved him off, replying, "Get lost, I have only got one sip left." The first pleaded, "Come on, just one gulp. That is what good friends do." The tonic given by their master was called happy juice. At that moment, two young men were huddled in a restroom stall, staring wildly at the bottle in front of them. The long-haired one laughed loudly. "Ha ha. My scores are shooting up again." The bald one nodded in agreement. With that awful bitter taste, it fights off sleep and improves digestion, so it has become the student's favorite drink. Jin-soo, nearby, gently set his glass down on the table, letting out a few grumbling noises. He sighed. "I do not even taste the bitterness. Is it because I have had such a tough life?" Min-hee looked down, scolding. "Here we go again." Jin-soo shouted, "Hey, Min-hee, go out with me, and I will make sure your hands never touch happy juice." At this half-joking, half-serious remark, Min-hee burst out laughing. "Haha, get lost, no chance." Having someone like Jin-soo misuse the tonic was a bit worrying, but thanks to the synergy with the long-distance running exercises from last semester to build stamina, the swordsmanship class had achieved overwhelming results in the pre-midterm physical fitness test. Watching the students running tirelessly on the field, one teacher exclaimed, "Teacher Shin-hyuk, what did you do to these kids to get results like this?" Another teacher, holding a stopwatch, nodded in agreement. "They are almost on par with the third-year students aiming for the Ranger team." Seeing the students' convincing performance, Shin-hyuk smiled inwardly. Though not their homeroom teacher, as their basic swordsmanship instructor, he felt quite proud. He thought to himself, "I gave them the tonic, so this semester we will double the training." And so, the bustling summer of the second semester passed. Autumn was approaching. In class, he addressed his students. "Mid-Autumn Festival is coming up, so do not just goof off. The midterm exams are right after the break." "Got it." The students replied in unison. "Yes, sir." He continued, "Spend some quality time with your families." Now class dismissed. The class dispersed. Min-hee turned back, waving. "See you, sir. Have a great holiday." As the students left, he looked at the notebook in his hand and smiled. Suddenly, two students approached. Catching his attention, he turned, puzzled. "Eun-seo, Eun-soo, why have not you gone home yet?" Eun-soo cheekily replied, "We wanted to get some advice from you, sir." The two girls exchanged glances. And Eun-seo said, "We are thinking of signing up for the martial arts tournament. What do you think?" Surprised by the sudden decision, he asked. The martial arts tournament. It was a nationwide martial arts competition among hunter academies, simply called the Martial Arts Tournament. Students from all hunter schools in the country could participate. Since it was not divided by grade, third-year students typically dominated. He stroked his chin, thinking. The topic had come up in a recent faculty meeting. He would assumed first-year students would not be interested. Yoon-soo continued. "The qualifiers start in November, so we want to register early." Yoon-seo added, "What do you think, sir? Are we not suited for it?" He pondered for a moment before replying, "You two are excellent students, but you are only standout among your peers. Competing against second and third years with practical experience will be tough." Yoon-seo quickly chimed in. "Right, if we join and get eliminated, it will just embarrass you, sir." Shin-hyuk was taken aback, asking, What are you talking about?" Yoon-seo continued, "I heard that when Senior Si-jin was a first year, she wanted to join, but her swordsmanship teacher would not allow it, saying it would be humiliating if she got knocked out in the qualifiers. She had to beg, and even went to the vice principal to get permission." Hearing this, Shin-hyuk sighed, thinking, "That is intense. No wonder she became student council president." He asked, "But why are you worried about my reputation? I do not care about that stuff. If you want to compete, go for it." This thrilled the two girls, who exclaimed in unison, "Really? Thank you, sir. We will do our best." He nodded. "But if you are joining, at least make it past the qualifiers. I heard there is a special training program for participants, so do not skip it." Yoon-seo's jaw dropped, asking, "Training program? Will you be teaching it, sir?" He replied, "Not sure. They have not decided who is leading it, but it probably won't be me." This disappointed her, and she asked, "Why not, sir?" He calmly answered, "I am still a new teacher. They will likely assign a third or second year teacher with more experience. Yoon Seo pressed, what kind of standard is that? Among the swordsmanship teachers, you are the best. At the compliment, he gave a slight smile and said, this kid's such a flatterer. But I am too busy, so no way. His blunt refusal left her a bit crestfallen, and she said, I do not like training programs, but if you were teaching, I would be in. He refuted, no way. The experience and techniques of veteran teachers are important too, you know. He thought to himself, the martial arts tournament training happens on weekend evenings. I care about you kids, but I can't sacrifice all my rest time. Then he smiled and encouraged them. Anyway, I will submit your names to the vice principal. Prepare well for the tournament. But upon meeting the vice principal, the man pointed at him and said, you will handle the students, tournament preparations, and just like that, his holiday plans shattered. He felt like turning to stone. Stammering, he said, Vice principal, I am just a new teacher. Shouldn't a third or second year teacher take this on? The vice principal propped his chin and replied, actually, Teacher Choi from third year wanted it, but honestly, I think you are far more capable. Scratching his head awkwardly, Shin Hyuk said, well, my students are just joining for experience. Wouldn't it be better to have someone like Si Jin, a former champion, take charge? Knowing he would say this, the vice principal cut him off. I have already talked to Si Jin. She also wants you to lead the training. Seeing the vice principal one step ahead, Shin Hyuk frowned, thinking, this old man's always so quick. The vice principal looked at him sternly and said, so if you are not interested, we can settle it like last time. Shin Hyuk refused. No thanks. The blunt refusal startled the vice principal, who exclaimed, what? Shin Hyuk explained, last time, I won the duel, but you still forced me, did not you? The vice principal clarified, in that dispute, I helped call it even, did not I? Shin Hyuk smiled and said, oh, how nice. The vice principal continued, listen, I heard from Seo Haishua that you do not yet qualify for the rank A evaluation, right? He nodded. Yes, that is true. My overseas experience does not count. I plan to complete it during winter break and apply next year. The vice principal raised his voice, regretfully. What a pity, Teacher Kang. Then he made a bold offer. I will give you a chance to go for rank A right now. This shocked Shin Hyuk. After a moment he asked, Vice Principal, I do not have enough domestic experience yet, do I? The vice principal explained. With a recommendation from an S-rank hunter like me, even if you are short on gate clears, you can still take the evaluation. With your skills, you will pass easily. The third evaluation round is right after Mid-Autumn Festival. What do you think? He was outmaneuvered again. This made Shin Hyuk uneasy. Every time, the vice principal offered exactly what he needed, making refusal impossible. This sweet bait struck right at his ambitions. Reaching rank A would boost his base stipend instantly. Plus, becoming a rank A hunter before winter break would skyrocket his extra income. The rapid turn of events left him breathless. He stammered, it is just, I am busy one day this weekend, so if we can schedule another day, I will consider it. Seeing his agreement, the vice principal nodded. Good. Discuss the schedule carefully with the students. After the deal was settled, Shin Hyuk turned to leave, thinking, I have taken on more work again. He sighed, reflecting, but last time, he did help me a lot. With an S-rank hunter vice principal, I will likely need his support again. Looking at the list in front of him, he muttered. First-year participants for the martial arts tournament are Yoon Seo and Yoon Soo. For third years, only Si Jin, last year's champion. It had been months since that interview. How was she doing these days? The scene shifts to Se Jin, training tirelessly. Her sword-wielding arm was covered in fresh blood, dripping onto the ground. Her arm trembled violently, but she gripped the wooden sword tightly. Her breathing grew heavier, as if she had reached her limit. The scene shifts to the snowy mountains, where he was lying around, not saying a word. Was he planning to stay here for the entire break? He nodded and replied, yeah, might as well train up on some weak spots and breathe in the fresh air. This made his master squint suspiciously. The old man asked, have you killed someone or something? Annoyed, he snapped back. No, it is not like that. Noticing his unusual attitude, the master continued. Something's off. You usually dodge training like the plague. Why so serious now? He retorted. Why can't you just praise me for once? The master scoffed. I am still trying to figure out how to get you to focus. It is harder than cleaning up the beggar clan's mess. Frustrated, he flopped onto the snow and said, I just thought, what if I got stronger than I originally planned, he thought to himself. The lives of the academy students have already been changed by me, even just a little. If I have decided to live my own life starting this second semester, I need to step up. But even the smallest change could affect this world's future in ways I can't predict. At the very least, I need to be strong enough to protect myself and those around me. Standing up abruptly, he said, Well, that makes sense. Turning to his master, he asked, So, have you learned to read the script of our world yet? The old man, savoring a pale green chocolate bar, replied, Of course, it was not that hard. So, he handed over a martial arts manual and said, Then please take a look at this for me. The master began studying it, then asked, What is this? He replied. It is a martial arts manual used out there, can't you tell? After examining it for a while, the master said, I must have learned the wrong script. This pile of garbage is not worth 3 coins. Even the weakest of the 8 pirates could break it easily. His expression shifted 180 degrees as he stroked his chin and said, Right, it is not boring at all, is it? He thought to himself. Staying here for the whole break is not just for me. As he pondered organizing the training program, he pulled out a few things and asked his master, You have never fought with all kinds of weapons, right? The master nodded. True. Why, winking? He opened his backpack, pulled out another martial arts manual, and said, Besides swordsmanship, there are plenty of other martial arts out here. If I get it right, I could subdue opponents with just a few moves, yeah? Seeing his student's cunning, the master hesitated and said, You have got some interesting ideas. Are you challenging an old man like me to a sword duel now? A sword discussion, even if just a spar with dialogue, is not as effective as a real fight. But it is a process of finding flaws and learning from them. All practical courses at hunter schools follow a curriculum. Every hunter school in the country teaches the same content. What if a true martial arts master analyzed modern martial techniques and pointed out their weaknesses? What if he taught his student how to counter every weapon out there? How many students out there could stand a chance? Snapping out of his thoughts, he was now sparring with his master. He lunged with a punch, but the master effortlessly swung his sword, deflecting the attack. The force sent his spear flying from his hand. Before he could react, the master slashed toward him, but with his quick reflexes, he dodged behind the master. Clenching his fist, he gathered mana and prepared to strike. The punch unleashed a deafening explosion that echoed through the mountains. During the break, he would discuss swordsmanship with his master and take notes. Sometimes, being stubborn got him a beating. Don't be so hard-headed, he was told, but the guy who talked nonsense about leaping off snowflakes was not one to judge. The two repeated this routine endlessly. Young Rang talked non-stop, while he diligently reviewed what was not said. Then, they would happily eat instant noodles together. Overall, it was a pretty fun break. After finishing, he bid his master farewell and returned to the academy. Walking down the hallway, he sighed. What a hassle, But the food was good. After eating instant noodles all break, the dorm food felt like a delicacy. If army food was like this, he could stay another month. Before finishing the thought, his expression changed and he muttered, Another month, what? Slapping his own face, he said, What nonsense, life's good, right? Really good. Seeing his odd behavior, Se-jin approached from afar and said, Sir? Hello? Spotting her, he greeted back, Se-jin, been a while. You are here early. Have you eaten? She nodded. Yes. 3rd years eat first. Noticing the little pest following him, he thought, Eat and rest. Why come so early? This kid's stubborn, she shyly asked. School has not started, but could you spar with me? He tried to dodge. Running right after eating will give you a stomachache. Escaping Se-jin, he was immediately intercepted by Yoon-seo's group. Seeing him, they cheered. Sir, have you had dinner? Looking at them, he asked. What is with the noise? I thought you would be chilling and coming back late, but you are here early. Min-hee pouted. It is the first day, we can't be late, he thought. Next up, Yoon-seo, Yoon-soo. Then Min-hee and Jin-soo join in, saying it is fun. The lineup for the top hunter school's martial arts tournament was set. 4 first years and 1 third year. Looking at the students before him, he nodded inwardly. Good, 5 kids are manageable. Jin-soo raised his hand. Sir, I heard we train on weekdays and weekends, is that true? Sighing, he replied. Sadly, yes. It is the vice principal's orders, Go complain to him. Senjin suggested. Sir, I would like to train on Sundays too. This puzzled Jinsu, who asked, Senior, why so intense? Minhee raised her hand. How will the classes work? I think focusing on combat would be better. Smiling, he said. Good question. Since it is prep for the tournament, we will focus on sparring. But theory can't be skipped. Sejin added, Sir, I do not need theory. If it is okay, can I train alone during theory time? This kid's not just hardworking, she is practically frantic. Last year's champion. Does she have a fated rival this year? He handed out a stack of materials, saying, Look at this, before deciding if you need theory. Sejin glanced at it, asking, What is this? Looks like a textbook. Noticing the title, she muttered. Countering, she thought. I expected it would be like before sparring with feedback on weaknesses. If it is theory-heavy, it is a waste of time. But while reading, her eyes froze for a moment. Jinsu skimmed it and asked, Sir, this is not just swordsmanship, is it? He explained. The tournament is not just for swordsmanship students. Yunsu asked, But can we learn spearmanship, close combat, and archery too? Yunseo added. And magic? We can't use it since mana varies. Smiling at their confused looks, he said, Except for Seijin, none of you seem to get it. You are swordsmanship students. Why learn other disciplines? Look at the title. It is about countering. Jinsu asked, Sir, did you make this yourself? He gave a thumbs up. Yep, with a little help, but it is all handmade, cover to content. Looking at the hideous cover, Jinsu said, A month for that cover. Handmade for sure, sir. What a disaster, haha. Unlike the kid's playful attitude, Seijin trembled holding the theory manual, thinking, This is not something to laugh off. Master this. And in a same mana matchup, losing would be impossible. If she had Teacher Kang's age and experience, she could match that skill. Glancing at him, she thought, The real genius is him. Back in the snowy mountains, Yurang suddenly sneezed, wondering who was talking about him. It has been nearly a week since I took on the supplementary class for the martial arts tournament. Some days, we study the countering techniques my master provided. Other days, we focus on sparring practice. At this moment, Shin Hyuk was looking at the stat sheet and turned to Yisel, saying, All right, time's up. Let us call it a day. Yisel, still brimming with enthusiasm, replied, Oh, 3 minutes have already passed, Seo Shua, who was tending to Minhee, remarked. These kids are so energetic they do not even look tired. Shin Hyuk thought to himself, I got help from teachers Kim and Hong, and the countering techniques my master created are truly incredible. But the kids still lack real combat experience. Of course, through the vice principal we could arrange sparring with other classes. Having a student like Yisel around is really reliable. Snapping out of his thoughts, he encouraged everyone, Great work, everyone. Enjoy dinner, and do not forget to take your bitter juice when you leave. Starting Monday, first years will have 3 days of running drills. You will get a good rest at school after the ceremony. He recalled the vice principal's words. By the way, I expect you to serve as the drill instructor for the training camp too. This puzzled him, and he said, What is with the add-ons? I am not a homeroom teacher, just a swordsmanship instructor. Man Dong replied awkwardly. The recommendation letter for this rank-up evaluation is valuable. Come on, help out one more time. And so, he ended up joining the training camp. That old man was rarely so friendly. It is not like they were taking the kids through a teleportation gate, yet he seemed oddly anxious. Noticing Shin Hyuk deep in thought, Seso Haiwa asked, Teacher Kang, are you brewing more tonic for the kids? He smiled. I heard there is a tonic good for growing students. Seo Hiwa smiled back. You really care about these kids? They are lucky. Hearing this, everyone looked displeased. The tonic from his master was undeniably effective. It could be due to their growth phase, but during the recent midterms, their basic skills had noticeably improved. Yisel approached, offering, Teacher Kang, let me help clean up. He waved her off heroically. No need. You have already helped enough. Go on inside. She pouted. You sure? I have got time. He smiled. Your help with training is more than enough. I will treat you to a proper meal next time. After cleaning up, he left the training room, locked the door, and muttered, Haha, another day done. Just as he was thinking about some rest, a voice called from behind. Sir. Senjin's appearance wiped the smile off Shin Hyuk's face. Startled, he said, "Oh, whoa, you scared me." Turning to her, he asked, "Sei-jin, why have not you gone home? Don't tell me you want another spar." She shook her head. "No, I actually have something to tell you." Noticing her hesitation, he asked, "Why so nervous?" She grabbed her other arm, stammering, "Well, starting next week, I can't attend Saturday classes anymore." Her voice was heavy with sadness, leaving Shin-hyuk stunned for a moment. His first thought was, what? His second? Why? Fewer students would lighten his load, but why did he feel so strange? Maybe because he would prepared the training so thoroughly, hearing an outstanding student would be absent hit him hard. He was not overly passionate about teaching, but it was just Saturdays, right? Just Saturdays. Seeing her eyes well up with tears, he muttered, "Why is she crying so miserably?" The scene shifts outside, where the two sat on the school field, sharing a heart-to-heart. He sighed. "Tough luck. The cafeteria closed early. All I can offer is bitter juice." Holding the cup, emitting a toxic smell, her face darkened, but she forced a reply. "It is fine, sir. This actually calms me down faster," he asked. "So, starting next week, you will be out hunting every weekend?" She nodded. "Yes, I would rather train with you, but..." Before she could finish, he curiously asked, "That is odd. Second years start internships, but not on weekends, and the rules forbid going out." She replied, "My dad said he will call the vice principal directly." Sipping his drink, he thought, "That is strange. That rigid old man would not allow it so easily." Curious about her father's identity, he asked, "If one call seals the deal, does your dad know the vice principal?" She answered, "Oh, my dad's the head of Heirs Guild." Shin-hyuk's expression shifted. He frowned, looking at her, thinking, "Guild leader? So this kid's from a wealthy, powerful family." She continued, "My real goal is not the National Martial Arts Tournament. I am just joining to qualify for the WHCU 19. WHCU 19 stood for World Hunter Championship Under 19, a global tournament for competitors under 19. Realizing something, he said, "Right. Winning the martial arts tournament gets you a WHCU spot." She nodded. He thought, she is aiming for WHCU before even clearing the tournament qualifiers. That is overconfident. But Sei-jin was a two-time champion. Rumors even said she would win again this year, he asked. "So you are joining WHCU this January?" She hesitated. "Yes, but..." Before she could finish, he cut in, "It is true then. With your skills, you would not just place, you could aim for the championship." Contrary to his expectations, she shyly replied, "I got eliminated in the first round." He muttered. "First round," she explained. "Bad luck with the draw. My first opponent was last year's champion." Shin-hyuk exclaimed. "Man, that must have stung," she replied. "I would be lying if I said it did not. But I can't blame luck. If I was strong enough, I would not have lost." Looking at her, he recalled himself back when he was tirelessly writing stories. Patting her head, he praised, "You are truly an outstanding student." The gesture flustered her, and she said, "What are you doing, sir?" Her reaction startled him too. Regaining composure, he continued, "Most people go easy on themselves. But not you, Sei-jin. That struggle is not always recognized. People just feel pity instead." His words touched her heart, making her flush with embarrassment as tears welled up. "Did I just make a girl cry?" "Time to run." He stood to leave, saying, "I am heading out. Get some fresh air before going in. About Saturday classes, I will talk to the vice principal again, and you were not eliminated in the qualifiers. Your opponent won the whole thing, so you are practically a runner-up. You did great. Do not lose confidence." Inspired by his encouragement, she stood, bowed deeply, and shouted, "Thank you, sir. I will definitely make it." He frowned, waving her off. "I said, do not stress out." Watching him leave, her mood visibly lifted. Her phone buzzed. It was her father. She answered. "Hello, Dad." He scolded. "Why'd you take so long to pick up?" Trembling, she replied, "Sorry, I was getting some advice." Her father snapped. "Advice? Just listen to me." After their exchange, she stood frozen in the schoolyard, lost in thought. Heirs Guild, a prestigious mid to high-tier guild, was tied to her student life. In the story, the heir of Heirs Guild splits off to form a new guild called Dawn. That heir was Kim Se-jin, a character who hated her parents so much she changed her name. Fiercely independent. When the protagonist, Kim Do-hyun, was a second year, Dawn Guild oversaw his internship, and under Sei-jin's supervision, They fell in love. No wonder such a talented character barely appeared in the original story. How strange. She seemed like just an outstanding side character, but Se-jin was actually the female lead. If the original plot does not change, Se-jin's relationship with her father will completely fracture. The trigger is the WHCU tournament next January. Because she does not perform well, Se-jin gets harshly berated by her father. It is even worse than that. Perhaps the author placed a heavy emphasis on reader immersion. Se-jin's father is portrayed as a master manipulator of psychology. The author's writing is so potent that it made me clench my fists while reading. Letting out a heavy sigh, Shin Hyuk exclaimed, "And he is supposed to be her parent. It is suffocating." Leaning back on his beloved bed, he continued muttering, "Even though Se-jin is practically guaranteed to win the martial arts tournament this year, it makes sense why she still seems so anxious. Nothing strange about it now." Among the top 10 experts and reincarnated students, the most cold and ruthless one, a perfectionist, is because his father is Kim Dae-chan, the Sword King, and an S-rank hunter. A genius stifled by her own father, suppressed through all sorts of connections to prevent her independence. If Dae-chan were my father, I would have packed up and run away long ago. He pondered for a while, then recalled his own past when he underperformed. His father tore up his test and scolded him relentlessly. Later, Se-jin would defeat her father, receive an apology, reconcile, and get a happy ending. But honestly, I did not like that part at all. It just reminded me of old wounds. Blood ties and forgiveness are not some magic wand. For those involved, it is like being nailed down with a bunch of massive spikes. Just look at how he forces her to intern even on weekends, ignoring school rules that alone shows the weight she carries. Thinking about it, Se-jin is in her 3rd year while also serving as student council president. With makeup classes after hours and hunting internships both weekend days, does she even have time to rest? Even if I do not interfere, things will probably work out eventually. Recalling her earlier images, always in a state of sadness, he pondered for a moment, then muttered to himself, "But should I intervene?" He turned to ask his master. This puzzled the master, who asked, "If you intervene, what do you plan to do?" He scolded, "Disciple, what exactly would you do by intervening? What can you even accomplish?" Shin Hyuk explained. "That is not it, master. I rarely ask for your opinion, and yet you respond like that," the master replied. "Are you planning to turn their household upside down, or cut their family ties yourself? I have seen countless children burdened like that. Even when I temporarily stayed with the Nangong family, their descendants suffered endlessly. Back then, I only adjusted a few stances, nothing more." This left Shin Hyuk puzzled, and he asked, "Why so cold?" The master pondered, then said, "Because the child never uttered a single complaint." Hearing this, Shin Hyuk began to reflect, not asking further. "Did she ask me for help?" he replied. The master pressed, "Or did she show fear about the upcoming battles?" He answered, "Not at all." The master sighed. "You fool of a disciple, count your blessings. Your student is already a true warrior." These words made him pause for a few seconds, thinking, "She is never asked me for help. If she does not speak up, clumsy intervention would only make things harder for Se-jin. The WHCU is still next year. No rift with her father has happened yet." Overthinking made his head throb intensely. He clutched his head and groaned, "Ow, my head hurts." Seeing this, the master suggested, "Take up your sword. Sparring is the best way to vent frustration." He nodded in agreement, stood up, and explained, "Tomorrow I have to prepare for the training camp, so go easy on me." The master asked without surprise, "Where are you rushing off to now? You have only been here a short while." He replied, "If I am the instructor, I need to arrive early to prepare." The master sighed. "Looks like you are the busiest one lately. Not the time to worry about your disciple, huh?" Gripping his sword tightly, he said, "Don't say that I have not had time to cultivate myself lately." Closing his eyes, he reflected, "Ever since taking on the martial arts class, I have been so busy. Next week is the Rank A promotion exam. After that, I have to treat teachers Kim and Hong to dinner. Tomorrow, I am heading to the training center for instructor duties. In my previous life, I was swamped with author deadlines. But why is this life even more stressful? Reborn, I had to start as a student, adapt to Kang Shin-hyuk's body, found a master on the mountain. Even summer break was not free hunting, then training. Ended with explaining rumors, no proper rest before school started. I swore this life I would enjoy what I missed before. Yet looking back, not a moment of leisure. Watching his determined sword strikes, the master pondered silently. Stepping back, he continued thinking, "Still, I do not hate my current life. Being busy is my choice. And it has not been meaningless. I wonder if Se-jin feels the same." After sparring, he affirmed, "Yes, even if the start was not what I wanted. Meeting you, master, let me reveal the truth about Antasta Senora. The duel with the vice principal, even though I lost, made me stronger. During summer break, going out not just to Jeju for work, but it was a good experience. Getting stronger, let me safely save my students and gain help from those around me." He let out a satisfied breath. Right, life's not that big a deal. Maybe that is what your teaching means. Let go of impatience. But suddenly, his mind reeled. His eyes narrowed as he asked, "Master, my internal energy, it is suddenly out of control, surging wildly. Wait, did I overthink nonsense during the spar?" Clutching his dantian, he cried, "AAA, it is like my dantian's about to explode. It hurts worse than when you opened my renmai before. Is this QD deviation, internal energy erupting, burning the dantian?" The energy escaped the dantian, not following the meridians but crawling up the spine, slowly rising. I need to control it. This is not the normal Q circulation path. Passing the upper abdomen to the heart area, then confidently to the throat, and from the throat to the yin-tang point. Finally, when that erupting energy reached the Baihui acupoint, it burst open, enlightening him with countless insights. His expression changed as he muttered, "The pain vanished like steam. My mind is now clear." Raising his hand, staring at it, he stammered, "What is this?" The master approached, praising, "Congratulations." Puzzled, he asked, "Congratulations for what?" "For your enlightenment. You have just broken through another wall." Hearing his master's words, Shin Hyuk thought to himself, "Breaking through a wall. Does that mean my martial arts have reached the next realm?" The internal energy that had been out of control suddenly stabilized. The surging force that had rushed from his chest to his heart and up to his throat, as if it were about to explode, reached the yin-tang point between his brows, and then dissipated with the pain. His master described the sensation. After passing yin-tang, the internal energy gathers at the Baihui point on top of your head. Then, the raging energy that seemed ready to erupt vanishes without a trace. Shin Hyuk nodded in confirmation. "Yes, exactly as I felt." At this, the corner of his master's mouth curled into a slight smile as he reassured, "Don't worry, your internal energy has not disappeared. It has just cleared space for a new vessel. Given your temperament, I thought it would take longer, but you have realized it so quickly." Puzzled, Shin Hyuk asked, "Realized what? I do not feel anything particularly clear." The master continued, "A person does not change just by advancing a realm. There are still many realms to surpass. The condition for entering the supreme peak is to let go of worldly troubles, even if you can't immediately resolve the issues at hand. Accepting the situation as part of yourself is a form of release." Reflecting on his master's words, Shin Hyuk said, "Accepting the situation. I do feel lighter, master. And I think I am getting a bit hungry too." His somewhat naive remark made the master sigh in exasperation. "You have been circulating quid for 4 hours straight, of course you are hungry." Startled, Shin Hyuk checked his phone and shouted, "What? 4 hours already?" It was now 5:30 p.m. The master nodded. "Yes. Did not you say you had to go to a training camp, eat the noodles I made, and then head out?" Still lost in thought, Shin Hyuk mused, "The previous realm, when I got used to the aura blade, was the peak. If I have surpassed that, I am now entering the early stage of the supreme peak. Just how much stronger have I gotten? I can't quite sense it clearly. If only I could have another match to test it." But the training camp schedule was in the way. After finishing his meal, he turned toward the teleportation gate and said, "I am done eating, master. I am off. See you later." Watching him leave, the master muttered, "Oh heavens. I forgot to warn him to restrain his strength if something happens. Well, it is probably fine." The scene shifts to the school, where the person in charge glanced at his watch, noting the time had passed with no one arriving. He said, "How can this be so absurd? They said the head instructor for this camp should be from your school too." Someone nodded in confirmation. Of course, School 2 is in charge of the head instructor this time. The speaker was a blond young man who confidently mocked, "Among the teachers from School 1, is there even a single A rank hunter? So, Teacher Kim Jung-hyun from School 2 will take charge." Another objected. "But was not Teacher Kim just appointed last year? He is not even a full-time teacher yet." The blonde retorted. "Full-time or new, what does it matter? It is about strength." Standing on the sidelines, Shin Hyuk observed, thinking, "It has been an hour already. I rushed to prepare and barely made it to the camp on time. I thought we would just assign duties and roles quickly, but they are arguing over who gets to be head instructor, the highest ranking role here. Are they sworn enemies or something? No one's backing down. They say schools care a lot about prestige. Guess it is this intense." The blonde continued loudly. "So, teachers from School 1, how about a duel to settle it?" Hearing this, Shin Hyuk stroked his chin, thinking, "Nice, that is more like Tolkien endlessly gets nowhere better to settle it with a duel." A brown-haired teacher sighed, rubbing his chin. "A duel? Really, just to pick a head instructor?" The blonde replied. "Got a better idea. Speak up." The teacher suggested. "If we must fight, let each school send 5 representatives." Shin Hyuk thought, "Not bad. Looks like our school has some smart teachers. School the second of may have an A rank hunter, but they have got C ranks too. All our teachers are B rank." The blonde shook his head. "No way. We have got 30 minutes left for camp inspection. The person in charge is waiting, so let us settle it with a one-on-one duel. What do you say?" Not confident. This infuriated the School 1 teachers. Shin Hyuk sighed, thinking, "Ridiculous. Aren't they all just obsessed with the A rank label?" The blonde then pointed at him. "Is that teacher Kang Shin Hyuk?" Caught off guard, Shin Hyuk pointed to himself. Yes, that is me, Kang Shin Hyuk." The blonde continued, "I heard you fought the vice principal and lasted a few moves. Thought you would step up boldly, but you are hiding in the back." Another chimed in. "They say you can use an aura blade too. Was it all staged?" Embarrassed, Shin Hyuk replied, "Think what you want, I am not fighting." He thought, they are not baiting me. If Yisel were here, she would have jumped in already. But what is the point? Even if I win, it will just make those who look down on non-hunter school graduates smugger." The blonde sneered. "Speaking of, did not you recently get tangled up with a student in the news?" This enraged Shin Hyuk. Rolling up his sleeves and clenching his fists, he stepped forward. "You have crossed the line. Let us duel." A teacher nearby intervened. "Teacher Kang, calm down." Another called out, "Teacher Back, can you take this one?" Back replied awkwardly. Sure, I guess," he thought. None of the other teachers seemed eager to step up. Then he proposed, "If I win, I will pass the representative role to you." "All right," the blonde replied. "Of course, if you yield, we would be grateful." Shin Hyuk added, "Then it is settled. I will fight. And School 2, send all your teachers if you want." The blonde froze, spitting out something and laughing. "Haha, Teacher Kang's got jokes. Pure YouTuber vibes. Now I see your talent." Teacher Bayek cautioned. Teacher Kang, joking like that. Shin Hyuk interrupted. "I am not joking. Do I look insincere?" Wiping tears from laughing too hard, the blonde said. "Looks like the media hype's gone to your head. I will show you the world is not that easy." Shin Hyuk grabbed a stick, planted it in the ground, and drew a circle, saying, "That is my line. If we keep arguing over a referee, we will waste another half day. So here's the deal. Whoever gets pushed out of this circle first loses." The blonde fumed inwardly. This jerk. What is he so cocky about? Smirking, he said, "Fine, but all of us is too much. We will send 3. A black-clad young man stepped forward. "Teacher Park, are you seriously going along with him?" The blonde coldly replied. "If you speak, you own it. Besides, our medics are top-notch broken legs or severed hands. No problem." This worried School 1's teachers, while School 2's were visibly excited. After selecting 3 fighters, Shin Hyuk addressed them. "The match lasts 10 minutes. Whoever gives up or gets pushed out of the circle loses." The opponents nodded in understanding. Gripping his sword, he thought, "Since reaching the new realm, subtle changes are showing. My Danshin's internal energy has decreased. Not really less, but compressed tightly. Other than that, nothing feels too different. Good opportunity to test it." The referee outside blew the whistle. "Begin." Instantly, School 2's fighters charged at him with incredible speed. A teacher exclaimed, "Vanguard swordsmanship!" Summoning a grand formation, the blonde retorted, "Why hold back? Crush him until he can't speak." The spear wielder gripped his weapon tightly and hurled it at Shin Hyuk like an arrow. Surprised, he thought, spear, I thought he would stay back to protect the formation, not attack so aggressively. As he dodged the spear, the swordsman charged from the side, slashing directly at him. A loud clash rang out as a sword snapped and flew into the air. School 1's teachers were stunned. Shin Hyuk had broken the sword bare-handed, leaving a bloody mark on his opponent's face. The opponent's eyes widened in shock. Looking at his aura-wrapped hand, Shin Hyuk thought, drawing the sword feels so much easier now. The mage in the back raised her hand, shouting, "All right, fall back!" She summoned a fire dragon which roared and charged straight at him. Teacher Bagik yelled, "A grand formation in a duel." From there, facing the attack, Shin Hyuk thought, so, their A-rank hunter is this mage. This is trouble. But he recalled his master's words about the heavenly demon sword technique. A heavenly demon at the peak made even me, a realm higher, falter. Realizing something, he thought, he never said it could not be countered. At the supreme peak, he saw through the entire mana flow. Spotting the attack's weakness, he wrapped his hand in aura again, preparing a counterstrike.